Welcome back, legends. This is Harryfix. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what if stories and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in the line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Hogwarts chose Harry at age 6 and raised him inside the room of requirement? If you enjoy epic magical twist, subscribe to Harryfix. Now let the story begin.
The cold was a living thing. It crept through the cracks in the walls of number 4, Privet Drive, but it lived inside the smallest bedroom. It lived in the cupboard under the stairs. For a boy of 6, with limbs too thin and glasses held together by a twist of wire, the cold was simply the texture of his existence. Harry Potter lay on a thin mattress, listening to the wind rattle the glass of the small, barred window. He was hungry. Not the sharp pang of missing a meal, but a hollow, constant ache that had become his companion. He could hear the Dursleys in the living room below, the low murmur of the television, the occasional boom of Uncle Vernon's laugh. They were in a world of warmth and toasted sandwiches. He was in a forgotten corner of their universe. A tear traced a path from the corner of his eye, sliding down his temple and into his matted hair. He didn't wipe it away. Crying was a luxury that earned him a smack. Instead, he focused on the single, impossible thing that had happened 3 days ago. A letter. It hadn't come by post. It had simply appeared on his pillow, a thick, square envelope of yellowish parchment addressed in emerald green ink. Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive. He'd hidden it immediately, his heart hammering so hard he thought it would crack a rib. The audacity of it, something addressed to him. Before he could even break the wax seal, a crest of a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a giant letter, H, the door had been wrenched open. Dudley, red-faced and curious, had seen it in his hand. What followed was a storm of purple-faced fury. Uncle Vernon had confiscated the letter, locked Harry in the cupboard, and ranted for an hour about freaks and unnaturalness. Harry hadn't understood. What was a freak? Why was a simple letter such a terrible thing? But a part of him, the deepest part, had felt a thrill. A secret. Something that was his. Now, on the 3rd night of his imprisonment, he heard it. A whisper. Not in his ear, but inside his head. A voice like wind through ancient stone, like the rustle of old pages. Come. Harry sat up straight, his breath catching in his throat. The darkness of the cupboard was absolute, but for a moment, he thought he saw a faint, golden light bleed through the cracks around the door. It is time to come home. The voice wasn't frightening. It was the most comforting sound he had ever heard. It was the voice of a grandmother he never had, of a friend he'd always wished for. The lock on the cupboard door clicked. Not with a violent snap, but with a soft, polite snick. Harry's heart pounded. He pushed the door open, expecting to see Uncle Vernon's massive shoes. The hallway was empty. The house was silent, save for the Dursleys, synchronized snoring from the master bedroom. But the air was different. It felt charged, electric, like before a thunderstorm. And there, on the doormat, lay another letter. He didn't think. He just moved. He picked it up, and this time, he tore it open. The parchment inside shimmered. As his eyes scanned the words, they seemed to glow, reading themselves aloud in his mind. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Witchcraft, wizardry, magic. He read the words again. They spoke of wands and cauldrons, of outposts and train stations he'd never heard of. It was a fairy tale. It had to be. But the voice in the walls of number 4, Privet Drive, was very, very real. The house groaned, not in its usual, settling way, but with purpose. The floorboards beneath his bare feet felt warm. The banister of the stairs seemed to hum with a low vibration. It was as if the very building was holding its breath. Then, the front door swung open. A blast of cold night air swept in, but it wasn't the bitter cold of the Dursleys' world. It was a clean, sharp cold, smelling of pine and frost and something else, something ancient and sweet. On the doorstep, a swirling vortex of emerald green flames roared silently for a moment, then vanished. In its place stood a figure. Tall, imposing, with a long white beard and half-moon spectacles that glinted in the starlight. He wore flowing robes of deep purple and carried a staff of gnarled wood. Albus Dumbledore looked down at the tiny, shivering boy with the messy black hair and the eyes that held a universe of loneliness. Harry, he said, his voice as gentle as the whisper in the walls. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I apologize for the unconventional arrival, but I felt time was of the essence. The enchantments protecting this place have shifted. Harry couldn't speak. He just stared. This was real. This was happening. Dumbledore held out a hand. There is a place for you, Harry. A school. A home. But most importantly, a family of sorts. However, the usual path is complicated for you. Your relatives have made their feelings about our world abundantly clear. They have refused every letter. They will never let you go. The whisper returned, stronger this time, filling the whole street. Come home, cub. Now. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was a deep seriousness there. Hogwarts itself has heard you, Harry. It has felt your loneliness, your pain, your potential. It has made a choice that has not been made in 1,000 years. It wishes to raise you within its walls. Before Harry could process this, the world twisted. He felt a yank behind his navel, a sensation of being pulled through a tiny rubber tube. The street, the house, the old wizard, they all dissolved into a blur of colors. He landed with a soft thump on a stone floor. He was cold, but this was a different cold. This was the cold of a great, empty cathedral. He was in a vast room with towering shelves that seemed to stretch up into an infinite darkness. There were mountains of old furniture, hundreds of vanished cabinets, old teachers' desks piled high, a veritable city of tarnished chandeliers. He was in the room of requirement. And he was utterly, completely alone. He scrambled to his feet, his breath coming in panicked gasps. Hello. His voice echoed uselessly into the void. Professor. Anyone. Silence. Then, a soft light bloomed on one of the shelves beside him. A small, porcelain cup began to glow with a warm, golden light. It wasn't a threatening light. It was a guiding light. You are safe. The whisper was back, but it was different now. Softer. It was the voice of the room itself. This is your den. This is your sanctuary. I will keep you. I will teach you. You are home, little cub. Harry, his body racked with shivers from fear and cold, stumbled towards the glowing cup. As he got closer, the light from it warmed him, seeping into his bones, chasing away the cold of Privet Drive. A thick, soft blanket materialized from thin air, floating down to settle around his thin shoulders. A plate appeared on a small, ornate table nearby, bearing a simple, steaming bowl of porridge with a dollop of honey. The hunger, the real, physical hunger, roared back. He looked at the food, then at the vast, shadowy room. He thought of his cupboard. He thought of the cold. He sat down on the floor, wrapped the blanket tight around him, and picked up the spoon. The porridge was the most delicious thing he had ever tasted. It was warm and sweet and filled the hollow ache in his belly. As he ate, the lights in the room seemed to pulse with a gentle, contented rhythm. The shadows on the walls didn't leer or threaten, they moved and danced like parents watching over a sleeping child. Harry Potter, unwanted by his mother's sister, had been claimed by something far older, far more powerful, and far more loving. He finished the porridge and his eyelids grew heavy. The blanket was impossibly soft. He curled up on the floor, using a pile of old tapestries as a pillow. Just before sleep took him, he saw a constellation of tiny, star-like lights flicker to life on the ceiling far, far above him, mimicking the night sky he had never been able to see from his barred window. He smiled. A real, genuine smile. For the first time in his 6 years of life, Harry Potter felt the embrace of home. And in the deepest, oldest magic of the castle, a stone pulsed with a faint, golden light. The heart of Hogwarts had found its beat. Chapter 2, The First Lesson. Harry woke to the scent of toast. He blinked, the memory of the previous night crashing back in a disorienting wave. The vast, impossible room. The floating blanket. The voice. He sat up quickly, his hand reaching for his glasses on instinct. They were sitting on a small, polished wooden box right beside his makeshift bed, the lenses clean and the twisted wire frame perfectly straightened. He put them on, and the world sharpened into impossible focus. The room was no longer a dark, intimidating cavern. It was organized. The mountains of furniture were still there, but they seemed arranged, like a strange, labyrinthine library of forgotten things. Pathways of clear stone floor led off in several directions. And right in front of him, on a low table he was sure hadn't been there before, was a breakfast fit for a small king. A tall glass of pumpkin juice, a pile of crispy bacon, eggs, and a mountain of toast with a little pot of strawberry jam. His stomach growled. He didn't hesitate. He ate until he felt he might burst, savoring every single bite. When he was finished, he looked at the empty plate, feeling a sudden pang of guilt. Had he done something wrong? Was he supposed to save some? As if reading his thoughts, the plate simply vanished. Harry jumped, then let out a nervous little laugh. "Thank you," he whispered to the room at large. The lights pulsed warmly. For the next few hours, Harry explored. It was the first time in his life he'd been allowed to just explore. There were no rules, no Uncle Vernon to yell at him for touching things, no Dudley to chase him away from his toys. He wandered down one of the stone pathways, which led him between towering stacks of old cabinets, their doors slightly ajar, revealing nothing but darkness within. He passed a collection of tarnished suits of armor, all of which seemed to be asleep, their helmets drooping onto their chest plates. One snored, a rusty, grating sound that made Harry giggle. He came to a section filled with books. Thousands of them, piled in leaning towers, spilling from broken bookshelves, creating a city of paper and leather. The titles meant nothing to him. They were long words in gold leaf. Hogwarts, a history, a guide to advanced transfiguration, the dark arts outmatched, a study in defense. He pulled one from a pile, a thick, heavy thing with a dragon embossed on the cover. He opened it. The pages were blank. He frowned, turning page after page. Nothing. Just crisp, empty parchment. He put it back, disappointed. He tried another. It, too, was empty. They all were. He realized with a jolt that he couldn't read. The Dursleys had seen no point in sending a freak to school. He was 6, and he was illiterate. He sat down on the cold stone floor, surrounded by mountains of books that held no knowledge for him, and the loneliness tried to creep back in. "Patience, cub." The whisper was soft, reassuring. "You must learn to crawl before you can run. Let us begin." A single book floated down from a high shelf, landing softly in his lap. It was small, bound in worn, green leather, with a simple golden title, The Tales of Beetle the Bard. Harry opened it. The first page had writing, but as he stared at it, the words began to shimmer and move. They rearranged themselves into pictures. Vivid, moving illustrations sprang from the page. He saw a kindly old wizard, a cauldron, a greedy king. As the pictures moved, a voice, the same ancient, whispering voice of the castle, spoke directly into his mind, telling the story of the Fountain of Fair Fortune. He was spellbound. He watched story after story unfold. He saw Babbity Rabbity in her cackling stump. He saw the wizard in the hopping pot. Hours passed like minutes. The castle was teaching him, not with dusty textbooks, but with living stories. When the last tale was finished, the book gently closed itself. The lights in the room dimmed, a signal that the day was over. A plate with a simple dinner of shepherd's pie and peas appeared on a nearby table. Harry ate, his mind buzzing with the stories. Witches and wizards. Magic and adventure. He was one of them. He belonged to this world. Days turned into weeks. The castle's lessons continued. After the stories came shapes. A piece of chalk would appear on the stone floor and draw letters, one by one. A glowing line would trace an A, and the whisper would say its name. Harry would copy it, his small, grubby finger tracing the same shape in the dust. Then A, B, then the whole alphabet. It was slow, painstaking work, but Harry was desperate to learn. These marks on the floor were the keys to the books, the keys to understanding this magical world he'd been thrown into. One day, while practicing his letters, he saw something out of the corner of his eye. A small, silver mouse, no bigger than his thumb, scurried from behind a pile of old hats. It was made of light, and it moved with a fluid, lifelike grace. It paused, looked at him with intelligent, glittering eyes, and then scurried behind another piece of furniture. Harry scrambled to his feet and followed it. The mouse led him down a new path, into a part of the room he hadn't seen before. It was a vast, open space, like a great hall. And in the center of it, under a shaft of light that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere, was a single, simple object. A wand. It lay on a cushion of faded velvet, on a plinth of simple, gray stone. It was pale wood, 11 inches long, and to Harry's eyes, it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. The silver mouse reached the plinth, leapt onto it, and dissolved into a puff of sparkling light. "This is yours, cub. It has been waiting for you. Take it." Harry approached the plinth with the reverence of a pilgrim at a shrine. He reached out a trembling hand. The moment his fingers closed around the smooth, cool wood, a warmth exploded in his chest. It wasn't the gentle warmth of the blanket or the food. It was a fire, a feeling of rightness, of power, of a connection so profound it stole his breath. A shower of golden sparks erupted from the tip of the wand, cascading over him like a warm, glittering rain. He laughed, a sound of pure, unadulterated joy. He pointed the wand at a dusty old cabinet, thinking of the silver mouse. "Come on," he whispered. A jet of silver light shot from the wand and hit the cabinet. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a groan, the cabinet sprouted 4 spindly, wooden legs. It wobbled, took a hesitant step, then promptly fell over with a tremendous crash that echoed through the chamber. Harry stared, his mouth open in shock, then dissolved into helpless giggles. The room seemed to chuckle with him, a low, rumbling vibration in the stones. He had done magic. Real magic. He clutched the wand to his chest, holding it tight. The lessons in Reading, the stories, the food, the warmth, it was all leading to this. He wasn't just living in the castle. The castle was his teacher, his guardian, and now, it had given him his first real tool. He looked up at the infinite, starry ceiling. He still didn't know why he was here, why his parents were gone, or why the Dursleys hated him so much. But as he stood there, in the heart of his secret home, with his wand clutched in his hand and the magic of Hogwarts thrumming in his veins, he knew one thing for certain. He was Harry Potter. And his story was only just beginning. He walked back to his little nest of tapestries, the fallen cabinet forgotten. As he lay down, he placed the wand carefully beside him, a sentinel for the night. The castle's lights dimmed to a soft twilight. Just before he fell asleep, he heard a new whisper, a promise carried on a breath of ancient wind. "Soon, cub. Soon, you will be ready. And the world will see what the castle has raised." The heavy, ancient door to the room of requirement, invisible and forgotten by the rest of the world, pulsed once with a faint, golden light, then fell silent. Months melted into a rhythm Harry had never known existed. Time in the room of requirement was a strange, fluid thing. There was no sun to mark the days, no clock to measure the hours. Instead, the castle marked time for him. The starry ceiling would shift and change, mimicking the seasons outside. Sometimes, a soft, silvery light would filter from nowhere, mimicking dawn. Other times, the darkness would deepen, and the constellation lights would burn brighter, signaling night. Harry grew. Not just in inches, though his 2 small clothes from Privet Drive had been replaced by soft, enchanted robes that grew with him, appearing folded on his bedside table each morning. He grew in confidence, in knowledge, in magic. The castle's lessons were relentless but gentle. After he mastered his letters, the books began to speak to him. Not in the whispering voice of the castle, but in their own way. He would open a simple primer on magical theory, and the words would glow gold, and a soft, patient voice would read them aloud until he could recognize them himself. He learned to add and subtract using enchanted pebbles that would rearrange themselves into towers and patterns. He learned about magical creatures from a bestiary whose illustrations would climb out of the pages and parade around him, the phoenix leaving a trail of glittering dust, the dragon breathing a harmless, warm puff of air. His wand was his constant companion. He practiced with it every day. The castle provided targets, old cushions that would float in the air, candlesticks that would scurry across the floor like frightened mice. He learned to make things levitate with a swish and a flick, though his Wingardium Leviosa often resulted in the object rocketing to the ceiling and sticking there, much to the castle's apparent amusement, which manifested as a soft, rumbling vibration in the stones. But the castle was more than a teacher. It was a companion. He talked to it constantly, chattering about his day, about the stories he'd read, about the strange dreams he sometimes had of a flash of green light and a high, cold laugh. When the nightmares came, the room would respond. The lights would brighten, pushing back the shadows. A soft, humming lullaby would fill the air, a wordless tune that soothed his frayed nerves. A warm, furry creature, a small badger made entirely of golden light, would curl up at the foot of his bed, its warmth seeping into him until he fell asleep again. One day, after a particularly good session where he'd managed to turn a cushion into a small, waddling pig for a full 10 seconds before it reverted. With a startled oink, Harry felt a pull. It wasn't the gentle guidance of the whispering voice. It was a yearning, a curiosity. He had been inside the room of requirement for what felt like a year, maybe more. He had explored every nook, every cranny of its endless, shifting expanse. He knew its mountains of lost things intimately. But he had never tried to leave. He looked at the wall where the door always appeared. It was a solid, unremarkable stretch of stone. He walked towards it, his heart beating a little faster. He reached out and touched the cold rock. "It is time, cub." The voice was tinged with something new. Sadness. Pride. "You must see the rest of your home. But remember the way back. You are always connected to me. I am in your bones, now." Harry nodded, though he didn't fully understand. He pushed against the wall. For a moment, it was solid. Then, it melted away, and he stumbled out into a dark, torchlit corridor. The air was different. It wasn't the still, ancient air of the room. It was moving, alive with drafts and whispers. It smelled of stone dust and, faintly, of cooking food. He was in a castle. A real, massive, impossibly vast castle. He turned back. Where he had just come from was nothing but a blank wall and a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy trying to teach trolls to dance ballet. He grinned. His secret door. He started to walk. He had no plan, no destination. He just wanted to see. He crept down the corridor, his bare feet silent on the cold stone. He passed suits of armor that stood at attention, their helmets swiveling slightly to follow his progress. One raised a gauntlet in a silent, creaky wave. Harry waved back, a huge smile splitting his face. He came to a grand staircase that moved, shifting its steps to form a different path as he watched. He gasped and stepped back, but the stairs seemed to pause, waiting for him. Tentatively, he put a foot on the bottom step. It held firm. He climbed, and the staircase gently rearranged itself to take him higher. He wandered for what felt like hours, a tiny, Owestrican figure in a world of giants. He saw windows that looked out onto a vast, black lake and mountains in the distance. He saw locked doors with knockers shaped like griffins and serpents. He peered through a crack in one door and saw a cavernous room filled with long wooden tables and a ceiling that mirrored the stormy night sky outside. The Great Hall. He was about to move on when a cold sensation washed over him. It wasn't the physical cold of the stone. It was a cold that seeped into his soul. He turned. A ghost was floating towards him. She was a woman, beautiful and sad, with long hair and a flowing robe. She was silver-white and translucent, and she moved without seeming to move, gliding effortlessly through the air. She didn't see him at first. Her eyes were fixed on some faraway point, filled with an ancient, bottomless grief. Harry, who had never seen a ghost before, should have been terrified. But after a year of being raised by a sentient castle, fear was a distant memory. He was simply fascinated. "Hello," he said softly. The ghost stopped. Her eyes, which had been looking through the world, suddenly focused on him. They widened in shock. A living child. Her voice was like the echo in an empty hall, beautiful and forlorn. "How can this be? No student walks these halls. The castle is empty. It has been empty for months. I live here," Harry said, simply. "In the room of requirement. The castle takes care of me." The ghost drifted closer, her expression shifting from shock to wonder. "The room of hidden things. You live there. But you are so small. So, alive." She reached out a translucent hand as if to touch his cheek, but stopped just short. "I felt a change. A warmth in the stone's eye. Have not felt in centuries. It was you. You woke the heart of the castle." "My name is Harry," he said. "Harry Potter." The ghost's ethereal face contorted. It wasn't a scary expression, but one of profound, agonizing recognition. "Potter," she breathed. "The blood of the Peverells runs in you. I see it now. The shadow of death clings to you, but also a great light." She drifted back, her form flickering. "I am the Grey Lady. I walk these halls because I cannot bear to leave them. I have secrets, child. Secrets heavy as stone. But you are too young. Too young for such burdens." She began to fade. "Wait," Harry cried, reaching for her. "Don't go. I don't have anyone to talk to. Please." The Grey Lady paused, her form solidifying slightly. She looked at him, this small, earnest boy with the two big glasses and the messy hair, and for the first time in 1,000 years, something other than grief stirred in her chest. Pity. And a strange, flickering hope. "You have the castle," she said. "That is more than most ever have." "The castle talks to me," Harry agreed. "But it's not like talking to a person. It's like talking to the wind, or the walls. You're a person. You were a person. A faint, sad smile touched her lips. A long time ago. Very well, little one. I will stay a while. What would you ask of the Grey Lady? Harry thought for a moment. There was so much he didn't know. Who are the Peverells? And why did you say the shadow of death clings to me? The Grey Lady's eyes grew distant again. The Peverells were brothers of old. Powerful wizards. One of them, it is said, cheated death itself. Their blood is rare, powerful, and often tragic. She looked at him, her gaze piercing. As for the shadow, it is a mark, Harry. A mark left by a killing curse. You should not be alive. The fact that you are means something. Something terrible, or something wonderful. Perhaps both. Harry didn't understand all of it, but the word, curse, sent a chill down his spine. He thought of the green light in his dreams. The cold laugh. A loud, echoing boom shook the corridor. It came from far away, but it was powerful enough to make the torches flicker. The Grey Lady stiffened. He is restless tonight, she murmured. Who? Harry asked. The Bloody Baron. He prowls the dungeons. He is, not like me. His anger is a living thing. You must not meet him, Harry. Not yet. He would not understand you. He would see you as an intruder, a trespasser in his domain of sorrow. As if summoned by the thought, the temperature in the corridor plummeted. Ice began to form on the stone floor, creeping towards them in crystalline veins. From the end of the corridor, a dark shape emerged. It was larger than the Grey Lady, clad in armor stained with a silvery substance that Harry instinctively knew was blood. He moved with a purpose, a heavy, grinding presence that sucked the warmth from the air. Go, the Grey Lady commanded, her voice urgent. Back to your room, now. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He turned and ran, his heart pounding. He sprinted back the way he came, up the moving staircase, past the waving suit of armor. He could feel the Baron's presence behind him, a wave of crushing cold and rage. He skidded to a halt in front of the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. He focused on the wall, on the room, on the feeling of home. Please, he thought with all his might. Please let me in. The wall melted, and he tumbled through, landing on the familiar, warm stone floor of his sanctuary. He scrambled to his feet and turned. The wall was solid again. He was safe. He leaned against a pile of old books, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The encounter with the Grey Lady had been wonderful. The encounter with the Baron had been terrifying. The world, outside the room was bigger and more dangerous than he had imagined. He walked slowly back to his little nest, his mind churning. The Grey Lady had known his name. She had spoken of his blood, of a curse. There were secrets out there, secrets about who he was and why he was here. He looked at his wand, lying on his bedside table. The castle had given him a tool. But now he knew he needed more than magic. He needed answers. The lights in the room dimmed, trying to soothe him. But for the first time, the comfort felt slightly insufficient. The castle was his home, his parent, his teacher. But it wasn't a person. It couldn't tell him about the Peverells, or the shadow of death, or the man with the cold laugh. He lay down, but sleep was a long time coming. He stared at the starry ceiling, thinking of the Grey Lady's sad, beautiful face, and the Baron's terrifying, icy rage. He was not alone in the castle. There were others, and some of them, perhaps, held the keys to his past. A soft, golden light pulsed from the walls, a gentle, questioning thrum. I am here, cub. I will always be here. Harry closed his eyes, letting the warmth seep into him. I know, he whispered. But I need to know who I am. And I think they can help me. The castle was silent for a long moment. Then, the stones hummed with what felt like acceptance. A new door, one that had never been there before, appeared on the far wall of the chamber. It was small, made of dark, ancient wood, with a handle shaped like a crescent moon. Curiosity, stronger than fear, prickled at Harry. He got up and walked towards it. He placed his hand on the cool metal of the moon. The door swung open silently. Beyond it was not another part of the room. It was a small, circular room with a single, large portrait on the wall. The portrait was of a kind-faced, bearded man wearing elaborate robes. He was sitting in a chair, reading a book. As Harry entered, the man in the portrait looked up, his painted eyes twinkling with an intelligence that seemed far too real. Well, well, the portrait said, his voice rich and warm. The castle told me you might be coming. It's about time we had a chat, young man. My name is Phineas Nigellus Black, and before you judge me, remember that even a broken clock is right twice a day. Sit down. Let's talk about your family. Harry, his heart full of a strange new emotion, hope, sat down on the cold stone floor, ready to listen. Phineas Nigellus Black examined Harry with the slow, deliberate scrutiny of a cat considering a particularly curious mouse. His portrait was magnificent, a gilded frame of intricate swirls that held an oil painting so lifelike it seemed to breathe. Behind him, a backdrop of a grand, gloomy drawing room shifted slightly, as if stirred by an invisible draft. Harry sat cross-legged on the cold stone floor, hugging his knees. The small circular room was otherwise empty, its only purpose seemingly to house this single, talkative portrait. The door with the moon-shaped handle had closed behind him, leaving him alone with the most intimidating painting he had ever seen. "You're smaller than I expected," Phineas Nigellus said finally, his tone dripping with aristocratic disdain. "The castle spoke of you with such reverence. I anticipated something more impressive. A giant killer, perhaps. Or a young Merlin in the making." He sighed heavily and adjusted the cuffs of his elaborate robes. "Instead, I get a waif in mismatched enchanted robes who looks like he's never seen a proper haircut." Harry's hand instinctively went to his messy hair. It was true. The castle provided clothes that fit and food that nourished, but it had never offered a pair of scissors or a mirror. He had no idea what he even looked like. "The castle said you would tell me about my family," Harry said, his voice quiet but steady. He had faced Uncle Vernon's purple-faced rages. He had faced the icy terror of the Bloody Baron. A sarcastic painting held no real fear for him. Phineas Nigellus raised a perfectly manicured eyebrow. "Direct. I suppose I can respect that, though it is terribly forward for someone your age. In my day, children were seen and not heard, preferably from a great distance, while hidden behind a large piece of furniture." He leaned back in his painted chair, which creaked convincingly. "Very well. Your family. The Potters. An old line, though not particularly distinguished until recent generations. They tended to be rather humble for my taste. Too much kindness, not enough ambition. A fatal flaw, in my opinion." Harry frowned. "My parents were kind. From what I heard, your father, James, was an arrogant toe rag, if you'll pardon my ghoulish," Phineas said with a dismissive wave. "But he had a certain charm, I'll grant you. Popular. Talented. Infuriatingly so. And your mother, Lily Evans. Muggle-born. Exceptionally gifted. Far too good for him, if you want the truth, though she seemed to think otherwise." Muggle-born. The word echoed in Harry's mind. The Dursleys had called his mother all sorts of names, but never that. It meant she had come from the non-magical world, just like the Dursleys. She had been like him, once. Trapped in a world that didn't understand her, until she had found this one. How did they die? The question left Harry's lips before he could stop it. It was the question that had haunted his dreams, the shadow that lurked in the corners of his mind. "The Grey Lady said a killing curse marked me." "What happened?" Phineas Nigellus's expression shifted. The haughty disdain melted away, replaced by something that looked almost like discomfort. He glanced away, his painted eyes focusing on something in his imaginary drawing room. "That," he said slowly, "is a darker tale than I am usually inclined to tell to children. But the castle insists you must know. It believes knowledge, even painful knowledge, is better than ignorance." He turned back to Harry, his gaze now grave. "There was a dark wizard. The darkest in a century. He called himself Lord Voldemort." Even in the safety of the small room, even spoken by a painting, the name sent a shiver through Harry. It felt wrong, like a word that should never be spoken aloud. This wizard rose to power through fear and violence. He sought to conquer death itself, to purify the wizarding world of those he deemed unworthy. Muggle-borns, like your mother. Those who befriended them. Those who stood against him. Phineas paused, letting the weight of his words settle. "Your parents were members of an order, a secret society that fought against him. They were marked, hunted. They went into hiding, trusting a secret keeper with their location. But the secret keeper betrayed them." Harry's chest tightened. He felt as if the air in the room had grown thick, hard to breathe. "Who?" "A man named Peter Pettigrew. A friend. Or so they thought." Phineas's voice was cold now, stripped of all pretense. "He sold them to Voldemort for his own worthless skin. On Halloween night, when you were just over a year old, Voldemort found them. He killed your father first, James, trying to buy your mother time to escape with you. But she wouldn't run. She placed herself between you and the darkest wizard alive, and she begged him to kill her instead. Tears were streaming down Harry's face now, hot and silent. He didn't wipe them away. He couldn't move. He could only see it, a scene playing out in his mind's eye. A flash of green light. His father falling. His mother, standing in front of a crib, her arms spread wide, her face filled with a love so fierce it was terrifying. He killed her, Harry whispered. It wasn't a question. Yes, Phineas said, his voice softer than Harry would have thought possible. He killed her, and then he turned his wand on you. But something happened. Something that has never happened before or since. The killing curse rebounded. It struck Voldemort himself, destroying his body, ripping his soul from its mortal shell. And you, Harry, were left with nothing but a scar and a power he knows not. Harry's hand flew to his forehead. He had always felt the thin, raised line of skin there, but the Dursleys had never explained it. They had simply called it a deformity and told him to keep it hidden. Now he knew. It was the mark of his parents' death. And his survival. Why? Harry asked, his voice cracking. Why did it happen? Why me? Phineas Nigellus shook his head slowly. That, young Potter, is the question of the age. The most learned wizards and witches have debated it for years. The most common theory is your mother's love. She had a choice, you see. She could have stepped aside, saved herself. Voldemort gave her the chance. He didn't have to kill her. But she chose to die for you. That kind of sacrifice, that kind of love, it creates a magic older than any spell. It marked you as protected. His curse could not touch you. Harry sat in stunned silence. The tears continued to fall, but they were different now. They were tears of grief for parents he never knew, but also tears of something else. Pride. His mother had chosen him. She had loved him enough to die. For all the years of neglect and cruelty at the Dursleys, for all the loneliness, in this one truth, he was cherished. The castle hummed around him, a low, mournful vibration that seemed to echo his sorrow. The stones themselves felt warmer, pressing in gently, as if offering a silent embrace. A small, soft cloth appeared beside him on the floor, a handkerchief embroidered with tiny golden stars. He picked it up and wiped his face. I'm sorry, Phineas Nigellus said quietly. I am not skilled at delivering comfort. My own children found me cold and distant, and they were not wrong. But I will tell you this, Harry Potter. Your parents did not die in vain. Their sacrifice gave you life, and their love gave you protection. And now, you are here. In the safest place in the wizarding world. The castle itself has chosen you. That is no small thing. Harry took a shaky breath. What happened to the traitor? Pettigrew. A flicker of disgust crossed Phineas's face. He was confronted by your father's friends. Sirius Black, your godfather, and Remus Lupin. But Pettigrew escaped, framing Black for his own murder and the betrayal of your parents. Black was sent to Azkaban, the wizard prison, without a trial. He is there still, as far as I know, rotting for a crime he did not commit. Godfather. The word hit Harry like a physical blow. He had a godfather. Someone his parents had trusted to raise him if they died. And he was in prison, for a crime he didn't commit, while Harry had been left with the Dursleys. Sirius Black, Harry repeated, committing the name to memory. He's innocent. So it is believed by those who know the full story. But the Ministry of Magic is not known for its willingness to admit mistakes. Especially not in a case as high profile as this. Phineas studied Harry intently. You have the look of your father about you, you know. The hair, certainly. But your eyes, those are your mother's eyes. Green, like hers. She had a way of looking at you that made you feel seen. Truly seen. It was disconcerting. Harry managed a small, watery smile. Thank you. For telling me. I know you didn't have to. Phineas Nigellus sniffed, but his expression had softened considerably. The castle asked it of me, and I find myself not entirely opposed to the task. You are a polite child, which is more than I can say for most of the brats who have passed through these halls. He paused, then added, almost reluctantly, if you have more questions, you may return. This door will open for you. I am, for better or worse, at your disposal. Harry stood up, his legs a little unsteady. He looked at the portrait of the haughty, sarcastic man who had just delivered the most painful and precious gift he had ever received, the truth. "Thank you, Professor Black," he said formally. Phineas Nigellus actually smiled, a small, crooked thing that transformed his entire face. "Off with you, child. Go and let the castle fuss over you. It's insufferably sentimental about its little cub." Harry turned and pushed open the moon door. He stepped back into the main chamber of the room of requirement, and the door melted back into the wall as if it had never existed. He walked slowly back to his little nest of tapestries and blankets. The castle had dimmed its lights to a soft, twilight glow, respecting his mood. He lay down on his bed, clutching the starry handkerchief. The silver badger materialized at his feet, curling into a warm, glowing ball. He stared at the infinite ceiling, at the constellations that mimicked the real sky far above the castle. James Potter, Lily Potter, his parents, they were no longer just vague concepts, names without faces. They were people. His father, arrogant and talented. His mother, Muggle-born and exceptionally gifted, who had died on her knees, begging to be killed instead of her son. And Sirius Black, his godfather, innocent, rotting in a prison for the crime of loyalty to his friends. The grief was a heavy stone in his chest. But beneath it, something else was growing. A resolve. A tiny, flickering flame of purpose. He was Harry Potter. He carried his mother's eyes and his father's hair. He was marked by a curse that couldn't kill him, protected by a love that wouldn't die. And he had a godfather who deserved to be free. He didn't know how old he was anymore. Time in the room had blurred the years. He might be 7 now, or 8. He was small and young and powerless in the grand scheme of things. But he was not nothing. He was not worthless. He was the son of Lily and James Potter. And the castle had chosen him. The walls pulsed with a soft, golden light, a gentle rhythm like a heartbeat. "Sleep, cub," the whisper came, softer than ever. "Grieve, and grow strong. The path ahead is long, but you will not walk it alone." Harry closed his eyes, and for the first time, the nightmares did not come. Instead, he dreamed of a woman with green eyes, holding him close, whispering that everything would be all right. He dreamed of a man with messy black hair, laughing, tossing him high in the air. He dreamed of a great, shaggy black dog, running through a field of wildflowers, its tail wagging furiously as it raced towards him. He woke the next morning with the taste of salt on his lips and a new fire in his heart. He got up, ate the breakfast the castle provided, and went straight to the section of the room filled with books. He had learned to read, but now he had a reason to read. He needed to know everything. About the Dark Wizard. About Azkaban. About the magic of sacrifice. About the Peverells and the Deathly Hallows the Grey Lady had mentioned. He pulled down a heavy tome titled A History of the Dark Arts in Britain. The pages were dusty, but the words glowed gold for him, the patient voice of the castle reading aloud as his finger traced each line. He learned about Grindelwald, about the rise of Voldemort, about the terror of the Death Eaters. He learned about Azkaban and the Dementors, soul-sucking fiends that guarded the prison. The thought of his godfather surrounded by such creatures made his stomach churn. Days turned into weeks, turned into months. Harry devoured books like a starving man at a feast. He practiced magic until his wand arm ached and the silver sparks flew true. He learned to transfigure small objects into other small objects, to charm things to fly across the room, to brew simple potions using ingredients the castle provided in a small, hidden alcove that had become his private laboratory. He visited Phineas Nigellus often, plying him with questions. The portrait, despite his constant complaints about the interruption, always answered. He told Harry about the Sacred 28, about the old pure-blood families, about the politics of the Wizengamot. He taught him about social graces, about the importance of appearance, about the subtle art of saying one thing while meaning another. "You have your mother's heart," Phineas told him one day, after Harry had asked about the best way to help Sirius. "But you will need more than a heart to free him. You will need power, knowledge, and allies. You have the first 2 here. The third will come when you are ready to leave this room and meet the world." "When will that be?" Harry asked. "When the castle decides," Phineas replied. "And when you are ready. Not a moment before." So Harry waited. He learned. He grew. He practiced until the magic became as natural as breathing. And all the while, the castle watched over him, its heartbeat steady in the stones, its whisper a constant comfort in the silence. Years passed in the room of requirement. Harry lost count of them. He celebrated birthdays alone, but not lonely, with cakes that appeared with candles already lit and the soft hum of the walls singing him a wordless song. He grew taller, stronger. His voice deepened. His hands grew sure. His magic swelled within him like a tidal wave, carefully channeled and controlled by the endless lessons of his ancient home. He was 11 years old when the door finally opened. Not the hidden door to the corridor. A different door. A grand door, made of ancient oak banded with iron, that appeared one morning in the center of the main chamber. It hadn't been there the night before. It simply was, solid and real and waiting. Harry approached it slowly, his wand in his hand. Years of instinct told him to be cautious, to assess, to understand. He placed his palm on the cool wood. The door hummed under his touch, a familiar, welcoming vibration. "It is time, cub." The whisper was filled with pride. And sorrow. And love. "Go. Meet your world. You are ready." Harry took a deep breath, the deepest of his life. He pushed open the door. And stepped into chaos. The chaos hit Harry like a physical wave. Sound. Blazing, overwhelming sound. The roar of hundreds of voices, the scrape of cutlery on plates, the flutter of thousands of candles floating in midair. Light. Dazzling, golden light pouring from the enchanted ceiling above, which reflected the starry sky outside in brilliant, moving color. Smells. Roast chicken and pumpkin pasties and something sweet and treacly that made his mouth water instantly. Harry stood frozen in the doorway, his hand still reaching for the handle that was no longer there. Behind him was only solid stone. Before him was the great hall of Hogwarts, filled to bursting with students in black robes, their faces turned towards him with expressions ranging from shock to curiosity to outright disbelief. He had grown in the room of requirement. He was tall for his age now, lean and whipcord strong from years of exploring and practicing. His black hair was still impossibly messy, falling over his forehead in the famous scar that was now visible for all to see. His green eyes, his mother's eyes, swept across the hall, taking in everything at once with the calm assessment of someone who had learned to read a room before entering it. The whispering started immediately. "Who's that? Is that a student? He's too old to be a first year. Look at his scar, it can't be. Harry Potter. But he disappeared years ago. They said he was dead. The boy who lived is here." Harry heard every word. His hearing, like all his senses, had been sharpened by years of solitude and the subtle magic of the castle. He didn't flinch. He didn't look away. He stood tall, his wand held loosely at his side, and waited. At the staff table, a commotion was brewing. A severe-looking woman with her black hair pulled into a tight bun rose from her seat, her lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. Professor McGonagall. Harry recognized her from one of Phineas Nigelus's stories about the current Hogwarts staff. She was the deputy headmistress, and she looked like she had just swallowed a lemon whole. But before she could take 2 steps, a figure at the center of the table raised a hand. Albus Dumbledore. He was older than Harry remembered from that night on Privet Drive, his hair and beard now pure silver, but his eyes behind the half-moon spectacles held the same twinkling light. He was smiling. Not the tight, controlled smile of a politician, but a genuine, delighted smile, as if he had just been given the best birthday present imaginable. "Minerva," Dumbledore's voice carried easily across the hall, calm and resonant. "I believe our missing student has finally found his way to the feast. Perhaps a chair might be in order." The hall erupted. Students stood on benches to get a better look. The whispering grew to a roar. A red-haired boy near the Gryffindor table was pointing and elbowing his friend, a scruffy-looking boy with dirt on his nose. A bushy-haired girl at the Ravenclaw table was already pulling a notebook from her bag, her eyes wide with analytical fascination. At the Slytherin table, a group of older boys watched with cold, calculating stares, their expressions unreadable. Harry felt the weight of their attention like a physical thing. It pressed against him, invasive and intense. But he had spent years with only a ghost and a sarcastic portrait for company. He had faced the icy rage of the Bloody Baron and the mournful silence of the Grey Lady. A few hundred staring students were not going to break him. Professor McGonagall had reached him now. She looked down at him, her expression severe but her eyes betraying a flicker of something softer. Concern, perhaps, or curiosity. "Mr. Potter," she said, her Scottish brogue crisp and precise. "You have caused quite a stir. Perhaps you would be kind enough to explain how you came to be standing in my great hall during the start of term feast." I live here, Professor, Harry said simply. The castle let me out. McGonagall's eyebrows shot towards her hairline. She glanced back at Dumbledore, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. She turned back to Harry, her expression shifting to one of careful consideration. I see, she said slowly. We have much to discuss, you and I. But first, you are here, and you are clearly of school age. Tell me, how old are you, Mr. Potter? 11, Harry said. I think. The castle doesn't celebrate birthdays the same way, but the room showed me a calendar once. I was born July 31st. 11, McGonagall repeated. Then you are precisely the right age to begin your magical education. The question is, which house will you belong to? She looked him up and down, taking in his simple but well-made robes, his calm posture, his unwavering gaze. Follow me. She led him through the hall, and the students parted before them like water before a ship's prow. Harry walked with his head held high, meeting the stairs with quiet composure. He passed the Hufflepuff table and saw faces full of open curiosity and friendliness. He passed the Ravenclaw table and saw eyes that assessed and calculated. He passed the Gryffindor table and saw a mixture of awe and excitement. He passed the Slytherin table and saw cold, hard appraisal, and in a few, something that looked almost like respect. At the staff table, Dumbledore rose and pulled out a chair for him. Please, Harry, sit. You must be hungry after your journey. We can discuss the formalities after you've eaten. Harry sat, and immediately a plate materialized before him, piled high with more food than he had ever seen in one place. He looked at it, then at Dumbledore. The castle always provided for me, he said quietly. But never like this. The castle has many talents, Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling. But it has never quite mastered the art of a proper feast. That requires the human touch. Or, in the case of our wonderful house elves, the house elf touch. Harry ate. He was hungry, but he ate with the controlled precision of someone who had learned not to gorge, not to take more than he needed. The castle had taught him moderation, even in pleasure. As he ate, he listened. He heard fragments of conversations from the nearby tables. Disappeared when he was a baby, my mum said. ... Dumbledore must have hidden him for protection. Think he's a dark wizard. Growing up alone in the castle. Heard he can talk to snakes. The last one made Harry pause. Talk to snakes. He had never spoken to a snake. He had barely seen any creatures in the room, except for the glowing silver ones the castle sometimes sent to comfort him. He filed the rumor away for later investigation. When the feast wound down and the last crumbs of treacle tart had vanished, Dumbledore rose again. The hall fell silent instantly. Before we retire to our common rooms for the night, Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying effortlessly, we have one final piece of business. A student who has been delayed in his arrival. Mr. Harry Potter will need to be sorted before he can join his classmates. Professor McGonagall, if you please. McGonagall approached with a small, three-legged stool and a tattered old hat. The sorting hat. Harry had read about it in Hogwarts, a history. It was one of the most ancient and mysterious artifacts in the castle, imbued with the intelligence of the four founders. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, if you would sit on the stool and place the hat on your head. Harry rose. The hall was utterly silent now, every eye fixed on him. He walked to the stool and sat down. The hat was placed on his head, and it flopped forward, covering his eyes. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a small voice spoke directly into his ear. Well, Harry Potter. The castle's little secret. I've been waiting for you, you know. For 11 years, I've sat in the headmaster's office, feeling the hum of the stones, knowing that somewhere within these walls, a child was growing. A child unlike any other. The hat chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. The things I could tell you about the founders, if I had the time. But we have a more pressing matter. Where to put you? Harry thought of the houses he had read about. Gryffindor, for the brave. Hufflepuff, for the loyal. Ravenclaw, for the wise. Slytherin, for the ambitious. He had no idea where he belonged. You belong wherever you choose, the hat said, responding to his thoughts. But choice is a heavy thing for one so young. Let me see what the castle has made of you. Harry felt a strange sensation, like someone sifting gently through his memories. The cupboard under the stairs. The first whisper of the castle. The Grey Lady's sad face. Phineas Nigelus's sarcastic lessons, the weight of his wand, the story of his parents, the cold rage he felt towards the traitor Pettigrew, the burning desire to free his godfather, the hunger for knowledge, the patience learned from years of solitude, the courage to face the unknown, the loyalty to a castle that had raised him, the ambition to become strong enough to protect those he loved. The hat was silent for a long moment. Extraordinary, it whispered. Absolutely extraordinary. You have the bravery of a Gryffindor, the loyalty of a Hufflepuff, the intellect of a Ravenclaw, and the ambition of a Slytherin. The castle did not just raise you, boy. It made you its own. It gave you the best of all its founders. Harry felt a surge of hope. So I could be in any house. You could be in any house, the hat confirmed. But you must be in one. The question is, which one needs you most? And which one do you need? Harry thought about it. He thought about his parents, both Gryffindors. He thought about Sirius Black, also a Gryffindor, according to Phineas. He thought about the red-haired boy who had pointed at him, the one with the open, friendly face. He thought about the cold stares from the Slytherin table, and the flicker of something that might have been recognition in the eyes of a pale, dark-haired boy who sat apart from the others. Gryffindor, Harry thought firmly. My parents were Gryffindors. My godfather is a Gryffindor. And I think I need to be where I can find friends who will stand with me. The hat sighed, a sound of ancient contentment. Gryffindor it is. Though Slytherin would have been fascinating. Ah, well, another time, perhaps. Gryffindor. The hat shouted to the hall. The Gryffindor table erupted. Cheers and applause thundered through the hall. Harry pulled the hat from his head and stood, blinking in the sudden brightness of their welcome. The red-haired boy was jumping up and down, waving frantically at him. The scruffy-looking boy was grinning so wide his face looked split in two. Even the bushy-haired girl from Ravenclaw was clapping, though she looked slightly miffed that he hadn't chosen her house. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table, and they parted to make room for him, patting his back, shaking his hand, shouting congratulations. He sat down next to the red-haired boy, who immediately stuck out his hand. Ron Weasley, he said. Bloody hell, you're Harry Potter. You're actually here. We thought you were a myth, like the Chamber of Secrets or something. I'm not a myth, Harry said, shaking his hand. I'm just late. Late. Ron laughed. You're 11 years late. Where have you been? What happened? Is it true you grew up in the castle? How did you survive? Did you fight any trolls? My brothers say the castle is full of hidden dangers, but my mum says they're just trying to scare me. Ronald, a stern voice cut in. It was the bushy-haired girl from Ravenclaw, who had somehow materialized at their table. Let him breathe. He's just been sorted, and he probably wants to eat something without being interrogated. She turned to Harry and smiled, a bright, eager smile. I'm Hermione Granger. It's an honor to meet you. I've read everything about you. Well, everything that's been published, which isn't much, because the Ministry suppressed most of the records after you know who's fall. But I have theories. Lots of theories. Brilliant, Ron muttered. Another one. Harry found himself smiling. It was overwhelming, this flood of attention and noise and warmth, but it wasn't unpleasant. It was like stepping out of a dark room into the sun. Blinding, but beautiful. The feast officially ended, and the prefects began herding the students towards their dormitories. Ron stuck close to Harry as they climbed the marble staircases and wound through the shifting corridors. Don't worry, Ron said confidently. I've been here a whole month already. Well, a month before term started, but still. I know the way to Gryffindor Tower like the back of my hand. They took a wrong turn and ended up in front of a suit of armor that seemed to be laughing at them. It's this way, Ron insisted, leading them down another corridor. After 3 more wrong turns and a brief encounter with Peeves the poltergeist, who took one look at Harry, shrieked, "Potty's here! Potty's here!" and zoomed off cackling, they finally reached the portrait of the fat lady. Password? The fat lady asked, looking down her nose at them. Ron froze. Password. Right. The prefect said it at the feast, but I wasn't really listening. Something to do with plants. No, wait, it was, Caput Draconis, Harry said quietly. The fat lady blinked. That's the old password. How do you know that? Harry shrugged. The castle told me. The fat lady exchanged a glance with Ron, then swung forward, revealing the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. It was a warm, cozy space, filled with squashy armchairs, a crackling fire, and tapestries depicting heroic deeds of lions past. Harry stepped inside, and for a moment, he felt a pang of something like loss. The room of requirement was his home, his sanctuary. This place, for all its warmth, was not his. Not yet. But as he looked around at the students settling into chairs, at Ron collapsing into an armchair with a sigh of relief, at Hermione already pulling out a book, he felt something else. A thread of connection. A possibility. He found an empty armchair near the fire and sat down. The flames crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows on the walls. He thought of the Grey Lady, drifting through the empty corridors. He thought of Phineas Nigellus, sitting in his portrait, probably complaining about the lack of proper conversation. He thought of the room, waiting for him, always waiting. A hand touched his shoulder. He looked up. Ron was standing there, holding 2 butterbeers that a house elf had apparently just delivered. "Thought you might want one," Ron said, handing him a bottle. "First night jitters. I had them too. Still have them, actually. It's a lot, isn't it? All of this." Harry took the butterbeer. It was cold and sweet and perfect. "It's a lot," he agreed. Ron sat down in the chair next to him. "So, you really grew up here? In the castle? In the room of requirement," Harry said. "It's complicated." Ron nodded sagely, as if he understood completely. "My mum always says the best things are complicated. She also says the worst things are complicated, but we're not going to think about that right now." He took a long swig of his butterbeer. "You're going to be all right, you know. Here, with us. Gryffindors stick together." Harry looked at the fire, at the warm glow of the room, at the boy beside him who offered friendship so freely, without suspicion or calculation. It was a gift he hadn't known he was waiting for. "Thanks, Ron," he said quietly. Ron grinned. "Don't mention it. Now, tell me everything. Start from the beginning. What was it like, being raised by a castle?" Harry opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, the flames in the fireplace roared up, turning a brilliant, emerald green. A face appeared in the heart of the fire, an ancient, lined face with eyes that burned with an inner light. Dumbledore's voice echoed from the flames, urgent and quiet. "Harry, I apologize for the intrusion, but you must come to my office immediately. The password is sherbet lemon. There is something you need to see. Something about your godfather." The face vanished. The flames returned to normal. Harry sat frozen, the butterbeer forgotten in his hand. Ron stared at the fireplace, his face pale. "Bloody hell," he whispered. "What was that about?" Harry stood up, his heart hammering against his ribs. Sirius Black. His godfather. Something had happened. Something that required Dumbledore's personal summons on his very first night in the castle. He looked at Ron, at the concern in the other boy's eyes. "I have to go. I'm coming with you," Ron said instantly, scrambling to his feet. Harry shook his head. "No. Dumbledore said me. Alone. I'll be back." He didn't wait for an answer. He ran. Harry ran through the corridors of Hogwarts as if the castle itself were guiding his feet. In a way, it was. The torches flared brighter as he passed, lighting his way. Staircases shifted to create the shortest path. Suits of armor saluted silently, their visors turning to follow his progress. He was a child of the castle, and it was rushing him towards his destiny. He found the gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office without difficulty. It was a hideous stone creature, crouched on its haunches, its stony eyes following him with ancient suspicion. "Password," it grated. "Sherbet lemon," Harry said, his voice steady despite the frantic pounding of his heart. The gargoyle leapt aside, and the wall behind it split open to reveal a spiraling stone staircase that moved upward of its own accord. Harry stepped onto it, and the staircase carried him up, round and round, past windows that showed glimpses of the dark lake and the mountains beyond, until he reached a gleaming oak door with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. The door swung open before he could knock. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Phineas Nigellus had described it. A large, circular room lined with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all of whom turned to stare at Harry as he entered. Delicate silver instruments whirred on spindle-legged tables, emitting puffs of smoke. The sorting hat sat on a shelf behind a magnificent claw-footed desk. And behind that desk, in a high-backed chair, sat Albus Dumbledore. But the headmaster was not alone. 2 other figures stood before his desk, and Harry recognized them both from the feast. Professor McGonagall, her lips pressed into a thin line of worry. And a man Harry had not met but instantly disliked, a greasy-haired man with a hooked nose and sallow skin, dressed in flowing black robes. Professor Snape, the potions master. The man who, according to Phineas Nigellus, had been a Death Eater before turning spy for Dumbledore. Harry, Dumbledore said warmly, rising from his chair. Thank you for coming so quickly. Please, sit down. Harry didn't sit. He stood in the center of the room, his eyes fixed on Dumbledore. What's happened to my godfather? The portraits murmured among themselves. McGonagall flinched. Snape's expression remained utterly blank, but his dark eyes flickered with something Harry couldn't read. Dumbledore sighed, a heavy, weary sound. That is what we must discuss. Please, Harry, sit. This time, Harry obeyed. He sank into a comfortable armchair that faced the desk, his hands gripping the armrests. The warmth of the fire crackling in the grate did nothing to dispel the cold that had settled in his chest. Earlier this evening, Dumbledore began, I received an urgent communication from the Ministry of Magic. It concerns your godfather, Sirius Black. He paused, his blue eyes searching Harry's face. What do you know of him? Harry's jaw tightened. I know he was my parents' friend. Their secret keeper. I know he was betrayed by Pettigrew and sent to Azkaban for a crime he didn't commit. He looked directly into Dumbledore's eyes. I know he's innocent. The silence that followed was deafening. McGonagall's hand flew to her mouth. Snape's face contorted for just a moment, a flash of something violent and raw, before smoothing back into impassivity. Even the portraits seemed to hold their breath. Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes boring into Harry's. Who told you this? The castle, Harry said simply. Through the Grey Lady. And Phineas Nigellus Black. They told me everything. About the prophecy, about Voldemort, about my parents. About the traitor who was never caught. Snape made a sound, a sharp intake of breath, at the name Voldemort. But Dumbledore held up a hand, silencing him before he could speak. The castle told you, Dumbledore repeated slowly. Of course. The Founders, magic runs deep in these stones. It would know the truth of what happened that night. It would share the truth with the one it has chosen. He leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. Then you know more than most. Which makes what I have to tell you both easier and harder. Tell me, Harry said. His voice was calm, but inside, a storm was building. Dumbledore nodded. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. Escaped. From the most secure prison in the wizarding world. The prison from which no one had ever escaped. When? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. 3 days ago, Dumbledore replied. The Ministry kept it quiet at first, hoping to recapture him quietly. But word has spread. He is now the most wanted wizard in Britain. Harry's mind raced. Escaped. His godfather was free. But why now? After 11 years in that hellish place, why escape now? The Ministry believes, McGonagall said gently, stepping forward, that he is coming here. To Hogwarts. Harry stared at her. Coming here? Why would he come here? The silence that followed was answer enough. Slowly, horrifyingly, the pieces clicked into place in Harry's mind. Sirius Black, the Ministry would say, was a Death Eater. A follower of Voldemort. He had betrayed the Potters to their death. And now, with his master gone, what would a loyal Death Eater want? Revenge. On the one who had survived. On the boy who had brought down the Dark Lord. They thought Sirius wanted to kill him. That's not true, Harry said, his voice rising. You're wrong. He's innocent. He wouldn't. He's my godfather. My parents trusted him. Your parents were wrong, Snape said, and his voice was silk wrapped around a blade. He stepped forward, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost frightening. I knew Sirius Black. I knew him at school. He was arrogant, reckless, and cruel. He and your father tormented anyone they thought beneath them. And when Voldemort rose to power, Black joined him willingly. He was the Potter's secret keeper, and he betrayed them. I heard him gloat about it afterward, before he was captured. Harry shot to his feet, his wand in his hand before he knew he'd drawn it. Sparks flew from the tip, golden and dangerous. You're lying. Snape didn't flinch. He looked at the wand, then at Harry's face, and a thin, cruel smile curved his lips. The boy has his father's temper. And his father's arrogance. But he lacks his father's talent. Put the wand down, Potter, before you hurt yourself. Enough. Dumbledore's voice cracked through the room like a whip. The portraits fell silent. The silver instruments stopped whirring. Even the fire seemed to dim. He stood, and for the first time, Harry saw not the kindly old headmaster, but the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald, the only wizard Voldemort had ever feared. Severus, your history with the Potter family is well known. But this is neither the time nor the place for old grievances. He turned to Harry, and his voice softened. Harry, please, sit down. Harry didn't move. He stood facing Snape, his wand still raised, his green eyes blazing. He's lying about my godfather. I know he is. The castle showed me the truth. The castle showed you what it knows, Dumbledore said carefully. But the castle is not omniscient. It feels magic, it remembers magic, but it does not always understand the hearts of men. Sirius Black was your parents' friend. That much is true. But people change, Harry. They can be corrupted. They can be broken. Not him, Harry insisted. But there was a crack in his certainty now, a tiny fissure of doubt. What if the castle had been wrong? What if Phineas Nigellus had been mistaken? What if the Grey Lady's information was centuries out of date? Whether he is innocent or guilty, Dumbledore said, the fact remains that he has escaped Azkaban. The Dementors will be searching for him. And if he is coming to Hogwarts, as the Ministry believes, then you must be protected. I have therefore taken certain precautions. Harry lowered his wand slowly, his arm trembling with tension. What precautions? First, you will not be permitted to leave the castle grounds. Not for any reason. Second, you will be accompanied by a teacher whenever you move between classes. Third, and most importantly, I have asked Professor Snape to begin giving you occlumency lessons. Harry's head snapped towards Snape. Occlumency. The art of protecting your mind from outside intrusion, Dumbledore explained. The Dark Lord was a skilled legilimens. He could read thoughts and memories as easily as you read a book. If he returns, and there are signs that he will seek you out. You must be prepared to resist him. And who better to teach you than a skilled occlumens who spent years hiding his true thoughts from the most dangerous wizard in history? Snape's voice dripped with contempt. But I warn you now, Potter. This will not be easy. Your mind is undisciplined, emotional. You wear your heart on your sleeve for all to see. It will take years of training to build the walls you need. Then we'd better start now, Harry said flatly. He turned back to Dumbledore. Is that all? Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. For now, yes. You should return to your common room. Your friends will be worried. Harry nodded curtly. He turned to leave, but paused at the door. Without looking back, he said, Sirius Black is innocent. I don't care what the Ministry says. I don't care what anyone says. I'll prove it. He walked out, leaving the door open behind him. The spiral staircase carried him down in silence. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions, anger at Snape, fear for his godfather, confusion about what to believe, and underneath it all, a burning, desperate hope. Sirius was free. Somewhere out there, in the cold Scottish night, his godfather was free. He emerged from the gargoyle corridor and started walking. He didn't pay attention to where he was going. His feet carried him on instinct, through corridors and past portraits, until he found himself in a part of the castle he didn't recognize. It was a long, narrow corridor lined with suits of armor, their empty helmets gleaming in the torchlight. At the end of the corridor, a door stood slightly ajar. Through the crack, Harry could see a faint, flickering light. He approached cautiously, his wand ready. He pushed the door open. It was a classroom. An old, abandoned classroom, by the look of it. Desks were stacked against the walls, covered in dust. The blackboard was still covered in chalk markings from a lesson long forgotten. And in the center of the room, standing before a cracked mirror, was a figure. It was a woman. Young, beautiful, with long red hair that cascaded down her back. She wore simple Muggle clothes, a jeans and a jumper, and she was smiling at something in the mirror. As Harry watched, she turned, and for a moment, their eyes met. She wasn't real. She was a ghost, a spirit, a memory-given form. But Harry knew her instantly. He had seen her in his dreams, in the stories Phineas had told, in the deepest yearnings of his heart. Mum, he whispered. The ghost, the spirit, whatever she was, smiled at him. It was the same smile from his dreams, warm and loving and full of light. Harry, she said, and her voice was exactly as he had imagined it, soft and sweet and perfect. My brave, brave boy. You've grown so much. Harry took a step forward, then stopped. Are you real? Real enough, she said. I'm a memory. A piece of myself I left behind, in this room, a long time ago. I don't know why I'm still here. Perhaps I was waiting for you. Tears streamed down Harry's face. He didn't try to stop them. I'm sorry, he said. I'm so sorry. I should have been able to. Hush, Lily said, moving closer. She didn't touch him, she couldn't, he realized, she was too insubstantial for that, but her presence was enough. You have nothing to be sorry for. You were a baby. You did exactly what you were supposed to do. You survived. I don't understand any of this, Harry said, his voice cracking. They say Sirius betrayed you. They say he's a Death Eater. They say he's coming to kill me. But the castle showed me he was innocent. I don't know what to believe. Lily's expression shifted, a flicker of pain crossing her features. Sirius, she said softly. Poor, brave Sirius. He loved you, Harry. He loved you like you were his own. When James and I chose him as your godfather, we knew we were giving you to someone who would die for you without a second thought. But did he betray you? Harry asked, the question tearing itself from his throat. Please, I need to know. Lily was silent for a long moment. Then she shook her head slowly. No, Harry. Sirius never betrayed us. He was loyal to the end. The traitor was someone else. Someone we never suspected. Harry's heart leapt. Who? But before she could answer, the ghost began to fade. Her form grew translucent, her voice distant. I can't stay, she said, her eyes filling with sorrow. This memory is old, Harry. It's almost gone. But remember this, trust the castle. It chose you for a reason. It sees what others cannot. And find the rat. The rat holds the key. The rat, Harry repeated desperately. What rat? Mum, please. But she was gone. The room was empty, the mirror cracked, the dust settling in the silence. Harry stood alone in the abandoned classroom, his mother's last words echoing in his mind. Find the rat. The rat holds the key. He didn't know what it meant. But he knew one thing for certain. His mother had confirmed it. Sirius was innocent. And somewhere in this castle, the proof was waiting to be found. He wiped his tears with the back of his hand, turned, and walked out of the room. The castle hummed around him, a low, encouraging vibration. It had led him here. It had given him this moment with his mother. Now it was time to act. He made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, his mind churning with possibilities. The fat lady let him in without comment. The common room was empty, the fire burned low. But Ron was waiting for him, slumped in an armchair, fighting to stay awake. You're back, Ron said, sitting up quickly. What happened? Is everything all right? Harry looked at his friend, his first real friend, and felt a surge of gratitude. He couldn't tell him everything. Not yet, but he could tell him some of it. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban, he said. They think he's coming here to kill me. Ron's face went white. Bloody hell. But he's not, Harry said firmly. He's innocent, and I'm going to prove it. Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his face. All right then, he said simply. What do we do first? Harry felt something loosen in his chest. He wasn't alone. He had a friend. He had the castle. And he had a mission. We find a rat, he said. Ron blinked. A rat? What kind of rat? Harry thought of his mother's fading ghost, of her final, urgent words. I don't know yet. But when we find it, we'll find the truth. The fire crackled in the grate, and somewhere in the darkness of the castle, a pair of red eyes opened and began to watch. The Gryffindor common room was empty in the way only a place full of sleeping people can be. The fire had burned down to glowing embers, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn armchairs and cluttered tables. Harry sat cross-legged on the hearthrug, staring into the dying light, while Ron snored softly in the armchair behind him. Sleep was impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw his mother's face, heard her voice, felt the echo of her presence in that abandoned classroom. Find the rat. The rat holds the key. The words circled in his mind like a riddle without an answer. A rat. What kind of rat? A real rat, with fur and whiskers. Or was it a metaphor? A traitor, perhaps, someone who ratted out his parents to Voldemort. But his mother had said the rat holds the key. That sounded literal. Like an object. Something hidden. He reached into the pocket of his robes and pulled out a small, crumpled piece of parchment. It had appeared on his pillow that morning, before the feast, before everything. At the time, he'd thought it was just another gift from the castle, a blank piece of paper for notes. But now, in the firelight, he saw faint writing that hadn't been there before. Look to the pet of the youngest. The truth hides in plain sight. Harry's breath caught. The castle was still speaking to him. Still guiding him. He read the words again, memorizing them, then held the parchment to the embers. It caught fire instantly, curling into ash that floated up the chimney. The youngest. The youngest what? The youngest Weasley. Ron was the youngest Weasley boy, but he had a younger sister. Ginny. Was the message for her? Or about her? He thought of Ron's pet. Scabbers. The fat, gray rat that spent most of its time sleeping in Ron's pocket or nibbling on leftovers from meals. Ron had mentioned that Scabbers had been in the family for years, passed down from brother to brother. A hand-me-down pet, like everything else the Weasleys owned. A rat. Ron had a rat. Harry's heart began to pound. He looked over at his sleeping friend, at the bulge in his robe pocket where Scabbers currently dozed. Could it really be that simple? Could the key to everything be hiding in plain sight, disguised as a lazy, useless pet? He needed to know more. He needed to see the rat up close, to feel its magic, to understand what it truly was. But not tonight. Tonight, he would wait. Tonight, he would plan. He lay down on the hearthrug, using a cushion as a pillow, and finally, exhaustion claimed him. Morning came too soon, bringing with it the chaos of a Hogwarts school day. Harry was woken by Ron shaking his shoulder, his face pale with urgency. "Mate, you need to get up. McGonagall's going to have our heads if we're late to Transfiguration. First day and all." Harry sat up, rubbing his eyes. The common room was full of students now, rushing around with books and robes and half-eaten toast. Hermione appeared at his elbow, holding a schedule. "I took the liberty of picking up your timetable," she said briskly. "You have Transfiguration first with Gryffindor and Slytherin, then Charms, then lunch, then potions with the same lot, and finally History of Magic. I've highlighted the important passages in your textbooks and cross-referenced them with the recommended reading list. You'll need to catch up quickly, but I'm happy to help." Ron stared at her. "Blimey, do you ever slow down?" Hermione ignored him, pressing the schedule into Harry's hand. Her eyes, however, lingered on his face a moment longer than necessary, a flicker of concern in their brown depths. "You all right?" she asked quietly. "You look like you didn't sleep." Harry managed a smile. "Long night. I'm fine." He wasn't fine. But he couldn't explain that here, surrounded by students, with the memory of his mother's ghost still fresh in his mind and the mystery of the rat burning a hole in his thoughts. They gathered their things and joined the stream of students heading out of the tower. The fat lady wished them a good morning as they climbed through the portrait hole, and Harry found himself studying every face they passed, looking for something, he didn't know what. Signs of the enemy. Signs of the truth. Transfiguration was held in a large, airy classroom at the top of a winding staircase. Professor McGonagall was already there when they arrived, standing behind her desk in her animagus form, a tabby cat with square spectacles markings around her eyes. She leapt down as the last students filed in, transforming back into her human self in a swirl of robes. "Take your seats," she said crisply. "We have much to cover and little time to cover it." Harry slid into a seat next to Ron near the back. Hermione, naturally, had taken a front row seat, her hand already raised with a question before McGonagall had even begun. The Slytherins filed in on the opposite side of the room, and Harry felt their eyes on him immediately. Not all of them, just one. The pale, dark-haired boy he'd noticed at the feast. He sat apart from the others, his expression carefully blank, but his gaze followed Harry with an intensity that was hard to ignore. "That's Malfoy," Ron whispered, following Harry's look. "Draco Malfoy. His father's a right bastard, according to my dad. Pure blood maniacs, the whole family. Stay away from him." Harry nodded, but he didn't look away. Malfoy held his gaze for a long moment, then turned deliberately to face the front, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. McGonagall's lesson was fascinating. She explained the basic principles of transfiguration with a precision that made complex concepts feel almost simple. Harry found himself absorbing the information easily, his years of self-directed study in the room of requirement having taught him how to learn. When she asked a question about Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, his hand shot up without thinking. Yes, Mr. Potter. The 5 principal exceptions to Gamp's law, Harry said, reciting from one of the books he'd devoured years ago. Food cannot be conjured from nothing, though it can be multiplied or transformed. Living things cannot be truly created, only transfigured from existing life. And so on. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. Very good, Mr. Potter. 10 points to Gryffindor. Ron gaped at him. How did you know that? I read it, Harry said simply. In the room. Ron shook his head in wonder. I'm rooming with a genius. Mum's going to love this. The rest of the lesson passed without incident. Harry performed the assigned task, turning a matchstick into a needle, on his first attempt, earning another 5 points and a look of grudging approval from McGonagall. Across the room, Malfoy also succeeded on his first try, though his needle was slightly crooked. He shot Harry a look that might have been respect or might have been rivalry. Harry couldn't tell. At lunch, the Great Hall buzzed with the usual chaos of students refueling after morning classes. Harry piled his plate with food, still not quite used to the abundance after years of simple, castle-provided meals. Ron ate like he hadn't seen food in weeks, which, according to Hermione, wasn't far from the truth. Molly Weasley is a wonderful cook, Hermione explained, but with 7 children, food has to stretch. Ron's used to competing for every bite. Ron glared at her, his cheeks bulging with roast chicken. I can hear you, you know. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the first since the previous night. For a moment, the weight of everything lifted. He was just a boy, eating lunch with his friends, laughing at stupid jokes. It felt almost normal. Then the owls arrived. Hundreds of them streamed through the open windows, swooping down to deliver post to students. Letters, packages, the occasional screech from an annoyed owl. But one owl, a magnificent snowy with golden eyes, flew directly to Harry and dropped a small, wrapped package onto his plate. Harry stared at it. The package was about the size of his fist, wrapped in brown paper and tied with simple twine. No note. No return address. Open it, Ron urged, leaning forward with obvious curiosity. Harry untied the twine and peeled back the paper. Inside was a small, wooden box, old and worn, carved with symbols he didn't recognize. He lifted the lid. A key lay on a bed of faded velvet. It was made of silver, delicate and intricate, with a handle shaped like a crescent moon and teeth that seemed to shift and change as he watched. What is it? Hermione asked, leaning in. Harry didn't answer. He picked up the key, and the moment his fingers touched the cool metal, the castle hummed. A deep, resonant vibration that he felt in his bones, in his blood. The key was warm now, glowing faintly, and he knew, that it was meant for him. It's from the castle, he whispered. A key to something. Malfoy was watching from the Slytherin table, his pale eyes fixed on the glowing key. For once, his expression wasn't carefully controlled. He looked, startled, almost afraid. Harry closed the box and tucked it into his robe pocket. The glow faded, but the warmth remained, a comforting presence against his thigh. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Charms with Professor Flitwick was delightful. The tiny professor perched on a pile of books to see over his desk and had them practicing the levitation charm until feathers floated through the air like snow. Hermione mastered it instantly, of course. Ron struggled until Harry quietly whispered the correct wrist movement, earning a grateful grin and a feather that finally rose a full foot before flopping back down. Potions was a disaster. The dungeon classroom was cold and dim, lit by jars of floating candles that cast eerie shadows on the stone walls. Professor Snape swept in like a great, dark bat, his robes billowing behind him, and silence fell instantly. There will be no foolish wand-waving in this class, he began, his voice barely above a whisper but carrying to every corner of the room. I am not here to teach you parlor tricks. I am here to teach you the subtle science and exact art of potion making. His eyes swept the room, lingering on Harry with unmistakable malice. Potter, our new celebrity. Tell me, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry met his gaze steadily. He had read 1000 magical herbs and fungi cover to cover years ago, in the room, when the castle had decided he needed to understand the basics of potions. The draught of living death, he said calmly. It's a powerful sleeping potion. Snape's expression flickered, a crack in the mask of contempt. Where would you look if I asked you to find me a Bazaar. In a goat's stomach, Harry replied. It's a stone that acts as an antidote to most poisons. The silence in the room was absolute. Ron was staring at Harry with his mouth open. Even Hermione looked impressed. Snape's eyes narrowed. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry almost smiled. Nothing. They're the same plant, also known as aconite. For a long moment, Snape simply stared at him. The class held its breath. Then, slowly, the potion's master turned away. 5 points from Gryffindor, he said flatly. For being an insufferable know-it-all. Ron's jaw dropped. That's not fair. Another point, Weasley, for speaking out of turn. Snape didn't even look back. Now, turn to page 394 and begin brewing a shrinking solution. You have 1 hour. The rest of the class was a nightmare of whispered instructions and near disasters. Harry's potion turned a perfect shade of pale pink, exactly as the textbook described, but Snape still sneered at it and moved on without comment. Ron's potion turned bright orange and tried to crawl out of its cauldron. Hermione's was flawless, earning her a curt nod that was the closest thing to praise Snape seemed capable of giving. When the class finally ended, Harry practically fled the dungeon. Ron caught up with him in the corridor, his face red with indignation. Can you believe him? 5 points for answering questions. That's mental. He hates me, Harry said quietly. I don't know why, but he hates me. My mum says he's always been like that, Ron offered. Something about his past. He was a Death Eater, you know. Got off because he switched sides. My dad says Dumbledore trusts him, but my mum says trust is earned, not given. Harry filed that information away. Snape, a former Death Eater, now teaching at Hogwarts. And hating Harry with a passion that seemed personal, not professional. There was a story there. A story he needed to uncover. That night, after dinner, Harry slipped away from Ron and Hermione and made his way back to the abandoned classroom where he'd seen his mother's ghost. The door was still ajar, the room still empty and dusty. But the cracked mirror in the corner seemed to gleam with a faint light. He approached it slowly, the silver key warm against his thigh. In the mirror's surface, he saw himself, taller now, older, with his father's messy hair and his mother's green eyes. But behind him, reflected in the glass, stood a door. A door that didn't exist in the real room. He turned. The wall behind him was solid stone. But when he looked back at the mirror, the door was still there, waiting. Harry pulled out the key. It glowed brighter now, pulsing with a rhythm that matched his heartbeat. He held it up to the mirror, and the reflection of the key fit perfectly into the reflection of the lock. The mirror shattered. Not outward, but inward, the glass folding into itself like water flowing backwards. Where the mirror had been, there was now an opening, a passageway lined with stone steps leading down into darkness. Harry didn't hesitate. The castle had led him here. The key had opened the way. He stepped through. The stairs descended for what felt like hours. The air grew colder, older, heavy with the weight of centuries. Finally, the steps ended, and Harry found himself in a vast underground chamber, larger even than the room of requirement. Pillars of obsidian rose to a ceiling lost in shadow. And in the center of the chamber, on a raised dais, stood a single object. A sword. It was ancient, its blade etched with runes that glowed with a faint, silver light. Rubies glittered in the hilt, and the pommel was shaped like a lion's head. Harry approached it slowly, drawn by a power he couldn't name. As he reached the dais, a voice spoke from the shadows. Touch it, and you are mine forever. Harry spun, his wand raised. A figure stepped from between the pillars. Tall, gaunt, with hair as black as the obsidian and eyes that burned with an inner fire. He wore the robes of a Hogwarts student, but they were old-fashioned, from another century. Who are you? Harry demanded. The boy smiled, a cold, knowing smile. I am the prince, the forgotten son, the heir of Slytherin, the bastard of Gryffindor, the secret of the castle you call home. He stepped closer, and the torchlight revealed his face, handsome, aristocratic, with high cheekbones and a cruel mouth. And you, Harry Potter, are exactly what I've been waiting for. Harry kept his wand steady, though his heart raced. Waiting for what? The prince laughed, a sound like breaking glass. For someone to open the door. For someone to find the sword. For someone to finally ask the question that's been buried for 1,000 years. He spread his arms wide, embracing the darkness. Welcome to the truth, little cub. Welcome to the real Hogwarts. Behind him, the sword on the dais blazed with silver fire. The silver fire from the sword cast dancing shadows across the prince's angular features. He stood with an easy confidence, his hands clasped loosely behind his back, as if he hadn't a care in the world. But his eyes, those burning, ancient eyes, gave him away. They watched Harry with the intensity of a predator sizing up prey. Harry kept his wand raised. Years in the room of requirement had taught him many things, but the most important lesson was trust his instincts. And his instincts were screaming that this boy, this prince, was dangerous. "You're not a student," Harry said flatly. "You're not even alive." The prince's smile widened. Sharp. The castle chose well. He inclined his head in a mock bow. "You're correct, of course. I am a remnant. A memory given form by the magic of this place. But I am also more than that. I am the keeper of secrets. The guardian of truths too dangerous for the living to hold." Harry's wand didn't waver. "What truths?" "The truth of the founders. The truth of the castle. The truth of your own blood." The prince began to circle slowly, his footsteps making no sound on the ancient stone. "The Potters are an old family, but their blood runs thin. It is not the Potter line that makes you special, Harry. It is the other blood. The older blood. The blood of the Peverells." Harry remembered the Grey Lady's words. "The blood of the Peverells runs in you. I know about the Peverells. 3 brothers. They cheated death." "Cheated death," the prince repeated, laughing softly. "Is that what they told you?" "They didn't cheat death, boy. They conquered it. Or thought they did." He gestured toward the sword, still blazing on its dais. "That blade belonged to the eldest brother. Antioch Peverell. He called it the Elder Wand. The most powerful wand ever created. Invincible in dueling. Unbeatable." Harry stared at the sword. "That's not a wand. It's a sword." "Is it?" The prince's voice was silk wrapped around steel. "Appearances can be deceiving. What is a wand but a focus for magic? What is a sword but a focus for will?" The eldest brother understood that power takes many forms. He shaped his wand into a blade so that none would recognize it, so that none would seek to steal it. He moved closer, his eyes gleaming. But he was arrogant. He boasted of his power. And one night, a thief cut his throat and took the wand for his own. Thus began the bloody history of the Deathstick. Passed from hand to hand, always through murder. Always through betrayal. Harry's mind raced. He had read about the Deathly Hallows in the room, in a book so old the pages crumbled at his touch. The Elder Wand. The Resurrection Stone. The Cloak of Invisibility. 3 objects created by death itself, or so the legend said. "The cloak," Harry said slowly. "My father had a cloak. An invisibility cloak." The prince nodded approvingly. "The third brother's gift. The cloak of invisibility, true and eternal, unaffected by time or spell. Passed down through the generations of the Peverell line, eventually ending with your father. And now, I suspect, with you." Harry shook his head. "I don't have it. The Dursleys might have kept it, but I never saw it. The castle never showed it to me." "The castle cannot show what it does not possess," the prince said. "Your father did not leave the cloak at Hogwarts. He left it with someone he trusted. Someone who was supposed to keep it for you until you were old enough to understand its power." His voice dropped to a whisper. "Someone who failed." Sirius. The name blazed in Harry's mind. His godfather. If anyone would have kept his father's cloak, it would be Sirius. But Sirius had been in Azkaban for 11 years. What had happened to the cloak in that time? "You're telling me this for a reason," Harry said. "What do you want?" The prince stopped circling. For the first time, his expression shifted from cold amusement to something almost like respect. "Direct. I like that. Very well. I want what I have always wanted. Freedom." "Freedom from what?" "From this." The prince spread his arms, encompassing the vast chamber, the sword, the darkness. "I am bound here, Harry. Bound by the magic of the founders, trapped for 1,000 years in this tomb beneath the castle. I was not always a memory. Once, I was flesh and blood. A student at this school. The son of a founder. The heir to a legacy that was stolen from me." Harry's heart pounded. "Which founder?" The prince's eyes blazed. "Guess." "Salazar Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor. Rowena Ravenclaw. Helga Hufflepuff. The 4 greatest witches and wizards of their age, united to create the greatest school of magic the world had ever known. And then divided, torn apart by suspicion and fear. You're Slytherin's son," Harry breathed. The prince laughed, a bitter, broken sound. "Close. But no. Slytherin had no children. His line died with him. I am something else. Something worse. He stepped closer, close enough that Harry could see the pain etched into his features, the centuries of loneliness in his burning eyes. I am the son of Gryffindor. The bastard child he refused to acknowledge. The shame he buried beneath this castle along with the sword that should have been mine. Harry stared at him, stunned. Godric Gryffindor had a son. A son no one knew about, no history recorded, no portrait preserved. My father was a great man, the prince continued, his voice dripping with bitterness. Brave, noble, just. The finest wizard of his age. And he was a coward. When I was born, when my mother died giving me life, he could not bear to look at me. I was a reminder of his weakness, his humanity. So he hid me, gave me a private suite in the castle, tutors to teach me magic, everything a boy could want. Except a father's love, except the world. Harry thought of the Dursleys. Of the cupboard under the stairs. Of years of loneliness and neglect. He knew something of what this boy, this ghost, this memory, had suffered. I lived here for 17 years, the prince said. 17 years, never leaving these chambers, never seeing the sun, never meeting another soul except my tutors and the house elves. And when I finally confronted him, when I demanded my birthright, he refused. Told me I was not worthy of the Gryffindor name. Told me I would never wield his sword. His voice cracked, centuries of pain bleeding through. So I took it. I stole into his chambers one night and I took what was mine. And he found me. We fought. I was young, foolish, no match for the greatest duelist of the age. He disarmed me, took back the sword, and cast me into this dungeon. Trapped me here with a spell that bound my soul to the blade. I cannot leave. I cannot die. I can only wait, century after century, for someone to free me. Harry was silent for a long moment. The story was tragic, certainly. But something didn't add up. If you're bound to the sword, why show yourself to me? Why not just let me take it? The prince's eyes glittered. Because the sword is warded. Only a true heir of Gryffindor can lift it from that dais. And I have waited 1,000 years for an heir to appear. The line died out, you see. My father had no other children. Or so I thought. He looked at Harry with an intensity that made his skin crawl. But you, Harry Potter. You carry the blood of the Peverells, yes. But you also carry something else. Something my father's magic recognizes. Harry shook his head slowly. I'm not a Gryffindor by blood. My mother was a Muggle born. My father was a Potter. Your father's grandmother was a Gryffindor, the prince said softly. A direct descendant of my father's sister. The blood runs thin, but it runs true. You are the last living heir of Godric Gryffindor. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He was related to one of the founders. The greatest Gryffindor who ever lived. It seemed impossible. And yet, as he stood there, he felt a strange resonance in his chest, a warmth that spread from the key against his thigh to the wand in his hand to the very stones beneath his feet. The castle knew, Harry whispered. That's why it chose me. That's why it raised me. The castle knows many things, the prince agreed. It felt your blood the moment you were conceived. It has been waiting for you, just as I have. He stepped closer, close enough now that Harry could see the desperation in his eyes. Take the sword, Harry. Lift it from the dais. It is your birthright, as much as mine. Take it, and I will be free. My soul will finally be released from this prison. I can pass on, join my mother in whatever comes next. Please. Harry looked at the sword. The silver fire had dimmed slightly, as if waiting for his decision. It was beautiful, ancient, pulsing with power. The Elder Wand, shaped into a blade. The most powerful magical object in existence, if the legends were true. But Harry had not survived years alone in a magical castle by being foolish. He had learned to trust his instincts, to listen to the whispers of the stones, to feel the truth in his bones. And his bones were screaming at him now. You're lying, Harry said quietly. The prince's expression flickered. What? Not about all of it. Not about your father, or your imprisonment, or my blood. But about what happens when I take the sword. Harry met his gaze steadily. You said you would be free. But that's not all, is it? When I take the sword, you take something from me. For a long moment, the prince simply stared at him. Then, slowly, his face transformed. The mask of tragic nobility melted away, revealing something ancient and hungry beneath. His smile widened, showing teeth that were too sharp, too numerous. Clever boy, he breathed. Clever, clever boy. The castle trained you well. He began to circle again, but this time his movements were predatory, fluid. You're right, of course. When you take the sword, the binding spell transfers. Your soul becomes the anchor. You take my place in this dungeon, trapped for eternity, while I walk free in your body. Harry's wand came up higher. I won't do it. Oh, but you will. The prince's voice was silk wrapped around venom. Not today, perhaps. Not tomorrow. But eventually. Because I know things, Harry Potter. I know where your godfather is hiding. I know how to clear his name. I know the location of your father's cloak. I know the secret of the rat. He leaned close, his breath cold against Harry's ear. And I know the truth about the night your parents died. The truth the castle never showed you. The truth about why Voldemort chose your family. The truth about the prophecy. Harry's blood ran cold. What prophecy? The one that sealed your fate before you were born. The one that marked you as the Dark Lord's equal. The one that made you the boy who lived. The prince pulled back, his eyes gleaming with triumph. I can tell you everything. I can give you the tools you need to save your godfather, to defeat your enemies, to become the wizard you were meant to be. All I ask in return is your trust. Your help. Your body. Harry's mind raced. This was a trap, obviously. A deal with a creature of darkness, bound by magic and malice. But the information he offered. Sirius, the prophecy, the truth about his parents. It was everything Harry wanted. Everything he needed. You're a monster, Harry said quietly. I am what my father made me, the prince replied. A monster of his own creation, locked away so he wouldn't have to face his shame. But I am also the only one who can give you what you need. He spread his hands. So what will it be, little cub? Will you walk away, ignorant and weak? Or will you make a deal with the devil and finally learn the truth? Harry stood at the crossroads of his life. Before him, the sword blazed with silver fire. Behind him, the passage led back to the world he knew. And in between, a creature of ancient pain and darker purpose waited for his answer. He thought of his mother's ghost, fading in the abandoned classroom. He thought of Sirius, alone in the cold, hunted by dementors and ministry alike. He thought of the rat, hiding in plain sight, holding the key to everything. And he made his choice. I won't make a deal with you, Harry said. Not today. Not ever. He took a step back, toward the passage. But I will find the truth. With or without your help. The castle raised me, not you. And the castle will show me what I need to know. The prince's face contorted with rage. For a moment, his form flickered, revealing something vast and terrible beneath. A shadow with 1,000 eyes, a hunger that spanned centuries. You'll regret this, he hissed. When the dementors take your godfather, when the rat escapes, when the prophecy comes true and you're alone and powerless, you'll remember this moment. You'll remember that you could have had the truth, and you threw it away. Harry didn't answer. He turned and walked back toward the passage, his heart pounding, his wand still raised. Behind him, he heard the prince's scream of fury, felt the rush of cold air as something lunged. And then he was through the passage, stumbling up the stairs, the stone ceiling behind him with a final, echoing boom. He ran. Up the stairs, through the shattered mirror, out of the abandoned classroom, into the torchlit corridors of Hogwarts. He ran until his lungs burned and his legs trembled, until he reached the portrait of the fat lady and gasped out the password. The common room was empty. The fire had burned to ash. He collapsed into an armchair, shaking, his mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion and desperate, burning questions. The prince had been right about one thing. He needed the truth. He needed it more than air, more than food, more than sleep. And now he knew where to start looking. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the silver key. It was cold now, dormant, its magic spent. But it had served its purpose. It had shown him the danger that lurked beneath the castle. And it had given him a name. The prince. The son of Gryffindor. The monster in the dark. Harry looked at the dying embers of the fire and made a vow. He would find the truth. He would save Sirius. He would expose the rat. And when he was strong enough, when he was ready, he would go back to that dungeon and face the prince again. But next time, he wouldn't be alone. Next time, he would be prepared. The castle hummed around him, a low, approving vibration. It had tested him, and he had passed. The secrets would keep. For now, he closed his eyes and, finally, slept. 3 days passed in a blur of classes and corridors, of whispered conversations and stolen glances at Ron's pocket. Harry watched Scabbers constantly. The fat gray rat slept through most of the day, twitching in its sleep, emerging only to nibble at scraps of food before retreating back into the warmth of Ron's robes. It seemed harmless, pathetic, even, a useless pet that contributed nothing to anyone's life. But Harry couldn't shake his mother's words. Find the rat. The rat holds the key. And the castle's message. Look to the pet of the youngest. The truth hides in plain sight. The youngest. Ron was the youngest Weasley boy, but he wasn't the youngest child. That was Ginny. And Ginny didn't have a pet. Not yet. But Ron had Scabbers. And Scabbers had been in the family for 12 years, passed down from brother to brother like a hand-me-down jumper. 12 years. Harry did the math. Scabbers had come into the Weasley family 12 years ago. Around the time his parents died. Around the time Sirius Black was sent to Azkaban. Around the time Peter Pettigrew supposedly died, blown to bits by Sirius in a fit of murderous rage. Coincidence? Harry didn't believe in coincidence. The castle had taught him better than that. On the fourth day, he decided to act. It was a Saturday, and the castle was quiet. Most students were outside, enjoying the last of the autumn sunshine before the Scottish winter set in. Ron had gone down to the Quidditch pitch with Hermione to watch the Gryffindor team practice. Harry had pleaded a headache and stayed behind. Now he sat in the empty common room, Scabbers in his hands. The rat had been left behind in Ron's rush to get outside, still sleeping in his usual spot on Ron's bed. Harry had retrieved it easily, wrapped it in a cloth, and brought it down to the common room. Now he sat by the fire, studying the creature with an intensity that would have made Hermione proud. Scabbers was missing a toe on his front paw. Harry hadn't noticed before, but now, in the firelight, the missing digit was obvious, a small, healed stump where a toe should have been. How did a pet rat lose a toe? And why did that detail nag at him, like something he'd read somewhere, in some book, some passing reference? He closed his eyes and let his mind drift back to the room of requirement, to the endless shelves of books, to the ones Phineas Nigellus had recommended. There had been a book on animagi, wizards who could transform into animals at will. It was rare, difficult magic, requiring years of practice and immense skill. The book had listed famous animagi throughout history, their animal forms, their distinguishing features. And one of them, Harry remembered with a jolt, had been missing a toe. He couldn't recall the name. The memory was hazy, buried under years of other information. But the detail was there, clear as day. A wizard who had transformed into a rat. A rat missing a toe. Harry's heart pounded. He looked down at Scabbers, still sleeping, oblivious. Could it be? Could Ron's pathetic family pet actually be an unregistered animagus? Could it be? The rat's eyes snapped open. Harry froze. The rat was looking at him, and there was intelligence in those small, black eyes. Not the simple awareness of an animal, but something deeper. Something calculating. Something human. For a long moment, they stared at each other. Then, slowly, Scabbers began to struggle against the cloth, his small body writhing with desperate strength. Harry tightened his grip, but the rat was faster than he looked. It squirmed free, dropped to the floor, and scurried toward the nearest crack in the wall. Harry lunged, but he was too slow. The rat vanished into a gap behind a tapestry, and by the time Harry had torn the tapestry aside, there was nothing there but solid stone. He stood there, breathing hard, his mind racing. The rat had looked at him. It had known that he knew. And it had run. He had to find Ron. He had to tell him everything. But when he turned, the portrait of the fat lady was swinging open, and Ron himself was walking through, his face red from the cold and his expression puzzled. "Harry, you all right? Hermione said you looked peaky at breakfast, so I brought you some." He stopped, noticing Harry's expression. "What's wrong?" Harry opened his mouth to explain, but the words died in his throat. How could he tell Ron that his family pet was probably a mass murderer? How could he explain the years of secrets, the prophecy, the prince, the rat's missing toe? "Scabbers," Harry said finally. "He ran away." Ron's face fell. "Ran away? Where? He never runs away. He's too lazy." "Under the tapestry. There's a crack in the wall. He's gone." Ron pushed past him and knelt by the tapestry, peering into the darkness. "Blimey. How'd he fit in there? He's gotten so fat lately." He sat back on his heels, looking genuinely upset. "Mum's going to kill me. She's had that rat since before Percy started school. It's practically a family heirloom. Harry felt a pang of guilt. This was his fault. If he hadn't confronted the rat, it might have stayed hidden, and Ron would still have his pet. But then the truth would remain buried, and Sirius would stay in Azkaban, and the real traitor would go free. "I'm sorry, Ron," he said quietly. "I'll help you look for him. We'll find him." But even as he said it, he knew they wouldn't. The rat was gone, and wherever it had gone, it would be looking for help. Looking for its master. Looking for Voldemort. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his four-poster bed, listening to the snores of the other boys, and stared at the canopy above him. The rat was out there somewhere, hiding in the castle. And if the rat was really Peter Pettigrew, then Sirius was innocent, and the Ministry was wrong, and the whole wizarding world had been deceived for 12 years. He needed proof. Real proof, not just a rat with a missing toe and a suspicious history. He needed to capture Pettigrew, force him to reveal himself, make him confess. But how? He was 11 years old. He had friends, yes, and the castle on his side, but he was still just a boy. Pettigrew was a grown wizard, even if he was a coward. If confronted, he would fight. Or run. And Harry couldn't be everywhere at once. He thought of the prince, trapped beneath the castle, offering knowledge in exchange for freedom. The thought made his skin crawl, but he couldn't deny the temptation. The prince knew things. He knew about the rat. He knew about Sirius. He knew about the prophecy. No, making a deal with that creature would be worse than ignorance. The castle had warned him, in its way. The prince was dangerous, manipulative, hungry. Harry would find another way. He got up quietly and padded to the window. The moon was full, casting silver light across the grounds. The forbidden forest loomed in the distance, dark and mysterious. Somewhere out there, Sirius might be hiding. Waiting. Hoping. Harry pressed his hand against the cold glass. "I'll find the truth," he whispered. "I promise." The castle hummed in response. A low vibration that traveled through the stone floor and up into his bones. It was listening. It always listened. And then he saw it. A figure, moving along the edge of the forest. Small, dark, furtive. It wasn't a deer or a dog. It was too low to the ground, too purposeful. It moved in short bursts, pausing to look back at the castle, then scurrying forward again. A rat. A very large rat. Harry's breath caught. He watched as the figure reached the tree line and disappeared into the darkness of the forbidden forest. It was heading somewhere. Heading to someone. He had to follow. Getting out of the castle at night was easier than Harry had expected. The fat lady was asleep in her portrait, and a simple whispered password from the castle itself was enough to swing her forward without waking her. The corridors were empty, lit only by moonlight streaming through the high windows. Suits of armor saluted as he passed, their visors turning to follow his progress, but none raised an alarm. The front doors were heavy but unbarred. Harry pushed one open just enough to slip through, and then he was outside, the cold night air biting at his cheeks, his breath misting before him. The ground stretched out before him, silver and still. The lake glittered in the distance. The forest loomed ahead, dark and waiting. Harry didn't hesitate. He ran. The grass was wet with dew, soaking his shoes and the hem of his robes, but he didn't slow. He kept his eyes fixed on the spot where the rat had disappeared, his wand out, ready for anything. At the edge of the forest, he paused. The trees were old, massive, their branches interlaced to block out most of the moonlight. Inside, it would be dark. Dark and dangerous. The forbidden forest was forbidden for a reason. But the rat had gone in. And the rat held the truth. Harry stepped forward. The moment he crossed the tree line, the world changed. The sounds of the night, the wind, the distant hoot of an owl, were replaced by a profound, watchful silence. The trees seemed to lean toward him, curious and wary. The path before him was barely visible, a faint trail of trampled undergrowth. He followed it. Deeper and deeper he went, the castle fading behind him, the darkness pressing in. His wand tip glowed with a faint lumos, just enough to see the next few feet. Twice he heard movement in the undergrowth, large creatures that crashed away before he could see them. Once, a pair of glowing eyes watched him from a low branch, then blinked out of existence. He should have been terrified. But the castle's hum was still with him, a low vibration in his chest, a reminder that he was not alone. Whatever happened, the castle would know. The castle would find him. After what felt like hours, the path ended. Before him was a clearing, small and circular, ringed by ancient oaks. In the center of the clearing, a figure sat hunched over a small fire. It was a man. Small, thin, with mousy hair and a weak chin. He wore tattered robes that might once have been fine, and he was muttering to himself, his voice high and nervous. In his hands, he clutched a wand, tapping it against his knee in a frantic rhythm. And on the ground beside him, twitching its nose and watching the trees with intelligent eyes, sat Scabbers. Harry's heart stopped. The man was Peter Pettigrew. It had to be. He looked exactly as Phineas Nigellus had described, small, rat-like, unremarkable. The kind of face you'd forget 5 seconds after seeing it. The perfect face for a traitor. Harry stayed hidden behind a broad oak, watching. Pettigrew was talking to himself, his voice too low to make out the words. He seemed agitated, frightened. Every few seconds, he looked over his shoulder, scanning the trees as if expecting someone, or something, to emerge. He's waiting for someone, Harry realized. Someone he's summoned. The thought chilled him to the bone. Who would Pettigrew summon? Who would a traitor call to in the depths of the forbidden forest? The answer came in a swirl of cold air and a sound like 1,000 whispering voices. Dementors. They emerged from the trees on the far side of the clearing, 3 of them, their hooded forms gliding just above the ground. The temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the leaves. The fire flickered and died. Pettigrew scrambled to his feet, his face white with terror. No, I didn't call you. I don't, stay back. But the Dementors kept coming, drawn by something, not Pettigrew's fear, Harry realized, but something else. Something behind him. He turned. A massive, shaggy black dog stood at the edge of the clearing, its hackles raised, its eyes fixed on Pettigrew with an intensity that was almost human. It was the biggest dog Harry had ever seen, the size of a small bear, with matted fur and ribs visible through its thin coat. But the dog wasn't looking at Pettigrew anymore. It was looking at Harry. And in its eyes, Harry saw recognition. Saw longing. Saw love. Sirius. The dog was Sirius Black. Before Harry could move, before he could speak, one of the Dementors turned. Its hooded face swung toward him, and he felt it, the cold, the despair, the sucking emptiness that tried to pull all happiness from his soul. His mother's voice, screaming. A flash of green light. His father's laugh, cut short. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't move. He could only feel, and what he felt was the worst moment of his life, replayed over and over, until he wanted to die just to make it stop. And then, warmth. A silvery light burst from somewhere to his left, a magnificent creature, a great, glowing stag, that charged the Dementors and drove them back. The cold receded. The despair lifted. Harry gasped, sucking in air, his legs collapsing beneath him. When he looked up, the stag was gone. The Dementors were gone. The clearing was empty. Empty, except for the great black dog, standing over him, its warm breath misting in the cold air. Harry reached up a trembling hand. The dog leaned down, pressing its head against his palm. And Harry felt it, a connection, a bond, a love so fierce and so desperate it brought tears to his eyes. Sirius, he whispered. The dog's eyes glistened. It nudged him gently, then looked toward the trees where Pettigrew had fled. A low growl rumbled in its chest. Harry understood. Pettigrew had escaped. Again. But they were together now. Godson and godfather. Family. And nothing would ever be the same. The forest held its breath. Harry knelt in the damp leaves, his hand still pressed against the great dog's head. The coarse fur was warm beneath his fingers, matted with burrs and dried mud. The dog, Sirius, trembled slightly, whether from cold or emotion, Harry couldn't tell. Those dark eyes never left his face, drinking him in like a man dying of thirst who had finally found water. "You're real," Harry whispered. "You're actually real." The dog huffed softly, and then, in a way that made Harry's heart stutter, it began to change. The form shimmered, shifted, contorted. Fur receded into skin. The snout shortened, the ears moved, the spine straightened. Where the great black dog had stood, a man now knelt. Sirius Black was thinner than any man should be. His face was gaunt, hollow-cheeked, with dark circles under gray eyes that held 11 years of nightmare. His black hair was long and tangled, streaked with premature gray. He wore the tattered remains of Azkaban prison robes, hanging loose on a frame that had once been powerful but was now wasted to skin and bone. But his eyes, those gray eyes, were alive with a light that all the Dementors in The world could not extinguish. They shone with tears as he looked at Harry. Harry, he breathed, and his voice was rough from disuse, cracking on the single syllable. You look so much like him. Like James. But your eyes, he reached out a trembling hand, stopping just short of touching Harry's face. You have Lily's eyes. Harry couldn't speak. The tears were streaming down his own face now, hot and silent. This was his godfather. The man his parents had chosen to raise him if they died. The man who had spent 11 years in hell for a crime he didn't commit. The man who had just saved his life. Sirius, Harry managed, and then he was moving, launching himself forward, wrapping his arms around the man's thin shoulders. Sirius let out a sound, a broken sob, a laugh, a cry of joy, and held him back with a strength that belied his wasted frame. They stayed like that for a long moment, godfather and godson, finally together after 11 years of separation. The forest watched in silence. The moon cast silver light through the canopy above. And somewhere in the darkness, a rat scurried away, carrying its secrets with it. When they finally pulled apart, Sirius kept his hands on Harry's shoulders, as if afraid he might disappear. I thought I'd never find you, he said hoarsely. When I escaped, I didn't know where to go. I just knew I had to see you. Had to warn you. Warn me. Harry wiped his eyes with his sleeve. About Pettigrew. Sirius's expression darkened. You know about Peter. I know he was the secret keeper. I know he betrayed my parents and framed you. Harry's voice hardened. I know he's been hiding as a rat for 12 years. Ron Weasley's rat. Scabbers. I saw him tonight, in the clearing. He was talking to himself, waiting for something. Then the Dementors came. Sirius's grip tightened. The Dementors were after me. They can sense me, even in my animagus form. It's harder for them. Dogs have simpler minds, harder to read, but they know I'm here. They'll keep searching. He looked toward the trees where Pettigrew had fled. He was waiting for Voldemort. The name hung in the air between them, heavy as stone. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort is alive, not dead. Something in between. Sirius's voice was grim. He's been hiding for 12 years, growing stronger, waiting for the right moment to return. Peter has been looking for him, trying to find his master. Tonight, he thought he'd found a sign. But the Dementors interrupted before he could be sure. Harry thought of the prince, trapped beneath the castle, offering knowledge in exchange for freedom. Thought of the prophecy, the one that had sealed his fate before he was born. Thought of the dark wizard who had killed his parents and would surely try to kill him again. We have to stop him, Harry said. We have to find Pettigrew and make him confess. Clear your name. Warn everyone. Sirius smiled, a thin, tired smile. You sound like James. Always charging forward, never stopping to think. He released Harry's shoulders and sat back on his heels, wincing as his body protested the movement. It's not that simple, Harry. Peter is a coward. He'll run and hide rather than face justice. And even if we catch him, the ministry might not believe us. I'm an escaped convict. You're a child. Dumbledore would believe, but he's not the ministry. Dumbledore knows the truth, Harry insisted. He has too. He's the headmaster. He trusts you. Sirius shook his head slowly. Dumbledore trusted me once. After your parents died, I went to him. I told him what happened, that Peter was the traitor, that I was innocent. He wanted to believe me, I could see it in his eyes. But there was no proof. Peter had framed me perfectly. The street full of muggles I was supposed to have killed, the witnesses who saw me confront him, my own wand used in the crime. His voice cracked. I wanted to die that night, Harry. I wanted to join your parents. When the Aurors came, I didn't fight. I laughed. I laughed because it was all so hopeless, so absurd. And they took that as proof of my guilt. Harry's heart ached for him. This man had lost everything, his best friends, his freedom, his future, and had been trapped in hell for 11 years, all because of one coward's betrayal. Then we find proof, Harry said firmly. We find Peter and make him talk. We find a way to reveal his animagus form. There has to be a way. Sirius looked at him with an expression that was part pride, part sorrow. You're so like them. Both of them. Lily's stubbornness, James's courage. He reached out and ruffled Harry's hair, a gesture so natural, so fatherly, that Harry felt his eyes sting again. All right, we'll try. But first, we need to get you back to the castle. It's not safe out here, especially with Dementors patrolling. What about you? Harry asked. Where will you go? I have a place. A cave near Hogsmeade. It's not much, but it's hidden. Sirius hesitated, then added, there's something else, Harry. Something I need to tell you. About your parents. About why Voldemort came after them. Harry's heart pounded. The prophecy. Sirius's eyes widened. How do you know about that? The castle told me. And someone else. Someone called the prince. He's trapped beneath Hogwarts, the son of Gryffindor. He offered to tell me everything in exchange for freeing him. Sirius's face went pale. You didn't, Harry, tell me you didn't. I didn't, Harry assured him quickly. I knew he was lying. Or at least, not telling the whole truth. But he knew things. About my blood, about the Peverells, about the sword. Sirius let out a shaky breath. Thank Merlin. That creature, I've heard rumors, even in Azkaban. Whispers from the older prisoners. There's something dark beneath Hogwarts, something that's been waiting for centuries. If you'd freed it, he shook his head, unable to finish. I won't, Harry said. I promise. But I need to know the truth, Sirius. About the prophecy. About why my parents had to die. Sirius was silent for a long moment, his gray eyes distant, seeing something far away and long ago. When he spoke, his voice was heavy with memory. A few months before you were born, Dumbledore came to your parents with news. A prophecy had been made, one that concerned you and Voldemort. The full prophecy was heard only by Dumbledore and the person who made it, Sybil Trelawney, though she doesn't remember. But the important part, the part that got out, was this: a child born at the end of July to parents who had thrice defied the Dark Lord would be his equal. The one with the power to vanquish him. Harry frowned. That could have been me or Neville Longbottom. He was born at the end of July too. Sirius nodded. Exactly. Voldemort heard only part of the prophecy, he had a spy who overheard it. He knew the child would be born at the end of July to parents who had defied him 3 times. That narrowed it down to 2 families, the Potters and the Longbottoms. He chose you. Why? Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. Because you were a half-blood, like him. He saw something of himself in you. It made him arrogant. Made him believe that killing you would prove his superiority once and for all. Sirius's voice was bitter. He didn't count on Lily. On a mother's love. On the oldest magic of all. Harry thought of his mother's ghost, fading in the abandoned classroom. Thought of her voice, soft and sweet, telling him he was brave. Thought of the love that had saved him, that still protected him, that would always be a part of him. He'll come back, Harry said quietly. Voldemort. He'll find a way. Yes, Sirius agreed. And when he does, you'll need to be ready. That's why Dumbledore wanted you at Hogwarts, even with the danger. Even with me on the loose, supposedly hunting you. He knew you'd be safer here, surrounded by magic, than anywhere else in the world. Harry thought of the room of requirement, waiting for him always. Thought of the castle's whisper, its warmth, its love. He was safer here than anywhere. But safety wasn't enough. He needed strength, knowledge, power. I'll be ready, he said. I promise. Sirius smiled, and for a moment, Harry saw the man he might have been. The handsome, reckless friend his father had loved, full of life and laughter and loyalty. I know you will. You're a Potter. It's in your blood. A distant howl split the night, long and mournful. Sirius tensed, his eyes darting toward the sound. Dementors, he said. They're getting closer. You need to go. Now. Harry grabbed his arm. Come with me. Dumbledore will protect you. He can hide you in the castle. Sirius shook his head. I can't. If I'm caught near you, it'll only make things worse. They'll say I was trying to kill you. The Ministry will use it as proof of my guilt. And you'll be dragged into it, questioned, possibly even expelled. He pulled Harry into a quick, fierce hug. I'll find you again. When it's safe. I'll be watching, always. If you need me, send word. I'll come. How? Harry demanded. How will I find you? Sirius reached into his tattered robes and pulled out a small, folded piece of parchment. Take this. It's a map of sorts. A way to reach me if you need to. But be careful, don't let anyone see it. Trust no one. Harry took the parchment and tucked it into his own robes. Another howl, closer now. The cold was deepening, the air growing heavy with despair. Go, Sirius urged. Run. Don't look back. Harry wanted to argue, to stay, to make up for 11 lost years in a single night. But the cold was becoming unbearable, and he could feel the Dementor's presence like a weight on his soul. "I'll find you," he promised. "I'll clear your name. We'll be a family." Sirius's eyes glistened. "We already are." Harry turned and ran. He ran through the forest, branches whipping at his face, roots trying to trip him. He ran with the cold at his back and the howls in his ears and his godfather's words in his heart. He ran until he burst from the tree line, the castle rising before him, golden and warm and safe. He didn't stop running until he reached the front doors, until he was inside, until the warmth of the castle seeped into his frozen bones. He leaned against the wall, gasping, shaking, crying. The castle hummed around him, a low, comforting vibration. It had watched. It had waited. It had brought him home. He pulled out the parchment Sirius had given him. It was blank. But as he watched, words began to appear, written in a spidery, ancient hand. "I am here. I am waiting. I am yours. Come find me when you're ready. Your godfather, always." Harry folded the parchment carefully and tucked it back into his robes. He wiped his face, steadied his breathing, and walked toward Gryffindor Tower. Tomorrow, he would start planning. Tomorrow, he would find Pettigrew. Tomorrow, he would begin the long road to clearing his godfather's name. Tonight, he would sleep. And for the first time in 11 years, he would dream of family. The common room was empty when he finally climbed through the portrait hole. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows across the familiar armchairs. Harry collapsed into the nearest chair, his body finally giving out, his mind still racing. He sat there for a long time, staring into the embers, replaying the night in his head. Sirius, thin and broken but alive. Pettigrew, escaped again, scurrying into the darkness. The Dementors, cold and hungry, searching for his godfather's soul. And the prophecy. The words that had sealed his fate before he was born. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. He didn't feel powerful. He felt small and scared and desperately alone, despite the castle's warmth, despite Ron and Hermione's friendship, despite Sirius's love. The weight of what was coming pressed down on him, heavy as stone. A soft sound made him look up. Hermione stood at the foot of the girls' staircase, wrapped in a dressing gown, her bushy hair even wilder than usual. "Harry," she whispered, "are you all right? I heard you come in. It's 3 in the morning." He should have lied, should have sent her back to bed. But he was too tired, too raw, too full of everything that had happened. "I met my godfather tonight," he said quietly. "In the forest. He's innocent, Hermione. And I'm going to prove it." Hermione's eyes widened. She crossed the room and sat in the chair next to him, her expression shifting from concern to determination. "Tell me everything," she said. And Harry did. The common room fire crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows across the worn armchairs where Harry and Hermione sat huddled together. The clock on the mantel showed 3:30, but neither of them felt tired anymore. The weight of Harry's confession hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Hermione's eyes were wide, her bushy hair even more disheveled than usual from running her hands through it constantly as Harry spoke. She had listened without interruption, without her usual need to correct or question. When he finally fell silent, she sat back, her expression thoughtful. "Sirius Black is your godfather," she said slowly, as if testing the words. "He's an unregistered animagus who can turn into a dog. He's been hiding in the Forbidden Forest. And Peter Pettigrew, Ron's pet rat, is actually the man who betrayed your parents, faked his own death, and has been living as the Weasleys' family pet for 12 years. Harry nodded. "That's about it." Hermione was quiet for another long moment. Then she did something unexpected. She laughed. It wasn't a mocking laugh, or a hysterical laugh, but a laugh of pure, overwhelmed amazement. "Harry, this is insane. This is the most insane thing I've ever heard. And I've read about some pretty insane things." She shook her head, still smiling. "You realize this changes everything, don't you? About Sirius Black, about your parents, about the war. If Pettigrew is alive, then Sirius is innocent. The Ministry will have to release him. They'll have to issue a full pardon." Harry wanted to share her optimism, but the memory of Pettigrew's terrified face in the clearing, the Dementors closing in, the rats scurrying away into the darkness, it all felt too fragile, too uncertain. "That's if we can catch him," Harry said. "He knows we're onto him now. He ran. He could be anywhere in the castle, anywhere in the world. And even if we do catch him, we have to prove he's Pettigrew, not just a rat." We need evidence. We need him to transform in front of witnesses. Hermione's eyes narrowed in thought. There are ways to force an animagus to transform. Certain potions, certain spells. But they're complicated, and they require the animagus to be restrained. We'd have to catch him first. She bit her lip. And there's another problem. Ron. Harry winced. He'd been trying not to think about that part. Ron had lost his pet, his family's pet, a creature they'd loved and cared for 12 years. Finding out that Scabbers was actually a mass murderer, the man responsible for the Potters' deaths and Sirius's imprisonment, it would devastate him. I have to tell him, Harry said quietly. He deserves to know. Hermione nodded slowly. Yes, but maybe not tonight. Let him sleep. Let him process losing his pet first. Tomorrow, we'll tell him together. We'll explain everything. Harry looked at her with gratitude. You believe me. Just like that. Hermione met his gaze steadily. You're my friend, Harry. And more importantly, you're not crazy, and you're not a liar. If you say you saw Sirius Black turn from a dog into a man, then I believe you. If you say Ron's rat looked at you with human intelligence, then I believe that too. She reached out and squeezed his hand. We're in this together. Whatever comes next. For the first time since the clearing, Harry felt something loosen in his chest. He wasn't alone. He had Hermione. He had Ron, once he understood. He had the castle. And somewhere out there, hiding in the darkness, he had Sirius. Thank you, he whispered. Hermione smiled. Don't thank me yet. Thank me after we've caught a mass murderer and cleared your godfather's name. She stood, stretching. We should try to get some sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Harry nodded, but as Hermione climbed the stairs to the girls' dormitory, he stayed by the fire. Sleep felt impossible. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Sirius's gaunt face, heard his broken voice, felt the warmth of his embrace. He pulled out the parchment Sirius had given him. The words still glowed faintly in the firelight. I am here. I am waiting. I am yours. Come find me when you're ready. Your godfather, always. Harry traced the words with his finger, committing them to memory. Then he folded the parchment carefully and tucked it into the innermost pocket of his robes, close to his heart. The fire popped. The castle hummed. And somewhere in the darkness, a rat scurried through the walls, carrying its secrets toward an uncertain fate. Morning came gray and cold, the sky beyond the common room windows heavy with clouds that threatened snow. Harry woke to Ron shaking his shoulder, his face creased with worry. Mate, you all right? Hermione said you were up half the night. Something about Scabbers. Harry sat up, rubbing his eyes. The common room was empty except for the three of them, Ron, Hermione, and himself. The fire had been relit, casting warm light across the familiar space. Hermione sat in the armchair opposite, a book open in her lap, but her eyes were on Harry, waiting. Ron, Harry said slowly, there's something I need to tell you. About Scabbers. About my godfather. About everything. Ron's brow furrowed. You're scaring me, mate. What's going on? Harry took a deep breath. And then he told him. Everything. From the castle's first whispers, to the Grey Lady and Phineas Nigellus, to his mother's ghost, to the prince beneath the castle, to the rat in the clearing, to Sirius. He left nothing out, held nothing back. By the time he finished, his throat was raw and his eyes were dry, but Ron's were wide with shock. Ron was silent for a long, terrible moment. Then he did something Harry hadn't expected. He laughed. Blimey, Harry, that's the best story you've ever told. Really had me going there for a... He stopped, because Harry wasn't laughing. Hermione wasn't laughing. They were both watching him with expressions that held no hint of humor. Wait, you're serious. You're actually serious. Deadly serious, Harry said quietly. Ron's face went through a series of expressions, confusion, disbelief, dawning horror, and finally, a kind of sick realization. Scabbers, he whispered. My Scabbers. The rat I've had since I was 5. The rat that slept in my bed, that ate from my hand, that... He stopped, his face going green. Oh Merlin, I've been sleeping with a grown man for 7 years. Hermione winced. When you put it that way, it's even worse. Ron shot to his feet, pacing the length of the common room. This is insane. This is absolutely mental. Peter Pettigrew, the traitor, the one who sold out your parents, he's been hiding in my pocket. Eating my leftovers. Sleeping on my pillow. He stopped, his hands clenching into fists. I'm going to be sick. Harry stood and approached him carefully. I know it's a lot to take in. I know it's horrible. But Ron, this is good news too. If we catch him, we can prove Sirius is innocent. My godfather can go free. Ron whirled on him, his face red. Your godfather. The mass murderer. The one who blew up a street full of muggles. That's who you're worried about. He didn't do it, Harry said firmly. He was framed. Pettigrew did it all. The betrayal, the explosion, the fake death. Sirius has been in Azkaban for 12 years for a crime he didn't commit. Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, the anger drained from his face, replaced by something else. Understanding. Acceptance. Loyalty. All right, he said quietly. All right. If you believe him, I believe you. He ran a hand through his red hair, making it stand up even more than usual. So what do we do now? How do we find that bloody rat? Harry felt a surge of gratitude so strong it almost brought tears to his eyes. This was friendship. This was trust. This was what his parents had died for. First, Hermione said, standing and closing her book, we need to figure out where Pettigrew might have gone. He's been living as a rat for 12 years. He knows the castle better than almost anyone. He was a student here, after all. He knows the secret passages, the hidden rooms, the places where no one would think to look. The room of requirement, Harry said immediately. He could be hiding in the room of requirement. Hermione shook her head. The room can't hide someone who doesn't belong. It's tied to the castle's magic, and the castle knows everyone within its walls. If Pettigrew tried to hide there, the castle would know. And it would tell you. Harry considered this. It was true, the castle had always guided him, protected him, shown him what he needed to see. If Pettigrew were in the room, the castle would have warned him. Then where? Ron asked. Where does a rat hide in a castle full of people? Harry thought back to the clearing, to Pettigrew's terrified face, to the way he'd looked over his shoulder as if expecting someone. He was waiting for someone. Voldemort, Sirius said. He thought he'd found a sign that Voldemort was returning. Hermione's face went pale. You know who. But he's gone. He's been gone for years. He's not gone, Harry said quietly. He's hiding, growing stronger, waiting. He thought of the prince, trapped beneath the castle, offering knowledge. Thought of the prophecy, the words that had sealed his fate. He'll come back. It's only a matter of time. The three of them stood in the morning light, the weight of the future pressing down on them. They were 11 years old. They should have been worrying about homework and Quidditch and which house would win the House Cup. Instead, they were planning to catch a mass murderer and prepare for the return of the darkest wizard in history. So, Ron said finally, breaking the silence. We find the rat. We catch the rat. We make the rat turn back into a man. We take him to Dumbledore. Sirius gets freed. Everyone lives happily ever after. He looked at Harry and Hermione. That's the plan, yeah. Harry couldn't help it. He laughed. It was a small laugh, a tired laugh, but it was real. Yeah, that's the plan. Hermione smiled. Then we'd better get started. The first thing we need is information. Where would Pettigrew go? Who would he contact? How does he communicate with the outside world as a rat? Harry thought of the parchment in his pocket, the one Sirius had given him. My godfather might know. He was friends with Pettigrew once. He might know where he'd hide. Ron nodded. Then we need to talk to your godfather. Which means going back into the Forbidden Forest. The thought made Harry's stomach clench. The forest was dangerous even without Dementors prowling its edges. But Sirius was out there, alone and hunted. And he had answers. I'll go tonight, Harry said. After dark. I can find him again. You're not going alone, Hermione said firmly. We're coming with you. Harry shook his head. It's too dangerous. If something happens to you. If something happens to you, we'll never forgive ourselves, Ron interrupted. We're in this together, mate. All of us. That's how it works. Harry looked at his two friends, their faces set with determination, and felt something he'd never felt before. Not just gratitude, but belonging. These were his people, his family, as much as Sirius was. All right, he said quietly. Tonight, after curfew, we'll go together. The rest of the day passed in a haze of classes and whispered conversations. Harry couldn't focus on anything, not Flitwick's lecture on cheering charms, not McGonagall's demonstration of advanced transfiguration, not even the lunchtime chatter in the Great Hall. His mind was elsewhere, in the forest, with Sirius. At dinner, he noticed Malfoy watching him from the Slytherin table. The pale boy's eyes followed Harry with an intensity that was hard to ignore. When Harry looked up, Malfoy didn't look away. Instead, he smiled, a thin, knowing smile, and turned back to his food. Harry's skin crawled. What did Malfoy know? What had his father told him about the escaped convict, the traitor, the prophecy? The Malfoys had been Death Eaters once, or so Ron said. They might still have connections to Voldemort's old followers. He filed the thought away for later. Right now, he had more immediate concerns. At 9 o'clock, the three of them gathered in the common room, pretending to do homework. When the last students trickled up to their dormitories, they made their move. The fat lady was sleepy but cooperative. Off for a midnight stroll. She murmured as they climbed through. Don't let the Dementors catch you. They crept through the darkened corridors, keeping to the shadows, avoiding the occasional prefect who passed by. The castle seemed to help them, torches dimmed as they approached, suits of armor turned their backs, portraits pretended to be asleep. Harry felt the familiar hum of approval in the stones beneath his feet. The front doors loomed before them, massive and imposing. Harry pushed, and they swung open silently. The cold hit them like a wall. The air was bitter, sharp with the promise of snow. The ground stretched out before them, silver under the moonlight. And beyond, the forbidden forest waited, dark and patient. Ready, Harry whispered. Ron swallowed hard. No, but let's go anyway. They ran. The grass was frozen, crunching beneath their feet. Their breath misted before them. The castle grew smaller behind them, the forest larger ahead. And then they were at the tree line, the darkness swallowing them whole. Inside the forest, it was colder still. The trees blocked out the moonlight, leaving them in near total darkness. Harry lit his wand with a whispered lumos, the small glow pushing back the shadows just enough to see the path ahead. Which way? Hermione whispered. Harry closed his eyes and listened. Not with his ears, but with his heart. The castle's hum was fainter here, but still present, a thread of warmth connecting him to home. But there was something else too. A pull, a tug, a sense of direction. This way, he said, and started walking. They moved slowly, carefully, watching for roots and rocks and anything else that might trip them. The forest was alive with sounds, the hoot of an owl, the scurrying of small creatures, the distant howl of something that made Ron grab Harry's arm. Dementors, Harry said quietly. They're still searching. We need to hurry, Hermione urged. They pushed on, deeper into the forest, following the pull that only Harry could feel. After what felt like hours, they reached a small clearing. And there, sitting on a fallen log, was Sirius. He looked worse than he had the night before. Thinner, paler, his eyes more haunted. But when he saw Harry, his face transformed, lighting with a joy that made him look young again. Harry, he breathed, standing. You came back. Harry ran to him, and they embraced again, the warmth of it chasing away the cold. Behind him, Ron and Hermione hung back, watching with expressions of awe and uncertainty. You brought friends, Sirius said, looking over Harry's shoulder. His eyes narrowed slightly, assessing. The Weasley boy. And Hermione Granger, Harry said quickly. They're my best friends. They know everything. They want to help. Sirius studied them for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. If Harry trusts you, I trust you. He gestured to the log. Sit. We don't have much time. The Dementors are getting closer. They sat, huddled together against the cold. Sirius remained standing, pacing slowly as he spoke. Peter will have gone to ground, he said. He's a coward, but he's not stupid. He knows we're onto him. He'll try to leave the castle, find his master, warn him that Harry knows the truth. Can he leave? Hermione asked. The castle is protected. There are wards, enchantments. Peter knows those wards better than almost anyone, Sirius said grimly. He was a marauder. We spent 7 years mapping every secret passage, every hidden door, every weakness in the castle's defenses. If anyone can get out unnoticed, it's him. Harry's heart sank. Then we're too late. He's already gone. Sirius shook his head. Not yet. The wards are strongest at night. He'll wait until daylight, when there's more chaos, more movement to hide his escape. We have until morning. Then we find him tonight, Ron said firmly. We search every passage, every hidden room, every. There are hundreds of them, Sirius interrupted. You'd never find him in time. But there's another way. He reached into his robes and pulled out a small, tarnished object. It was a mirror, cracked and ancient, its surface clouded with age. "What is it?" Harry asked. "A two-way mirror," Sirius said. "James and I used them to communicate when we were in detention, or when we couldn't use owls. This one is linked to its pair. And Peter has the pair." Ron stared. "Pettigrew has a magic mirror. After 12 years as a rat." "He didn't have it as a rat," Sirius explained. "But now that he's human again, he'll remember. He'll go looking for it. It's hidden somewhere in the castle, in a place only we knew. A place he'll think is safe." "Where?" Harry asked. Sirius smiled, a thin, dangerous smile. "The Shrieking Shack. In Hogsmeade. That's where we used to meet, back in school. That's where Peter will go to retrieve his mirror before he runs." Harry's mind raced. Hogsmeade. The village outside the castle. The one place students weren't allowed to go without permission. "How do we get there?" he asked. "There's a passage," Sirius said. "Under the Whomping Willow. It leads directly to the Shrieking Shack. I used it every full moon, back when." He stopped, his face clouding with old pain. "It doesn't matter. What matters is that Peter knows about it too. If we hurry, we can catch him there." Harry stood. "Then let's go." Sirius looked at him with an expression that was part pride, part fear. "Harry, this is dangerous. Peter may be a coward, but he's still a wizard. He'll fight if cornered. And if he's truly found a way to contact Voldemort, I don't care." Harry's voice was steady, certain. "I'm not letting him escape. Not again. Not after what he did to my parents. Not after what he did to you." Sirius held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. "All right. But we do this together. All of us." He looked at Ron and Hermione, who had risen to stand beside Harry. Ron's face was pale but determined. Hermione's was set with the fierce concentration she usually reserved for exams. "We're with you," Ron said. "All the way." Sirius smiled, and for a moment, he looked exactly like the man in Harry's dreams, the reckless, loyal friend who would follow James Potter anywhere. "Then let's go catch a rat." They turned and plunged back into the forest, the castle rising before them, the moon overhead, and the promise of justice burning in their hearts. Behind them, in the darkness, a pair of red eyes opened and watched them go. The Whomping Willow stood at the edge of the grounds like a sentinel, its branches swaying gently in the pre-dawn darkness despite the complete absence of wind. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Sirius crouched behind a low stone wall, watching the tree with wary eyes. Sirius had explained the passage on their way back from the forest. The willow had been planted specifically to guard the tunnel to the Shrieking Shack, back when Remus Lupin needed a safe place to transform during his school years. The Marauders had discovered the secret, learned to immobilize the tree by pressing a knot on its trunk, and used the passage countless times. Now they needed to do it again. "The knot," Sirius whispered, pointing. "See it? Just above the base on the left side. Someone needs to get close enough to press it while the rest of us run through." "I'll do it," Harry said immediately. Sirius shook his head. "You're too important. If something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong." Harry met his godfather's eyes. "I can do this. Trust me." Sirius looked at him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "All right. But be fast. The moment you press it, run. Don't look back." Harry crept forward, keeping low, his heart pounding in his chest. The willow loomed above him, its branches seemingly peaceful, but he knew better. One wrong move and those branches would turn into battering rams, smashing him into the ground. He reached the trunk. The knot was exactly where Sirius had said, a gnarled protrusion that looked like it had been there since the tree was planted. Harry pressed it. The willow went still. "Now!" Sirius shouted. Harry ran. Behind him, he heard the pounding of feet as Ron, Hermione, and Sirius followed. They reached the base of the tree, where a gaping hole in the roots revealed a dark tunnel descending into the earth. Sirius went first, his wand lit, casting long shadows on the earthen walls. Harry followed, then Ron, then Hermione. The tunnel was narrow, forcing them to crouch as they moved. The smell was damp earth and something else, something old and musty, like a tomb that hadn't been opened in centuries. They walked for what felt like an eternity. The tunnel sloped downward, then up again, and finally, they reached a wooden ladder bolted to the wall. Sirius climbed first, pushing open a trapdoor above him. Cold air rushed in, along with the sound of wind whistling through broken windows. The shrieking shack. Harry climbed out after Sirius and found himself in a room that looked like it had been through a war. The walls were cracked, the floorboards splintered, the furniture reduced to kindling. Wind howled through gaps in the walls, carrying the chill of the pre-dawn air. "This place is horrible," Ron whispered, looking around with wide eyes. "It's supposed to be," Sirius said quietly. "That was the point. Make it look haunted, make everyone stay away, so no one would discover Remus's secret." He moved toward the door, his wand raised. "Stay close. And stay quiet." They crept through the shack, room by room. Each was worse than the last, more decayed, more desolate, more haunted by the ghosts of the past. Harry could almost see them, 3 boys and a werewolf, running through these halls, laughing, causing chaos, living with a secret that could have destroyed them. And then they heard it. A voice. High, nervous, muttering to itself. Sirius held up a hand, freezing them in place. The voice was coming from the room ahead, the largest room in the shack, what might once have been a parlor. They crept closer, pressing themselves against the wall, listening. Have to hurry, they'll be here soon, they know, curse that boy, curse those eyes, how did he see, how did he? Peter Pettigrew. Sirius's face transformed. The grief and pain of 12 years melted away, replaced by something cold and terrible. He motioned for Harry and the others to stay back, then stepped through the doorway. "Hello, Peter." The scream that followed was high and terrified, the sound of a cornered animal. Harry peered around the doorframe and saw Pettigrew cowering in the corner, his wand raised, his face white as bone. "Sirius," he breathed. "Sirius, please, I didn't, it wasn't, you have to understand." "I understand perfectly." Sirius's voice was ice. "I understand that you sold James and Lily to Voldemort. I understand that you framed me for their murders. I understand that you've been hiding as a rat for 12 years while I rotted in Azkaban." He raised his wand. "I understand that you're going to pay." "No." Harry stepped into the room, ignoring Sirius's warning glance. "Not like this. He needs to confess. In front of witnesses. The Ministry needs to hear the truth." Pettigrew's eyes darted to Harry, and for a moment, something flickered in them. Recognition, fear, and something else, a desperate, calculating cunning. "Harry," he said, his voice wheedling, pathetic. "Harry, your father was my friend. My best friend. I would never have, it was an accident, a mistake, I didn't mean for them to die." "You gave them to Voldemort," Harry said flatly. "You told him where they were hiding. You killed them as surely as if you'd cast the curse yourself." Pettigrew's face crumpled. Tears streamed down his cheeks, but Harry wasn't fooled. He had seen enough of the Dursleys to know when tears were real and when they were weapons. "I was scared," Pettigrew whimpered. "He would have killed me. He had followers everywhere. I didn't have a choice. Everyone has a choice." Hermione's voice was cold as she stepped into the room, Ron behind her. "You chose to save yourself. You chose to let your friends die." Pettigrew looked at them, at the 3 children and the man who had once been his friend, and saw no mercy in any of their eyes. His face shifted, the pathetic mask sliding away to reveal something uglier beneath. "You don't understand," he hissed. "None of you understand. You think it's easy, being the weakest, the smallest, the one everyone forgets. James and Sirius, they were the heroes. Remus was the martyr. And I was just Peter, the rat, the one no one noticed." His voice rose, cracking with years of suppressed rage. "When he who must not be named came to me, he noticed. He saw me. He offered me power, protection, a place where I wouldn't be forgotten. And all I had to do was give him one little piece of information. One little secret." Harry felt sick. This was the man who had destroyed his family. This pathetic, whining creature, blaming everyone but himself for his choices. "James trusted you," Harry said, his voice shaking. "He called you his friend. He would have died for you." "And he did," Pettigrew said, and for a moment, there was something like satisfaction in his eyes. "They all did. James died defending his family. Lily died begging for your life. Sirius died in Azkaban, for all intents and purposes. And I lived." He laughed, a high, hysterical sound. "I lived, and I'll keep living, long after you're all." He never finished the sentence. The door behind them exploded inward. Remus Lupin stood in the doorway, his face haggard, his eyes blazing with a fury that made even Sirius step back. He looked like he hadn't slept in days, his robes rumpled, his hair unkempt. But his wand was steady, pointed directly at Pettigrew's heart. "Remus," Pettigrew breathed. "Remus, please. Don't." Lupin's voice was raw, broken. "Don't you dare speak to me. Don't you dare say my name." He stepped into the room, his eyes never leaving Pettigrew's face. "I mourned you. Do you understand that? I mourned you. James and Lily were gone, Sirius was in Azkaban, and I thought you were dead too. I thought I was the only one left. And all that time, you were hiding. Living as a rat, letting me grieve." Pettigrew shrank back against the wall. "I didn't have a choice. You always had a choice." Lupin roared. "We were your friends. We loved you. And you sold us to the devil for power and protection." His wand hand trembled with the effort of not casting a curse. "Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you right now." Pettigrew opened his mouth, but no words came. He looked from Lupin to Sirius to Harry, and saw the same thing in all their eyes: judgment. Justice. The end of 12 years of lies. "Please," he whispered. "I'll confess. I'll tell them everything. Just don't kill me. Please." Sirius and Lupin exchanged a look. Something passed between them, a communication born of years of friendship, of shared secrets, of love and loss and betrayal. "Dumbledore," Sirius said quietly. "We take him to Dumbledore." Lupin nodded slowly. "He'll know what to do." Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. It was over. Pettigrew would confess, Sirius would be cleared, and justice would finally be served. But as Ron moved to bind Pettigrew's hands, as Hermione pulled out parchment to record everything, as Sirius and Lupin stood guard over their former friend, Harry saw something in Pettigrew's eyes that made his blood run cold. Hope. Not the hope of rescue, or the hope of mercy. Something else. Something darker. And then Harry understood. Pettigrew wasn't afraid of them. He wasn't afraid of Dumbledore, or the Ministry, or even Azkaban. He was afraid of something else. Someone else. Someone who was coming. "Sirius," Harry said urgently. "We need to go. Now." Sirius looked at him, confusion in his gray eyes. "Harry, what's wrong?" "He's waiting for something. Someone. The Dementors in the forest, they weren't just looking for you. They were looking for him. For a sign. The windows shattered. Cold flooded the room, so cold it stole the breath from Harry's lungs, so cold it froze the very air. Shadows condensed in the corners, grew, took shape. Hooded figures glided through the broken windows, their rotting hands reaching, their hidden mouths sucking at the warmth, the hope, the life. Dementors. Dozens of them. And at their head, a figure Harry had only seen in nightmares. Tall, robed in black, with a face hidden beneath a hood and hands that gleamed white in the darkness. He moved like smoke, like death, like the end of all things. "Master," Pettigrew breathed, and his face transformed with ecstasy. "Master, you came. You came for me." The figure raised a hand, and the Dementors paused. The cold lessened, just enough for Harry to breathe, to think, to feel the terror coursing through his veins. "Peter." The voice was high, cold, cruel. It echoed in the room, in Harry's skull, in his very soul. "You have done well. But you have also failed. The boy lives. The prophecy remains unfulfilled." Pettigrew cowered. "Master, I tried, I couldn't." He was protected. Silence. The word was a whip crack, and Pettigrew fell silent, trembling. The figure turned. The hood shifted, and for just a moment, Harry saw what lay beneath. Not a face. Not flesh and bone. Something red and slit-pupiled, something ancient and evil, something that had waited 12 years for this moment. Voldemort. Harry Potter. The name was a caress, a threat, a promise. "We meet at last. I have waited so long to see you again. The boy who lived. The boy who should have died." The red eyes gleamed. "The boy who will die." Sirius stepped in front of Harry, his wand raised. Lupin moved to flank him. Ron and Hermione pressed close, their wands out, their faces white but determined. "You'll have to go through us," Sirius said, his voice steady despite the terror that Harry knew must be coursing through him. Voldemort laughed. It was the worst sound Harry had ever heard, cold and mocking and utterly without humor. Sirius Black. The loyal dog, freed from his cage at last. And Remus Lupin, the half-breed who cowers in the shadows. "Do you really think you can stop me?" He spread his arms, and the Dementors pressed closer. "I have an army. I have waited 12 years for this moment. I will not be denied." Harry's mind raced. They were trapped, outnumbered, facing the darkest wizard in history and a horde of Dementors. There was no way out. No hope. But then he felt it. The warmth in his chest, the hum in his bones, the voice of the castle reaching across the miles, through the stones, into his very soul. Cub, I am here. I am always here. Fight. And Harry understood. He stepped forward, past Sirius, past Lupin, until he stood face to face with the creature that had murdered his parents. You want me, he said, his voice clear and strong despite the terror. Here I am. But you won't kill me today. And you know why. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Because I'm not alone. Harry raised his wand. I have friends. I have family. And I have a castle that loves me. He thought of the room of requirement, of the years of warmth and safety and teaching. He thought of the Grey Lady, drifting through the corridors. He thought of Phineas Nigellus, sarcastic and loyal. He thought of the stones themselves, pulsing with ancient magic, waiting for this moment. And he called, "Help me." The scream tore from his throat, raw and desperate and full of all the love and pain and hope that lived in his heart. It echoed through the shack, through the tunnel, through the grounds, through the castle itself. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the world exploded. The world exploded into light. Not the cold, silvery light of the Dementors, not the sickly green of the killing curse, but something older, warmer, more powerful. Golden light erupted from Harry's chest, from his wand, from his very soul, and it spread outward in waves that pushed back the darkness, pushed back the cold, pushed back the Dementors themselves. They screamed. The Dementors screamed as the light touched them, their hooded forms writhing, dissolving, burning away like mist before the sun. They fled through the broken windows, through the cracks in the walls, through any opening they could find, their cries of agony echoing in the night. But the light didn't stop there. It flowed through the shrieking shack, repairing the broken walls, mending the shattered windows, filling every corner with warmth and hope and life. It touched Sirius and he gasped, years of Azkaban's despair lifting from his shoulders like a physical weight. It touched Lupin and he wept, the grief of 12 years dissolving in an instant. It touched Ron and Hermione and they stood taller, stronger, their wands raised with a confidence they'd never known. And it touched Voldemort. The Dark Lord screamed, not the scream of a Dementor, but something worse, the scream of something ancient and evil, something that had never known love, never known warmth, never known the power that lived in the heart of a child who had been loved by a castle. What is this? He shrieked, his form flickering, destabilizing. What magic is this? Harry didn't answer. He couldn't. He was the light now, the vessel for something greater than himself. He felt the castle flowing through him, felt its ancient stones, its hidden chambers, its living heart. He felt the founders, Godric's courage, Salazar's cunning, Rowena's wisdom, Helga's loyalty, all woven together into a magic that had waited 1,000 years for this moment. The castle had chosen him. And now it was fighting for him. No. Voldemort roared. I will not be defeated by a child. I will not. The light intensified. It wrapped around Voldemort like a fist, squeezing, crushing, pushing him back toward the darkness from which he'd come. His form flickered, dissolved, reformed, dissolved again. For a moment, Harry saw what lay beneath the robes, a creature of shadow and malice, a soul so torn and broken it barely qualified as human. And then the light pushed him out. Voldemort vanished with a scream of rage that shook the very foundations of the shack. The windows rattled. The floorboards cracked. And then silence. The light faded. Harry collapsed. He woke to warmth. Not the warmth of the castle's magic, but the simple warmth of a fire, of blankets, of concerned faces hovering above him. He was in a bed, a real bed, with soft sheets and fluffy pillows and a canopy above. The hospital wing. He's awake. Ron's voice, hoarse with relief. Madame Pomfrey, he's awake. Footsteps hurried across the stone floor, and then Madame Pomfrey's face appeared above him, stern but kind. Mr. Potter, you gave us quite a scare. Lie still. Don't try to move. Harry tried to speak, but his throat was raw, his voice a croak. Sirius. A hand gripped his. He turned his head and saw Sirius sitting in a chair beside the bed, his gaunt face streaked with tears, his gray eyes bright with a joy that made him look years younger. I'm here, Harry. I'm here. We're all here. Harry looked past him. Lupin stood at the foot of the bed, his expression a mixture of relief and wonder. Ron and Hermione were huddled together on a nearby bench, their faces pale but smiling. And in the corner, watching with an expression Harry couldn't read, stood Dumbledore. What happened? Harry whispered. The Dementors, Voldemort. Gone, Dumbledore said, stepping forward. For now. You drove them away, Harry. You in the castle. Harry shook his head weakly. I don't understand. How did I do that? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was a gravity in them that Harry had never seen before. You called for help, and help answered. The magic of Hogwarts is ancient, Harry, older than the founders, older than the stones themselves. It is a living thing, a guardian, a mother to all who seek refuge within its walls. And you, Harry, are its child. I felt it, Harry said slowly. The castle. It was inside me, flowing through me, like it was part of me. It is, Dumbledore said simply. And you are part of it. The bond between you and Hogwarts is unlike any I have seen in 1,000 years of history. You are not merely a student here, Harry. You are the castle's heir. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. Harry looked at Sirius, who nodded slowly. It's true, Sirius said. I felt it too, in the shack. The light, it didn't just drive away the Dementors. It healed something in me. Something I thought was broken forever. He squeezed Harry's hand. You did that. You in the castle. Harry's eyes stung with tears. He looked at Ron, at Hermione, at Lupin, at Dumbledore. They were all watching him with expressions of awe and pride in something else, something that looked almost like hope. What happens now? He asked. Dumbledore smiled. Now, Harry, we set things right. Peter Pettigrew has been taken into custody by the Ministry. He will stand trial for his crimes. Sirius will be exonerated. And you, my boy, will finally have the family you deserve. Harry looked at Sirius. His godfather, thin, scarred, broken by 12 years of hell, looked back at him with eyes full of love. Family, Harry repeated. I have a family. Sirius leaned forward and pressed his forehead against Harry's. You always did, Harry. You always did. It just took us a while to find each other. The days that followed were a blur of activity. Pettigrew's trial was swift. Faced with the testimony of Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and 3 students who had witnessed his confession, the Wizengamot had no choice but to convict. He was sentenced to life in Azkaban, a sentence that, this time, was actually deserved. Sirius was cleared of all charges. The Ministry issued a formal apology, a pardon, and a substantial sum of compensation for the 12 years he had wrongfully served. He was hailed as a hero, the loyal friend who had been betrayed, the innocent man who had suffered in silence. Harry attended the final day of the trial, sitting in the gallery between Ron and Hermione. When the verdict was read, not guilty, exonerated, free, he felt something break inside him. Not painfully, but beautifully, like a dam finally giving way after years of pressure. The tears came, and he didn't try to stop them. Sirius found him afterward, in the corridor outside the courtroom. They stood there for a long moment, just looking at each other. Then Harry launched himself into his godfather's arms, and Sirius held him tight, and they stayed that way until the last of the courtroom spectators had filed past. What now? Harry asked, his voice muffled against Sirius's robes. Sirius pulled back and looked at him. Now, we go home. Well, my home. It's not much, a house in London that's been empty for 12 years. But it's ours, if you want it. Harry's heart swelled. Yours and mine. Yours and mine. Sirius smiled, and for the first time, Harry saw the man his father had loved, handsome, reckless, loyal to the core. I have a lot to learn about being a godfather. And you have a lot to learn about having a family. But I think we can figure it out together. Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. Behind them, Ron cleared his throat. So, does this mean Harry's not coming back to Hogwarts? Because we've still got a Quidditch Cup to win, and I don't think I can do it without him. Harry laughed, a real laugh, full of joy and relief. I'll be back. Hogwarts is my home too. Speaking of Hogwarts, Hermione said, stepping forward, Dumbledore wants to see you, Harry. Something about the bond with the castle. He said it's important. Harry looked at Sirius, who nodded. Go. I'll be here when you get back. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Harry remembered it, cluttered with silver instruments, lined with sleeping portraits, filled with the scent of old books and lemon drops. But this time, when Harry entered, the portraits didn't just watch. They applauded. Here, here, cried a corpulent, red-nosed wizard. Well done, young man. Well done indeed. Extraordinary, murmured a witch with long silver hair. Simply extraordinary. Phineas Nigellus Black leaned forward in his portrait, his expression unreadable. You've done well, boy. Better than I expected, I'll admit. The Black family name, your name, now, is in good hands. Harry nodded to him, then turned to Dumbledore, who was waiting behind his desk with a smile. Harry, please sit down. Dumbledore gestured to the familiar armchair. We have much to discuss. Harry sat. The fire crackled in the grate. The portraits settled back into their frames, pretending to sleep but clearly listening. The bond between you and Hogwarts, Dumbledore began, is unprecedented in recorded history. The castle has chosen heirs before, students it favored, witches and wizards it protected. But never like this. Never so completely. You are not merely its heir, Harry. You are its heart. Harry frowned. I don't understand. What does that mean? It means, Dumbledore said slowly, that the castle will always protect you. It means that its magic flows through your veins, just as your magic flows through its stones. It means that you are connected to this place in a way that no one else can be. He leaned forward, his blue eyes intense. It also means that you have a responsibility. The castle has given you its trust, its power, its love. In return, you must protect it. Guard its secrets. Keep its magic alive. Harry thought of the room of requirement, the years of warmth and safety. Thought of the Grey Lady, drifting through the corridors. Thought of the prince, trapped beneath the castle, waiting. Thought of the sword, blazing with silver fire. I will, he said quietly. I promise. Dumbledore smiled. I know you will, Harry. That is why the castle chose you. He reached into a drawer and pulled out a small, velvet pouch. I have something for you. A gift, from the castle to its heir. Harry took the pouch. It was heavy, warm, pulsing with a faint light. He opened it and tipped the contents into his palm. A ring. It was simple, a band of gold set with a single, deep red stone that seemed to glow from within. Etched into the band were words in a language Harry didn't recognize, but as he watched, they shifted, reformed, became English. I am here. I am always here. The castle's promise, Dumbledore said softly. Wear it, and you will never be alone. Wherever you go, whatever dangers you face, Hogwarts will be with you. Harry slipped the ring onto his finger. It fit perfectly, warm against his skin. And for a moment, he felt it, the castle's presence, vast and ancient and loving, wrapped around him like a blanket. Thank you, he whispered. Dumbledore nodded. Now, go. Your godfather is waiting. There is much to celebrate. Christmas at Hogwarts was magical. Harry had never experienced anything like it. The Great Hall was transformed, with towering fir trees decorated with enchanted icicles and floating candles that changed color every few minutes. The food was abundant and delicious. The snow fell softly outside the enchanted windows, blanketing the grounds in white. But the best part was Sirius. He sat at the Gryffindor table, between Harry and Ron, looking healthier than Harry had ever seen him. The weeks of good food and rest had filled out his gaunt frame. His hair was still long and tangled, but his eyes were bright, his smile frequent, his laugh, when Ron told a particularly bad joke, genuine and warm. Lupin sat across from them, his usual reserve softened by the holiday spirit. He and Sirius talked constantly, trading memories of their school days, of James, of the adventures they'd shared. Harry listened, soaking in every word, building a picture of the father he'd never known. He was brilliant, Sirius said, for the 100th time. Absolutely brilliant. And arrogant with it, he never met a rule he didn't want to break. But he was loyal. Fiercely loyal. He would have done anything for his friends. Harry nodded, his heart full. I wish I'd known him. You will, Sirius said softly. Through us. Through the stories. He's not gone, Harry. Not really. He lives on in you. Harry looked down at the ring on his finger, glowing faintly in the candlelight. He thought of his mother, her ghost fading in the abandoned classroom. Thought of his father, laughing in Sirius's memories. Thought of the castle, warm and alive around him. He was not alone. He had never been alone. The feast ended with a round of Christmas crackers and a toast from Dumbledore. Then they wandered back to Gryffindor Tower, full and happy, and spent the rest of the evening by the fire, playing Exploding Snap and listening to Sirius tell stories. When it was finally time for bed, Harry lingered by the fire, watching the flames dance. Sirius came and stood beside him. All right, he asked quietly. Harry nodded. Better than all right. I keep thinking about what comes next. Voldemort is still out there. He'll come back. And when he does, then we'll face him together. Sirius put a hand on his shoulder. You're not alone, Harry. You have me. You have Remus. You have Ron and Hermione. You have Dumbledore. And you have the castle. He squeezed gently. We'll face whatever comes. Together. Harry looked up at his godfather, at the man who had suffered so much and still found the strength to love, and felt something settle in his heart. Not peace, exactly, the future was too uncertain for that. But something close. Acceptance. Readiness. Hope. Together, he agreed. The fire crackled. The castle hummed. And somewhere in the darkness, a pair of red eyes opened, watching, waiting, planning. But that was for another day. Tonight, Harry Potter slept soundly, surrounded by love, and dreamed of home. The weeks after Christmas passed in a warm blur of ordinary life. For the first time in his memory, Harry experienced what it felt like to simply be. To wake up without fear. To eat meals without wondering if they would be his last. To walk through corridors without watching every shadow for signs of danger. The castle was at peace, and so was he. Classes continued, of course. McGonagall pushed them harder in Transfiguration, preparing them for end-of-year exams. Flitwick had them practicing charms until their wrists ached. Snape, to everyone's surprise, was almost civil to Harry, not warm, never warm, but the sneering contempt had faded to something like grudging tolerance. Harry suspected Dumbledore had spoken to him. But the best parts of each day were the evenings. Sirius had taken a small cottage in Hogsmeade, close enough to visit regularly. He came to the castle 3 times a week, always bearing treats from Honeydukes and stories from his school days. Lupin often joined them, and the 3 of them, Godfather, Werewolf, and Boy, would sit by the Gryffindor fire for hours, talking and laughing and building the family Harry had always dreamed of. Ron and Hermione were always there too. They had become something more than friends, they were siblings now, bound by shared secrets and shared danger and the unshakable knowledge that they would die for each other if necessary. Hermione still corrected Ron's grammar and Ron still ate like he'd never seen food before, but the bickering had lost its edge. It was the sound of family. And through it all, the castle hummed. Harry felt it constantly now, the presence in the stones, the warmth in the walls, the whisper of ancient magic that surrounded him like a second skin. The ring on his finger pulsed gently with the castle's heartbeat, a constant reminder that he was never alone. Sometimes, late at night, he would press his palm against the cold stone of his dormitory wall and feel it warm in response, a silent conversation between child and home. February brought snow and the first real test of Harry's new life. It started with a dream. He was walking through corridors he didn't recognize, passageways that twisted and turned in ways that defied the castle's normal architecture. The walls were black stone, slick with moisture, and the air was thick with the smell of damp and decay. Somewhere ahead, a voice called to him, not the castle's whisper, but something darker, older, more desperate. Harry, Harry, come to me. I have waited so long. The prince. Harry woke with a start, his heart pounding, his sheets drenched with sweat. The ring on his finger was cold, colder than it had ever been, and for a moment, he felt a terrible emptiness where the castle's presence should be. He looked at his window. The moon was full, casting silver light across the room. His roommates slept peacefully, unaware. But Harry knew he wouldn't sleep again. He got up, pulled on his robes, and crept out of the dormitory. The common room was empty, the fire burned low. Harry sat in his usual chair and stared into the embers, trying to calm his racing heart. The dream had felt different from ordinary nightmares, more real, more purposeful. The prince was reaching out to him, trying to draw him back. You felt it too. Harry spun. The gray lady stood beside the fireplace, her translucent form shimmering in the firelight. Her face was troubled, her eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his skin prickle. The prince, Harry said. He's trying to contact me. The gray lady nodded slowly. He grows stronger. Your confrontation with the Dark One, the magic you unleashed, it fed him. Woke him from a centuries-long slumber. She drifted closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. He will not stop, Harry. He will reach for you again and again, until you either come to him or he finds another way to free himself. Harry's hand went to the ring on his finger. It was warming now, the castle's presence returning. What does he want? Really? The Grey Lady was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was heavy with centuries of sorrow. He wants to be born. Harry stared at her. Born. He's already. He's a spirit, a memory. How can he be born? The sword, the Grey Lady said. The blade on the dais, it is not merely a weapon. It is a vessel, a prison. His soul is bound to it, trapped within the metal, unable to escape. But if someone were to take the sword, to wield it, to claim it as their own. She trailed off, her eyes dark with ancient knowledge. What? Harry demanded. What would happen? The soul would transfer. From the sword to the wielder. The prince would be reborn, not as a spirit, but as a parasite, growing within the host's body, consuming them from the inside until nothing remained but his will, his hunger, his darkness. The Grey Lady's voice trembled. It happened once before, centuries ago. A student found the sword, thought it a prize. Within a month, he was gone. The prince walked the corridors in his body, wearing his face, until the founders discovered the truth and bound him again. Harry felt sick. That's what he wanted from me. That's why he offered me the truth. He wanted me to take the sword. Yes. The Grey Lady's eyes met his. And he will try again. He will offer you anything, knowledge, power, the lives of those you love. He will find your weaknesses and exploit them. He will not stop until you are his, or until he is destroyed. Harry thought of his dream. Of the dark corridors, of the desperate voice calling his name. The prince was patient. He had waited 1,000 years. He could wait longer. How do I destroy him? Harry asked. The Grey Lady shook her head slowly. I do not know. The founders themselves could not find a way. They could only bind him, trap him, hide him away in hopes that time would weaken him. She drifted closer, her translucent hand reaching toward Harry's face but stopping just short of touching. But you are the castle's heir. You have a connection to this place that even the founders did not possess. Perhaps you will find a way where they could not. Harry looked down at his ring, glowing warmly now, the castle's heartbeat steady in his veins. He was not alone. He had never been alone. I'll find a way, he said quietly. I promise. The Grey Lady smiled, a sad, beautiful smile. I believe you, Harry Potter. I believe you. She faded, leaving him alone with the fire and his thoughts. The next morning, Harry told Sirius everything. They sat in a corner of the library, away from prying ears, while Hermione kept watch at the entrance. Ron had wanted to come, but Harry had asked him to stay with Hermione, not because he didn't trust Ron, but because he needed Sirius's counsel without the filter of his friend's protective anger. Sirius listened in silence, his face growing grimmer with each word. When Harry finished, he sat back, his gray eyes troubled. The prince, he said slowly. I've heard whispers, even in Azkaban. The older prisoners spoke of something beneath Hogwarts, something the founders hid. I never thought it was real. It's real, Harry said. I saw him. Talked to him. He offered me the truth about my parents in exchange for taking the sword. Sirius's jaw tightened. And you refused. I refused. But now he's reaching out in my dreams. Trying to pull me back. Sirius was quiet for a long moment, thinking. Then he leaned forward, his voice low and intense. Harry, listen to me. This creature, whatever he is, he's dangerous. Not just because of what he can do, but because of what he knows. He's been watching this castle for 1,000 years. He knows its secrets, its weaknesses, its hidden places. If he gets out, if he finds a way to escape, he could destroy everything. I know. Harry's voice was steady, but his hands trembled slightly. The Grey Lady said he wants to be born. To use someone's body to live again. Sirius's face went pale. That's not possible. Is it? It happened before. Centuries ago. A student took the sword and the prince consumed him. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I won't let it happen again. But I don't know how to stop him. Sirius reached across the table and gripped Harry's hand. Then we find out. We research, we ask questions, we dig into every corner of this castle's history until we find the answer. Together. Harry felt a surge of gratitude so strong it almost brought tears to his eyes. You'd do that. For me. Sirius smiled, a real smile, full of love and determination. Harry, I'd do anything for you. You're my family. The only family I have left. We're in this together, remember? Harry nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. They spent the rest of the day in the library, pulling books from shelves, cross-referencing ancient texts, searching for any mention of the prince, the sword, or the founder's secret. Hermione joined them after her classes, her sharp mind immediately diving into the research with a focus that bordered on obsession. Ron came too, grumbling about the lack of food but staying anyway, his presence a comfort. By evening, they had found nothing. "There's no record," Hermione said, frustration evident in her voice. "I've checked every history, every account, every mention of the founders. There's nothing about a son, a sword, or a binding spell. It's like the whole story was erased." "Maybe it was," Sirius said quietly. "If the founders wanted to hide something, they had the power to do it. They could have removed all traces, charmed the records, made it impossible to find." Harry thought of the room of requirement, of the endless shelves of books the castle had provided for him. If the founders had hidden the truth, the castle might know where it was hidden. "The castle," he said suddenly. "The castle knows. It's shown me things before, the Grey Lady, Phineas, the passage to the prince's chamber. If I ask it, maybe it will show me the truth." Sirius looked at him with a mixture of pride and concern. "Are you sure? Going back there, facing him again?" "I won't face him. Not yet. I just need to find information. The castle will protect me." Harry touched the ring on his finger. "It always does." That night, Harry didn't sleep. He sat in the common room by the dying fire, the ring warm on his finger, and he asked, "Castle, show me the truth. Show me how to destroy the prince." For a long moment, nothing happened. The fire crackled. The shadows danced. Harry waited, patient, trusting. Then the ring grew warm, warmer than it had ever been, and a vision filled his mind. He saw the castle as it had been 1,000 years ago, new and raw and full of the founders' magic. He saw Godric Gryffindor, tall and proud, his sword at his side. He saw a woman, beautiful and sad, holding a baby, a boy with his father's eyes and his mother's gentle smile. He saw the boy grow, saw him trained in secret, saw him become a man of power and bitterness and desperate, aching loneliness. He saw the confrontation, father and son, sword raised, words of rage and sorrow that echoed through the centuries. And he saw the binding. Godric Gryffindor, tears streaming down his face, using the deepest magic he knew to trap his son's soul within the very sword that should have been his birthright. It wasn't a punishment, it was mercy. The only way to save his son from a darkness that would have consumed him completely. He loved him, Harry realized. He loved him, and he couldn't save him. So he trapped him instead. The vision shifted. He saw the sword hidden, the chamber sealed, the records burned. He saw the founders make a pact, never to speak of this, never to write of this, to let the truth die with them. But one of them couldn't bear it. Rowena Ravenclaw, wise and compassionate, left a record. Not in books, not in scrolls, but in the castle itself. In the stones. In the magic. "Find the diadem," the vision whispered. "Find the lost diadem of Ravenclaw. It holds the key." The vision faded. Harry sat in the darkness, his heart pounding, his mind racing. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw. One of the most famous lost treasures of the wizarding world. It had been missing for centuries, sought by generations of treasure hunters and historians. If it held the key to destroying the prince, then finding it was the only hope. But where to start? The castle hummed softly, a gentle reassurance. It knew. It always knew. Harry stood and walked to the portrait hole. The fat lady blinked at him sleepily. "Out for a stroll, dear?" "Something like that," Harry said. "Password. Fortescue's Folly. But be careful, it's late." Harry climbed through and started walking. The castle guided him, the ring warm on his finger, the stones humming beneath his feet. He passed through corridors he'd never seen, up staircases that shifted to accommodate him, past portraits that pretended to sleep but watched with curious eyes. Finally, he reached a door he didn't recognize. It was small, plain, unremarkable, the kind of door you'd pass 100 times without noticing. But the ring burned, hot now, and Harry knew this was the place. He pushed the door open. The room beyond was circular, lined with bookshelves that stretched from floor to ceiling. In the center, on a simple wooden stand, sat a single object. A tiara. Worn, tarnished, but unmistakably ancient. Blue sapphires glinted in the candlelight, set in a band of eagle feathers carved from silver. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw. Harry approached slowly, his heart pounding. This was it, the key to destroying the prince, to freeing the castle from the ancient evil that lurked beneath it. He reached out a trembling hand. Don't touch it. The voice came from behind him, soft and urgent. Harry spun. A girl stood in the doorway. Young, perhaps his age, with long brown hair and eyes that held a wisdom far beyond her years. She wore Ravenclaw robes and carried a wand that glowed faintly in the darkness. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "I've seen you in the halls. My name is Luna. Luna Lovegood." She stepped closer, her eyes fixed on the diadem. "That's the lost diadem. My father told me stories about it. He said it holds great power, and great danger." Harry's hand fell to his side. "You know about the diadem?" Luna nodded, her expression dreamy but focused. "I know it was stolen from Ravenclaw Tower centuries ago. I know it was hidden by someone who wanted to use its power for darkness. And I know that if you touch it without understanding what it truly is, it will consume you." Harry stared at her. "How do you know all this?" Luna smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "The Raxperts told me. They gather around things that are lost, forgotten, waiting to be found. They led me here tonight." She tilted her head, studying him. "You're looking for something. Something to do with the darkness beneath the castle." Harry hesitated. He didn't know this girl. Didn't know if he could trust her. But something in her eyes, something ancient and wise and utterly sincere, made him want to try. "There's a creature," he said slowly. "A spirit, trapped beneath the castle. He wants to escape, to be born again. The diadem holds the key to stopping him." Luna nodded, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. "Then we must be careful. The diadem doesn't give up its secrets easily. It will test you, challenge you, try to trick you into using it the wrong way." She moved closer, standing beside him before the diadem. "But you're not alone. The castle chose you. And the castle brought me here to help." Harry looked at her, this strange, dreamy girl with her radish earrings and her talk of Raxperts, and felt something he hadn't expected. Trust, connection, the sense that he had found another piece of the family he was building. "Together?" he asked. Luna smiled. "Together." They reached out, their hands hovering above the diadem, and the room filled with light. The light did not blind them. It embraced them. Harry felt Luna's hand find his in the brilliance, her fingers warm and steady. Together they stood in the glow, and together they were lifted, pulled, drawn into the heart of the diadem's magic. The room dissolved. They stood now in a place that was not a place, a vast, swirling expanse of memory and magic, of moments frozen in time and others rushing past like water. Images flickered around them, the founders walking through corridors that were still being built, students laughing in a great hall that had no ceiling, the first Quidditch match played on broomsticks that looked more like twigs than the sleek models of today. "This is the past," Luna breathed, her voice filled with wonder. "The diadem remembers." Harry nodded, unable to speak. He was seeing history unfold before his eyes, 1,000 years of Hogwarts, compressed into moments, each one precious, each one preserved in the magic of Rowena Ravenclaw's greatest creation. The images slowed, focused, coalesced into a single scene. A woman stood before them. Tall, regal, with long silver hair and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. She wore robes of deep blue, and on her head sat the diadem, not tarnished as it was now, but gleaming, perfect, alive with magic. "Rowena Ravenclaw, seekers of truth," she said, her voice echoing through the void. "You have found my diadem. You have proven yourselves worthy by coming together, by joining hands, by refusing to face the unknown alone." Her eyes moved from Harry to Luna, and she smiled. "The castle chose well." Harry's heart pounded. "You're real. You're actually here. A memory," Rowena said gently. "A fragment of myself, preserved in the diadem for those who would need my counsel." She stepped closer, her gaze intense. "You seek to destroy the creature beneath the castle. My old friend's son. Godric's boy." Luna nodded. "He's suffered for 1,000 years. Trapped, alone, consumed by bitterness. We want to free him, truly free him, not just bind him again." Rowena's expression flickered with sorrow. "That is what we wanted too. Godric loved his son more than anything. When the darkness grew too strong, when the boy's rage threatened to destroy everything they had built, Godric made the only choice he could. He bound his son's soul to the sword, hoping that one day, someone would find a way to save him." She shook her head slowly. "But we could not. The magic required, the depth of love, the strength of sacrifice, it was beyond us. So we hid the truth, burned the records, and prayed that the future would bring an answer. Harry stepped forward. What magic? What do we need to do? Rowena looked at him, and in her eyes he saw centuries of grief. The sword binds his soul, but it cannot heal it. To truly free him, to release him from his prison and let him pass peacefully into whatever comes next, you must break the binding without destroying him. You must offer him something he has never had. What? Luna asked softly. Forgiveness. The word hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning. Rowena continued, her voice gentle but firm. The boy, his name was Eric, was consumed by rage because he believed his father did not love him. He believed he was unwanted, unworthy, ashamed to be hidden away. That belief festered for centuries, turning into something dark and terrible. If someone could show him that he was wrong, that his father loved him, that he was worthy of love, the darkness might loosen its grip. Harry's mind raced. But his father is dead. Has been for 1,000 years. How can we show him anything? The sword holds more than his soul, Rowena said. It holds memories. Godric's memories. His love for his son, preserved in the blade along with the binding. If you can reach those memories, if you can make Eric see them, feel them, believe them, then the binding might break. His soul would be free. Luna frowned. But the sword is in his chamber. Guarded by his presence. To reach it, we'd have to face him. Yes, Rowena agreed. And he will not welcome you. He will try to trick you, tempt you, trap you. He has waited 1,000 years for freedom. He will not give it up easily. Harry thought of the prince's hungry eyes, his desperate voice, his offer of truth in exchange for the sword. The creature was dangerous, manipulative, consumed by centuries of bitterness. But beneath all that, there was something else. Something Harry had glimpsed in the vision Godric had shown him. Pain. Loneliness. A child who had never known his father's love. We have to try, Harry said quietly. He's suffered enough. 1,000 years is too long for anyone. Rowena smiled, and there were tears in her ancient eyes. You have your mother's heart, Harry Potter. And your father's courage. Godric would be proud to call you heir. She raised a hand, and light gathered around them. Go now. The diadem will guide you. And remember, you do not face this alone. The castle is with you. Your friends are with you. And love, true love, is the oldest and deepest magic of all. The light swelled, and the world dissolved. Harry opened his eyes. He was back in the small circular room, the diadem gleaming on its stand before him. Luna stood beside him, her hand still in his, her eyes wide with wonder. Did that really happen? She whispered. Harry nodded slowly. I think so. I think we just talked to Rowena Ravenclaw. Luna's face broke into a radiant smile. My father will never believe this. I'll have to bring him proof. She looked at the diadem. Should we take it to help us with the prince? Harry considered. The diadem was ancient, powerful, irreplaceable. Taking it from its resting place could have consequences he couldn't predict. But Rowena had said it would guide them. And they needed all the help they could get. We take it, he decided. But carefully. And we keep it safe. He reached out and lifted the diadem from its stand. It was lighter than he expected, warm to the touch, pulsing with a gentle rhythm that matched his heartbeat. He tucked it carefully into his robe pocket, where it rested against his chest like a second heart. Luna watched him with those dreamy, knowing eyes. The Raxperts are gone, she said. They don't like being around hope. And there's a lot of hope here now. Harry smiled. Thank you, Luna, for coming tonight. For helping me. Luna tilted her head. I was meant to. The castle told me. She said it simply, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You're going to need more help, though. The prince won't give up easily. You'll need your other friends too. The red-haired one and the clever one. Ron and Hermione, Harry agreed. I'll tell them everything. Luna nodded, satisfied. Good. And I'll be there too, if you need me. The castle says I'm supposed to stay close to you. She smiled again, that radiant, slightly unsettling smile. It says we're going to be important to each other. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He barely knew Luna Lovegood. But the castle had brought them together, and the castle had never steered him wrong. Then I'm glad, he said simply. I'm glad you're here. Luna's smile widened. Me too. They left the small room together, the diadem warm against Harry's chest, the future stretching before them like a path through unknown territory. But for the first time, Harry didn't feel afraid. He had friends. He had family. He had a castle that loved him. And together, they would face whatever came. The next morning, Harry gathered Ron and Hermione in a corner of the library. Luna sat with them, her presence accepted without question after Harry's brief explanation of the night's events. "So let me get this straight," Ron said, his forehead creased with concentration. "You and Luna, found the lost diadem of Ravenclaw in a secret room. You talked to the ghost of Rowena Ravenclaw herself. And she told you that to free the creepy soul-sucking prince dude, you have to make him feel loved." "That's a very simplified version," Hermione said, shooting Ron a look. "But essentially, yes. The prince, Eric, was bound to the sword by his father because his rage was consuming him. The binding preserved him, but it also trapped him. To truly free him, we have to break the binding by showing him that his father loved him." Ron leaned back in his chair, his expression a mixture of amazement and bewilderment. "Blimey. And I thought Quidditch was complicated." Harry smiled despite himself. "The hard part is getting to him. The sword is in his chamber, deep beneath the castle. He guards it. And he'll try to stop us, or trick us, from using it." Luna spoke up, her voice dreamy but clear. "He'll try to make us angry. That's what the Raxperts do. They feed on anger and fear. If we go in feeling those things, he'll win." Hermione nodded slowly. "So we need to stay calm. Focused. United." She looked at Harry. "When do we go?" Harry had been thinking about this all night. "Tonight. After curfew. The castle will help us find the way." He touched the ring on his finger. "I can feel it, the path is opening. He's expecting us." Ron swallowed hard but nodded. "Tonight it is. What do we need to bring?" Harry thought of Rowena's words. Love was the key, the oldest, deepest magic of all. They didn't need spells or potions or weapons. They needed something simpler, something harder. "We need to bring ourselves," he said quietly. "All of us. Together." The hours until curfew passed in a haze of nervous anticipation. Harry couldn't focus in classes, his mind constantly drifting to the chamber beneath the castle, the sword on its dais, the prince waiting in the darkness. He ate dinner mechanically, not tasting the food. He answered questions from teachers without really hearing them. And all the while, the ring on his finger grew warmer, the castle's presence stronger, guiding him, preparing him. At 9 o'clock, they gathered in the Gryffindor common room. Ron had nicked a handful of chocolate frogs from the kitchen. Hermione had a satchel full of books and notes, just in case. Luna had brought nothing but herself, her radish earrings swinging gently as she moved. "Ready?" Harry asked. 3 nods. They climbed through the portrait hole and into the darkened corridors. The castle was awake tonight. Harry could feel it in the stones beneath his feet, in the torches that flared brighter as they passed, in the portraits that turned to watch them with knowing eyes. The castle was with them. The castle was guiding them. They wound through corridors Harry had never seen, down staircases that hadn't existed before, past doors that opened only when they approached. The castle was creating a path, just for them, leading them deeper and deeper into its ancient heart. Finally, they reached a door Harry recognized. The small, unremarkable door that led to the prince's chamber. Harry paused with his hand on the handle. Through the wood, he could feel it, the darkness, the hunger, the centuries of loneliness. The prince was waiting. "Remember," Luna said softly. "He'll try to make us angry. Don't let him." Harry nodded. He pushed open the door. The passage beyond was longer than he remembered, the stairs steeper, the air colder. They descended in silence, their footsteps echoing off ancient stone. The darkness pressed in around them, thick and heavy, but Harry's wand tip glowed with a warm, steady light that pushed it back. At the bottom, the vast chamber opened before them. The obsidian pillars rose into shadow. The dais stood in the center, the sword blazing with silver fire. And before the dais, waiting, stood the prince. He looked different than Harry remembered. Younger, somehow. More vulnerable. His eyes still burned with that ancient fire, but there was something else in them now. Fear. Hope. Desperation. "You came back," he said, his voice softer than before. "I didn't think you would." Harry stepped forward, his friends close behind him. "I came to help you. Truly help you. Not to bind you again, but to free you." The prince's eyes narrowed. "Free me. You refused my offer. You rejected my knowledge. And now you come with words of freedom." He laughed, a bitter, broken sound. "You're like all the others. You want to use me, then destroy me." "No." Luna's voice cut through the darkness, calm and certain. We want to show you something. Something you've never seen." She stepped past Harry, approaching the prince without fear. He watched her with suspicion, but he didn't move, didn't attack. "Your father loved you," Luna said gently. "He loved you more than anything. He bound you here not to punish you, but to save you. To give you time. To hope that one day, someone would come who could truly help." The prince's face contorted. "Lies. All lies. He hid me. He rejected me. He left memories," Harry interrupted. "In the sword. Memories of his love for you. We can show you, if you'll let us." The prince stared at him, his burning eyes searching Harry's face for deception. For a long, terrible moment, no one moved. Then, slowly, the prince stepped aside. "Show me," he whispered. "Show me, and if you're lying." "We're not lying," Harry said. He walked to the dais, the sword blazing before him. Behind him, he felt his friends gather, felt their warmth, their love, their support. He reached out and took the sword. The silver fire exploded. But this time, it didn't burn. It embraced. It welcomed. It pulled Harry into its heart, and he saw Godric Gryffindor holding his infant son, tears streaming down his face. Saw him teaching the boy to ride a broom, to hold a wand, to laugh. Saw him hiding the boy away, not from shame, but from fear, fear that the world would hurt him, fear that his enemies would use him, fear that his love wasn't enough to protect him. And in the final memory, Godric stood over his sleeping son, his face etched with grief. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I'm so sorry, my boy. I don't know how to save you. I don't know how to reach you. But I love you. I will always love you. And I will wait, as long as it takes, for someone to show you the truth." The memories faded. Harry opened his eyes. The prince, Eric, stood before him, tears streaming down his face. For the first time in 1,000 years, he looked like what he truly was, a lost boy, desperate for his father's love. "He loved me," Eric whispered. "All this time, he loved me." Harry stepped forward and took his hand. "He did. And he's waiting for you. On the other side. If you're ready to go." Eric looked at him, his burning eyes now soft, human, filled with a light that hadn't existed in centuries. "I'm ready," he said. "I'm so ready." The sword in Harry's hand blazed one final time, not with silver fire, but with gold. The binding shattered. Eric's form dissolved, not into darkness, but into light, warm, gentle, freeing. For a moment, Harry saw him as he should have been, a young man, handsome and whole, with his father's eyes and a smile of pure joy. He looked at Harry, at Luna, at Ron and Hermione, and he smiled. "Thank you," he whispered. "Tell my father, tell him I understand now." And then he was gone. The chamber fell silent. The sword in Harry's hand was just a sword now, beautiful, ancient, but empty. The silver fire had faded. The darkness had lifted. They stood together in the quiet, four children who had just freed a soul from 1,000 years of torment. "Well," Ron said finally, his voice shaky but warm. "That was mental. Absolutely mental." Harry laughed. It was a small laugh, a tired laugh, but it was real. Luna smiled her dreamy smile. "The Raxperts are all gone now. He's at peace." Hermione wiped her eyes, pretending she hadn't been crying. "We should get back. It's almost gone." Harry nodded. He looked at the sword in his hand, then at his friends, then at the empty chamber that was no longer a prison. "Let's go home," he said. They climbed the stairs together, the castle humming with joy around them, and emerged into the light of a new day. Spring came to Hogwarts like a gift. The snow melted from the grounds, revealing green grass that seemed to appear overnight. The lake thawed, its surface rippling with new life. The forbidden forest, once dark and menacing, now seemed merely mysterious, its secrets hidden behind a veil of fresh leaves and blooming wildflowers. Harry walked through the corridors with a lightness in his step that he had never known. The weight of the prince's chamber, of Eric's centuries of suffering, had lifted from his shoulders. The castle itself seemed brighter, warmer, more alive. The stones hummed with joy rather than mere presence. The portraits smiled as he passed. Even Peeves, for once, was almost pleasant. He limited his mischief to dropping water balloons on Slytherins rather than everyone. Word of what had happened in the chamber had spread, though Harry wasn't sure how. Perhaps the castle had told its secrets to the walls, and the walls had whispered to the portraits, and the portraits had passed the news to the ghosts. Whatever the reason, Harry found himself treated with a new kind of respect. Not the fearful awe of the boy who lived, but something warmer. Something like gratitude. You freed a soul, Luna explained one afternoon as they sat by the Black Lake, watching the giant squid bask in the sun. That's the kindest thing anyone can do. The castle won't forget. Neither will the ghosts. Neither will we. Harry looked at her, this strange, wonderful girl who had appeared in his life at exactly the right moment and become an indispensable friend. You helped. We couldn't have done it without you. Luna smiled her dreamy smile. The Raxperts knew we would be friends. They told me ages ago. I just had to wait for you to be ready. Ron, lying on the grass with his eyes closed, snorted. Raxperts. Next you'll be telling us about Nargles and Snurkax. Nargles do exist, Luna said seriously. They live in mistletoe. And crumple-horned Snurkax are endangered, which is why you never see them. My father's writing a book about it. Hermione, who was reading nearby, looked up with an expression of intense curiosity. I'd like to read that book. The study of magical creatures has so many gaps. Your father's research could be invaluable. Ron opened one eye. You can't be serious. Hermione ignored him. Luna beamed. Harry lay back on the grass and closed his eyes. The sun warmed his face. The gentle lapping of the lake soothed his mind. For the first time in his life, he felt truly, completely at peace. Sirius came to visit that weekend, bursting through the portrait hole with a grin that made him look 20 years younger. Harry, pack your things, we're going to Hogsmeade. Harry looked up from his homework, startled. What? Now? Dumbledore's given permission. We're having a proper Godfather-Godson day. Lunch at the Three Broomsticks, butterbeer at the Hog's Head, and a tour of all the places your father and I used to cause trouble. Sirius's eyes sparkled with mischief. What do you say? Harry didn't need to be asked twice. They spent the day wandering through the picturesque village, Sirius pointing out landmarks and sharing stories. Here was where James had convinced Sirius to charm all the shop signs to sing bawdy songs. There was where they'd tricked Snape into walking into a woolly mammoth's behind. Every corner held a memory, every building a tale of youthful chaos and friendship. Listening to Sirius talk about his father was like watching a painting come to life. James Potter ceased to be a photograph on a page, a name in a story, a ghost in a mirror. He became real, arrogant and brilliant and loyal and ridiculous, a boy who had grown into a man who died for his family. He would have loved this, Sirius said quietly as they sat in the Three Broomsticks, nursing butterbeers, having a son, watching you grow up, teaching you to fly. His eyes grew distant. He used to talk about it, you know. When we were at school. He'd say, Sirius, when I have kids, I'm going to be the best dad ever. I'm going to teach them everything I know. I'm going to love them so much they'll never doubt it for a second. Harry's throat tightened. He sounds like he would have been a good father. Sirius met his eyes. He would have been a great father. But Harry, he reached across the table and gripped Harry's hand. I'm not him. I'm not James. I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to mess up. But I want you to know, I love you. You're my family. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life trying to be the godfather you deserve. Harry couldn't speak. He squeezed Sirius's hand and nodded, and that was enough. The weeks that followed were the happiest Harry had ever known. He threw himself into schoolwork with a focus that surprised even Hermione. Not because he cared about grades, though he did, more than he'd admit, but because learning felt like building. Each spell mastered, each fact absorbed, each skill developed was another brick in the fortress he was constructing against the darkness he knew would eventually return. Because it would return. Harry wasn't naive enough to believe otherwise. Voldemort was still out there, somewhere, growing stronger, waiting. The prophecy still hung over his head like a sword. The war wasn't over, it was Jishizai-Shuzan. But for now, there was peace. And Harry intended to use every moment of it. He practiced magic in the Room of Requirement, which had transformed itself into a perfect training ground. Obstacle courses for dueling, enchanted dummies for spell practice, libraries of advanced texts for Li Lun Yanju. The castle provided everything he needed, pushing him gently toward greater skill, deeper understanding. Ron and Hermione joined him often. Ron's natural talent for strategy emerged as they devised increasingly complex battle scenarios. Hermione's encyclopedic knowledge proved invaluable for understanding advanced magical theory. Together, they grew stronger, faster, more capable. Luna came too, though she rarely participated in the training. Instead, she sat quietly in a corner, observing, offering occasional insights that seemed nonsensical until you thought about them, and then suddenly made perfect sense. "You're preparing for something," she said one evening, watching Harry practice a particularly difficult shielding charm. "The Raxperts can feel it. They're gathering." Harry lowered his wand. "Voldemort. He's coming back. It's only a matter of time." Luna nodded calmly. "Yes, but not yet. There's time. Time to learn, time to grow, time to become what you need to be." She tilted her head, studying him with those pale, knowing eyes. "You're afraid." It wasn't a question. Harry didn't treat it as one. "Yes," he admitted. "I'm afraid of failing, of letting everyone down, of dying before I've really lived." Luna smiled gently. "Everyone's afraid of dying, but you're not afraid of the right things." Harry frowned. "What do you mean? You're afraid of failing, but you've already succeeded. You freed Eric. You faced Voldemort and survived. You've built a family out of people who love you." She stood and walked toward him, her radish earrings swinging. "The things you're afraid of, they're the things that don't matter. What matters is that you keep going. Keep loving. Keep fighting, even when you're afraid." Harry looked at her, this strange, wise girl who saw the world differently than anyone else, and felt something shift inside him. The fear didn't disappear, but it became manageable. Become just another feeling, not a controlling force. "Thank you, Luna," he said. Quietly. She smiled. "You're welcome, Harry." The end of term arrived with its usual chaos of exams and celebrations. Harry sat his tests with confidence, surprising even himself with how much he'd learned. Transfiguration, charms, potions, defense against the dark arts, he excelled in all of them, earning top marks and grudging respect from teachers who had once viewed him with suspicion. The final feast was a glorious affair. The Great Hall was decorated in the colors of the winning house, Gryffindor, thanks in no small part to Harry's heroics throughout the year. The golden banners hung from the walls, the food was abundant, and the atmosphere was pure joy. Dumbledore stood to give his end-of-term address, his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon spectacles. "Another year has passed," he began, his voice carrying easily through the hall. "A year of challenges, of discoveries, of growth. We have faced darkness and overcome it. We have lost much and gained more. And we have learned, I hope, that the greatest magic of all is not found in spells or potions, but in the bonds we forge with one another." His eyes found Harry's across the hall, and he smiled. "Next year will bring new challenges. New dangers. But I have every confidence that we will face them together, as we always have. For while the darkness may gather, the light within each of us burns brighter still." The hall erupted in applause. Harry clapped along with the rest, but his mind was elsewhere. Dumbledore's words had stirred something in him, a awareness, a premonition, a sense that the piece of this year was drawing to a close. That night, as he lay in his four-poster bed, Harry stared at the canopy above and thought about the future. Voldemort was out there. The prophecy was real. War was coming. But he wasn't alone. He had Sirius. He had Ron and Hermione and Luna. He had the castle. And whatever came, he would face it. The train ride home was bittersweet. Harry sat with his friends in a compartment, watching the Scottish countryside roll past. Ron and Hermione were arguing about something trivial. Luna was reading the Quibbler upside down, claiming it made more sense that way. And Harry was thinking. He would spend the summer with Sirius, in the house his parents had once called home. They would rebuild their lives together, learn to be a family, prepare for whatever came next. It wasn't the childhood he'd dreamed of, but it was something better. It was real. "You all right, mate?" Ron asked, breaking through his thoughts. Harry smiled. "Yeah, I'm all right." Ron grinned. "Good. Because my mum's already planning a welcome home feast. She's convinced you're too skinny, which, fair point, and she's going to feed you until you pop." "Mrs. Weasley's cooking is worth popping for," Hermione said, with the air of someone who had experienced it firsthand. Luna looked up from her upside-down magazine. "My father wants to meet you, Harry. He says anyone who can see Raxperts is welcome at our table anytime." Harry laughed. "I'd like that." The train carried on through the afternoon, bringing them closer to London, closer to the future, closer to whatever waited. Harry didn't know what the next year would bring. He didn't know when Voldemort would return, or what form his return would take, or how the prophecy would unfold. But he knew one thing for certain. He was Harry Potter. He was the castle's heir, the son of James and Lily, the godson of Sirius Black. He had friends who would follow him into darkness and a home that would always welcome him back. Whatever came, he was ready. The train rounded a bend, and the first lights of London appeared in the distance. Harry leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and smiled. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, as always. Parents hugged their children. Trunks were loaded onto trolleys. Owls hooted and cats meowed and the occasional toad croaked from its carrier. Harry pushed through the crowd, looking for a familiar face. He found Sirius leaning against a pillar, looking healthier and happier than Harry had ever seen him. His hair was still long, his clothes still shabby, but his eyes were bright and his smile was genuine. Harry. He pushed off the pillar and wrapped Harry in a hug that lifted him off the ground. Merlin, it's good to see you. How was the train? Did you eat enough? You look thin. Molly's going to kill me. Harry laughed, hugging him back. I'm fine. The train was fine. Everything's fine. Sirius pulled back, his hands on Harry's shoulders, his gray eyes searching Harry's face. You look different. Older. Stronger. A lot's happened this year, Harry said quietly. Sirius nodded. I know. Remus kept me updated. You've done incredible things, Harry. Things I couldn't have imagined at your age. He squeezed Harry's shoulders. I'm proud of you. So proud. Harry's eyes stung. Thanks, Sirius. Behind them, Ron appeared with his family, Molly and Arthur, Fred and George, Percy and Ginny. Molly descended on Harry immediately, wrapping him in a hug that smelled of baking and flowers. Harry, dear, look at you. Your skin and bones. Don't worry, I've got a whole summer of meals planned. You'll be fat as a pig by September. Mum, Ron protested. That's not exactly. Hush, Ronald. Adults are talking. Molly released Harry but kept a firm grip on his arm. You're coming to stay with us for a few weeks, aren't you? Sirius said you would. I've already got your room ready. Harry looked at Sirius, who shrugged apologetically. She insisted. And honestly, I thought it might be good for you. Get to know the Weasleys properly. Spend time with Ron. I'll be there too. Molly's already assigned me kitchen duty. Harry laughed. The thought of Sirius Black, escaped convict and marauder extraordinaire, taking orders from Molly Weasley in the kitchen was almost too delightful to imagine. I'd love that, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you. Molly beamed. Wonderful. Now come along, everyone. Arthur's got the car, and you know how he gets when it's parked illegally. The Weasley clan surged toward the exit, pulling Harry along with them. He glanced back and saw Sirius following, a soft smile on his face, his eyes bright with something that looked like hope. Harry smiled back and let himself be carried along. That night, Harry lay in a cozy bedroom at the Burrow, listening to the strange sounds of an unfamiliar house, the creak of old timbers, the distant hoot of an owl, the faint murmur of voices from downstairs where the adults were still talking. Ron was asleep in the next bed, his snores a familiar comfort. Through the wall, Harry could hear Fred and George plotting something, their whispers punctuated by occasional giggles. Somewhere in the house, a ghoul was groaning in the attic. It was chaos. It was noise. It was family. Harry touched the ring on his finger, warm against his skin. He thought of the castle, waiting for him, counting the days until his return. He thought of his friends, scattered across the country but bound to him by ties stronger than distance. He thought of Sirius, downstairs, finally free, finally home. And he thought of the future, uncertain, dangerous, but full of possibility. He closed his eyes and slept, dreaming of nothing at all. The summer passed in a blur of warmth and laughter. Harry spent weeks at the Burrow, learning what it meant to be part of a real family. Meals were chaotic affairs with everyone talking at once, reaching across the table, stealing food from each other's plates. Evenings were spent playing Exploding Snap, or listening to Mr. Weasley's stories about Muggle artifacts. Weekends were for Quidditch in the paddock, with makeshift goals and constant arguments about whether Fred's latest trick shot had actually counted. Sirius visited often, usually bearing gifts from honeydukes and stories from his own school days. He and Mr. Weasley got on famously, bonding over a shared love of mischief and a deep distrust of the Ministry's more ridiculous policies. Molly fussed over them both, though Harry noticed she fussed over Sirius most of all, as if trying to make up for 12 years of neglect with a single summer of mothering. In August, Harry went to stay with Sirius in the house his parents had once called home. It was strange at first, walking through rooms where James and Lily had lived, had loved, had dreamed of the future. But Sirius had filled the house with light and laughter, chasing away the ghosts with sheer force of will. "This is your home now," Sirius said one evening as they sat by the fire. "Yours and mine. We can change whatever you want, repaint, redecorate, knock down walls. Make it ours." Harry looked around the room, at the photos on the mantel, the worn furniture, the evidence of lives lived and lost. "I like it," he said quietly. "I like knowing they were here." Sirius nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Me too." The night before Harry's return to Hogwarts, he dreamed of Voldemort. Not the creature from the Shrieking Shack, barely held together by dark magic and desperate will. Something else. Something stronger. Red eyes that burned like coals. A voice like frozen venom. "I am coming, Harry Potter. I am gathering my strength, my followers, my power. Soon, very soon, I will return. And when I do, you will wish you had died that night in Godric's Hollow." Harry woke with a start, his heart pounding, his sheets drenched with sweat. The room was dark, quiet, safe. But the echo of that voice lingered in his mind, a promise of darkness to come. He looked at the ring on his finger. It was cold, colder than it had ever been. The castle was far away, beyond his reach until tomorrow. But tomorrow would come, and with it, Hogwarts. And with Hogwarts, hope. Harry lay back down and stared at the ceiling until dawn. King's Cross Station was packed with students and parents, trunks and owls, the chaos of departure day. Harry found Ron and Hermione easily. They were impossible to miss, Ron's red hair standing out in any crowd, Hermione's bushy hair even more wild than usual. "Harry." Hermione hugged him fiercely. "I've missed you. Did you get my letters? Did you finish the summer reading list? I've got so much to tell you." "Let him breathe, Hermione," Ron said, grinning. "Good to see you, mate." Harry grinned back. "Good to see you too." Luna appeared beside them, her radish earrings swinging. "Hello, Harry. The Raxperts say you had a bad dream last night. But they're gone now." Harry blinked. "The Raxperts told you that?" Luna nodded seriously. "They're very chatty when they want to be." Before Harry could respond, Sirius appeared at his side, pulling him into a quick hug. "Take care of yourself, Harry. Write to me. And remember, whatever happens, I'm proud of you." Harry hugged him back fiercely. "I will. I promise." The whistle blew. Students surged toward the train. Harry climbed aboard with his friends, finding an empty compartment near the back. As the train pulled out of the station, he pressed his face to the window, watching Sirius grow smaller and smaller until he disappeared from view. Then he turned to his friends, to the laughter and chatter and warmth of the compartment, and let himself be carried toward the future. The train rushed north through the countryside, carrying them toward Hogwarts, toward home, toward whatever waited in the darkness ahead. Harry touched his ring. It was warm again. The castle was waiting. The Hogwarts Express rattled northward through the late afternoon, carrying its cargo of laughter, anticipation, and more than a few illicitly traded chocolate frog cards. Harry sat with his back against the window, watching the familiar countryside blur past, green fields giving way to rolling hills, then to the first glimpses of mountains in the distance. The compartment was warm with the presence of his friends. Ron had his nose buried in a copy of Which Broomstick, occasionally reading aloud particularly impressive stats about the new clean sweep model. Hermione was already writing out a study schedule for the term ahead, muttering about OWL prerequisites and the importance of early preparation. Luna sat quietly in the corner, apparently asleep, though every few minutes her eyes would open, fix on something invisible, and then close again. Harry's mind drifted. The summer had been good, better than good. The burrow had given him his first real taste of family life, chaotic and loud and absolutely wonderful. Sirius's cottage had given him something else, a connection to parents he'd never known, a sense of roots, of history, of belonging. He had walked through rooms where his father had grown up, sat in chairs where his mother had read, looked at photographs of people who had loved him before he was born. And yet, through it all, Hogwarts had called to him. The ring on his finger had grown warmer as the train carried him north, its pulse synchronizing with his heartbeat. The castle was reaching out to him, welcoming him home. He could feel it in his bones, the ancient stones, the whispering corridors, the living heart of the place that had raised him. Penny for your thoughts. Harry looked up. Hermione had set aside her schedule and was watching him with concern. Just thinking, he said. About the castle. About coming home. Hermione smiled softly. It does feel like home, doesn't it? More than anywhere else. Ron looked up from his magazine. My mum would kill you for saying that. But yeah, I know what you mean. Hogwarts is different. Special. Luna opened her eyes. The castle is happy today. It's been waiting for you to come back. She tilted her head, listening to something only she could hear. The Raxperts say there will be changes this year. New faces. New challenges. New secrets. Ron groaned. More secrets. Can't we have one normal year? Harry laughed. Since when has anything about us been normal? Ron considered this. Fair point. The train began to slow as dusk settled over the landscape. Outside the window, the familiar sight of Hogsmeade Station appeared, the tiny platform, the lanterns swaying in the evening breeze, the crowd of students surging toward the exits. Harry gathered his things and followed his friends onto the platform. The cold air hit him like a welcome embrace, sharp and clean and full of the scents he associated with home, wood smoke, pine, the faint tang of the lake. He breathed deeply, letting it fill his lungs. First years this way. Hagrid's voice boomed over the crowd, his massive form towering above the students. First years follow me. Harry caught the giant's eye and waved. Hagrid's face split into a massive grin, and he gave an enthusiastic wave back, nearly knocking over a first year in the process. They made their way to the carriages, the same horseless carriages that had always carried them up to the castle. Harry climbed in with Ron and Hermione, Luna taking the seat opposite. As the carriage lurched into motion, Harry found himself staring at the empty space where the horses should be. What are you looking at? Ron asked. Harry blinked. Nothing. Just, nothing. But he wasn't looking at nothing. He was looking at something, creatures hitched to the carriages, pulling them up the hill. Strange creatures, skeletal and winged, with pale, reptilian hides and empty eyes that seemed to look through him rather than at him. Thestrals. He could see Thestrals. The realization hit him like a physical blow. You could only see Thestrals if you had witnessed death and truly understood it. He had been marked by death since he was a year old, but he had never seen it, not until the Shrieking Shack, when Voldemort had appeared and the Dementors had swarmed and the line between life and death had blurred in ways he still didn't fully understand. But he had seen it now. Felt it, and the Thestrals were visible. Harry. Hermione's voice was concerned. You've gone pale. Are you all right? He forced a smile. Fine. Just tired. Long summer. She didn't look convinced, but she let it go. The carriage crested the hill, and Hogwarts came into view. The castle rose against the darkening sky like a dream made stone. Towers and turrets, battlements and bridges, hundreds of windows glowing golden in the twilight. It was beautiful, impossibly beautiful, and Harry felt his heart swell with a love so fierce it almost hurt. Welcome home, cub. The whisper was faint, barely there, but unmistakable. The castle had felt his return. Harry touched his ring and smiled. The great hall was as magnificent as ever. The enchanted ceiling reflected the starry sky above, thousands of candles floated in midair, and the 4 long tables were packed with students chattering excitedly about their summers. Harry took his usual seat at the Gryffindor table, Ron beside him, Hermione across, Luna a few seats down with the Ravenclaws. The sorting ceremony was as entertaining as always. Harry watched the first years file in, nervous and wide-eyed, and felt a pang of something like nostalgia. He had never had this moment, never stood before the hall, never felt the sorting hat settle on his head, never heard the cheers of his new house. His arrival at Hogwarts had been anything but ordinary. But then, nothing about his life was ordinary. When the last first year had been sorted and the feast began, Harry allowed himself to relax. The food was incredible, roast chicken and potatoes, Yorkshire puddings and gravy, treacle tart and custard. He ate until he couldn't eat any more, listening to Ron's animated retelling of his summer adventures which mostly involved Quidditch and avoiding his mother's attempts to put him to work. Dumbledore rose as the last crumbs vanished from the golden plates. The hall fell silent. Welcome, welcome, to another year at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice carried easily, warm and slightly amused. I have a few announcements before we send you off to your well-earned beds. First years should note that the Forbidden Forest is, as the name suggests, forbidden. I would hate to have to explain to any parents why their child was eaten by a acromantula. A ripple of nervous laughter. Secondly, Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has asked me to remind you that magic is not permitted in the corridors between classes. The list of items now banned from the school has grown to include fizzing whizbees, nose-biting teacups, and, for reasons that escape me, yodeling. Please direct any questions to Mr. Filch himself, at your own risk. More laughter, louder this time. Finally, I am pleased to announce that this year, Hogwarts will be hosting a very special event. The Triwizard Tournament. The hall erupted. Harry looked at Ron, who was gaping. The Triwizard Tournament. Ron repeated. But that's extremely dangerous and has been discontinued for over a century, Hermione finished, her eyes wide. I read about it. It's a competition between the three largest wizarding schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Each school chooses a champion to compete in 3 tasks. The champions compete for the Triwizard Cup and eternal glory. And death, Ron added. Lots of death. The tournament was stopped because the death toll got too high. Dumbledore raised his hands, and the noise subsided. I understand your excitement. However, I must stress that this tournament is not to be taken lightly. Only students who are of age, 17 years or older, may submit their names. The selection will be made by an impartial judge, the Goblet of Fire. He gestured, and a magnificent golden goblet appeared on a pedestal before the staff table. Blue flames flickered within it. Those who wish to compete have 24 hours to submit their names. The goblet will choose the champions at the Halloween feast. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I expect great things from our students. Now, off to bed with you. Classes begin tomorrow. The hall dissolved into excited chatter as students streamed toward the doors. Harry sat still for a moment, watching the Goblet of Fire, its flames dancing with possibilities. Imagine, Ron breathed, competing in the Triwizard Tournament. Eternal glory. 1,000 galleons prize money. You're not old enough, Hermione pointed out. None of us are. Ron's face fell. Oh, right. Forgot about that. Harry barely heard them. He was staring at the goblet, feeling something stir in his chest. Not excitement. Not fear. Something else. Something that felt like a warning. The ring on his finger pulsed once, cold. Be careful, cub. Old magic stirs. Old enemies remember. Harry touched the ring, reassuring it, reassuring himself. Whatever came, he was ready. Or so he told himself. The first weeks of term passed in a blur of classes and rumors. The entire castle buzzed with Triwizard speculation, who would enter, who might win, what the tasks would be. The older students walked around with a new importance, as if merely being of age made them worthy of the honor. Harry threw himself into his studies with a focus that surprised even himself. Defense against the dark arts was particularly interesting this year, taught by a new professor, a retired Auror named Alistair Moody. He was missing an eye, one leg, and several chunks of his nose, but his teaching was unparalleled. Constant vigilance. Moody barked during their first lesson, stumping around the classroom on his wooden leg. That's the key to survival. Never let your guard down. Never assume you're safe. The dark arts are everywhere, waiting for the moment you stop watching. He demonstrated curses that made even Hermione wince, the Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, the Killing Curse. He talked about the importance of knowing your enemy, of understanding the darkness so you could fight it. Harry listened to every word, absorbing it like a sponge. This was the kind of teaching he needed, practical, harsh, real. Moody didn't sugarcoat anything. He told them about Auror missions gone wrong, about colleagues who had died, about the cost of fighting darkness. The boy who lived, Moody said one day, fixing his magical eye on Harry. You've survived one Dark Lord. Don't get cocky. There are plenty more where he came from. Harry nodded, taking the warning seriously. He had no intention of getting cocky. October arrived with a chill in the air and an undercurrent of excitement that grew stronger each day. The students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were due to arrive any day now, and the castle buzzed with preparations. Harry found himself drawn to the room of requirement more and more often. It had transformed itself again, no longer the training ground of last year, but something softer. A quiet space with comfortable chairs and a crackling fire and shelves full of books that seemed to choose themselves based on Harry's mood. He sat there one evening, alone, watching the flames dance. The ring on his finger pulsed gently, keeping time with his heartbeat. He had been having the dreams again, fragments of green light, cold laughter, a woman's scream. Nothing as clear as the vision of Voldemort from the summer, but unsettling nonetheless. "You're worried." Harry looked up. Luna stood in the doorway, her radish earrings catching the firelight. "How did you get in?" Harry asked. "The room only opens for me." Luna tilted her head. "It opens for me too. The castle likes me." Harry supposed that made as much sense as anything involving Luna. He gestured to the chair across from him, and she sat, curling her legs beneath her. "The dreams are getting worse," he said quietly. "I keep seeing." He stopped, unable to put words to the images that haunted his sleep. Luna nodded as if he'd explained everything. "He's getting stronger. The Dark One. He's reaching out, looking for you. The Raxperts can feel it." Harry's heart sank. "Voldemort. He's coming back. Soon." Luna's voice was calm, matter of fact. "But not yet. There's still time. Time to prepare, to learn, to grow strong." Harry looked at her, this strange, brave girl who saw things no one else could see and accepted them without question. "How do you know all this?" Luna smiled. "The same way you know things about the castle. I listen. The world tells me what I need to hear." She reached out and touched his hand. "You're not alone, Harry. You never were. And when the time comes, you'll have help. More help than you can imagine." Harry wanted to believe her. He wanted to believe that when Voldemort finally returned, he wouldn't have to face him alone. But the prophecy echoed in his mind, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, and he knew that in the end, it would come down to him. Some things you had to face alone. Halloween arrived with a frenzy of excitement. The Great Hall had been transformed, pumpkins carved with floating candles, live bats swooping through the air, a feast that would take days to prepare. But no one was thinking about food. The goblet of fire sat on its pedestal, its flames now blue instead of gold. The deadline for submissions had passed at noon. Now everyone waited to see which names would emerge. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, barely able to eat. The anticipation was electric, crackling through the hall like static. Even the teachers seemed tense, watching the goblet with barely concealed anxiety. At precisely 8 o'clock, the flames turned red. A singed piece of parchment shot into the air. Dumbledore caught it smoothly. "The champion for Durmstrang," he announced, "is Victor Krum." The Durmstrang table erupted. Krum, the famous Quidditch player, rose and made his way to the side chamber where the champions would wait. Another piece of parchment shot from the goblet. "The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour." A stunning blonde girl rose gracefully and followed Krum. The tension in the hall was unbearable. Harry gripped the edge of the table, his heart pounding. The flames turned red a third time. Dumbledore caught the parchment and read aloud, "The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory." The Hufflepuff table exploded. Cedric rose, looking stunned but pleased, and made his way forward. Harry relaxed, clapping along with everyone else. It was over. The champions were chosen. Now they could. The goblet's flames turned red again. The hall went silent. A fourth piece of parchment shot into the air. Dumbledore caught it, his expression shifting from surprise to something Harry couldn't read. He opened it and read aloud, "Harry Potter." The silence stretched into forever. Harry felt the world tilt. Every eye in the hall was on him, hundreds of faces, some shocked, some confused, some suspicious. He heard whispers start, grow, become a roar. "Harry Potter. He's not old enough. He cheated. Potter." Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos. "Harry Potter, please come to the side chamber." Harry stood on legs that didn't feel like his own. Ron was staring at him with an expression he couldn't read. Hermione had gone pale. "I didn't put my name in," Harry said, his voice barely a whisper. "I didn't." But no one heard him. Or if they did, they didn't believe. He walked toward the side chamber, feeling the weight of 1,000 eyes on his back, and knew with terrible certainty that this was only the beginning. The ring on his finger burned cold. The castle whispered a warning he couldn't quite hear. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort laughed. The side chamber was small and cramped, crowded with people Harry barely knew. Victor Krum stood in one corner, his dark eyes watchful beneath heavy brows. Fleur Delacour sat gracefully on a wooden chair, her silvery hair catching the candlelight. Cedric Diggory hovered near the fireplace, looking as confused as Harry felt. And standing before them all, faces grim with suspicion, were the tournament judges, Professor Dumbledore, Madame Maxime of Beauxbatons, Igor Karkaroff of Durmstrang, and Mr. Crouch from the Ministry. Ludo Bagman hovered nearby, his expression caught between excitement and concern. In the shadows, Professor Moody leaned against the wall, his magical eye whirring as it fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. Harry stood in the center of the room, feeling very small and very alone. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice calm but carrying an edge Harry had never heard before. "Did you put your name into the Goblet of Fire?" "No, sir." Harry's voice came out steadier than he felt. "I didn't. I swear." Dumbledore's eyes searched his face for a long moment. Something flickered in their depths, belief, perhaps, or concern. But before he could speak, Karkaroff stepped forward, his voice oily with accusation. "Surely you don't expect us to believe that, Headmaster. The Goblet of Fire is an impartial judge. It chooses only the most worthy. If a fourth name emerged, it is because that person found a way to circumvent the age line." His cold eyes fixed on Harry. "The boy is clearly underage. He must have had help." "I didn't have help," Harry said, his jaw tightening. "I didn't put my name in at all. I don't know how it happened." Karkaroff's lip curled. "A likely story." Madame Maxime loomed over Harry, her magnificent height making her seem even more intimidating. "Z's boy is too young. Too small. How could he possibly compete against my Fleur? Against Z others? It is not right." "I agree, Mr. Crouch said stiffly. "The rules are clear. Only students of age may compete. If this boy did not submit his name, then someone else did. Which means someone is trying to force Hogwarts to have two champions." Ludo Bagman rubbed his hands together nervously. Now, let's not jump to conclusions. The goblet's magic is ancient and powerful. If it chose young Mr. Potter, perhaps there's a reason. Perhaps the boy is lying," Karkaroff interrupted. "Perhaps he found a way to cheat. Perhaps you should shut your mouth before I shut it for you." Moody's voice cut through the room like a blade. He pushed off from the wall, stumping forward on his wooden leg, his magical eye fixed on Karkaroff with an intensity that made the Durmstrang headmaster step back. "I've been watching this boy since he arrived at Hogwarts," Moody growled. "He's not a cheater. He's not a liar. If he says he didn't put his name in, he didn't put his name in." He turned to Dumbledore. "Someone's playing games, Albus. Dangerous games. And I intend to find out who." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Thank you, Alistair." He looked at the other judges. "The rules of the tournament are clear. Once a champion's name emerges from the goblet, they are bound to compete. There is no provision for withdrawal, even in unusual circumstances." Harry's heart plummeted. "But I'm not old enough. I don't want." "It doesn't matter what you want, Mr. Crouch said coldly. "The magical contract is binding. If you refuse to compete, you forfeit your magic. You would be stripped of your powers." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. Stripped of his magic, he might as well be dead. "Then he competes," Dumbledore said quietly. "And we do everything in our power to ensure his safety." He looked at Harry, and for the first time, Harry saw something like fear in the old headmaster's eyes. "You will not be alone, Harry. I promise you that." Harry stumbled out of the side chamber in a daze. The corridor outside was empty, but he could hear the distant roar of the great hall, the students still buzzing with excitement and speculation. He didn't want to face them. Didn't want to face anyone. He found an alcove behind a suit of armor and slumped against the wall, his head in his hands. Competing in the Triwizard Tournament against students years older, more experienced, better prepared. Tasks designed to test the limits of magical ability, tasks that had killed people in the past. And he had to do it, or lose his magic forever. Someone had done this to him. Someone had put his name in the goblet, knowing what would happen, knowing he would be forced to compete. Someone wanted him in that tournament. Wanted him vulnerable, exposed, in danger. Voldemort. The name echoed in his mind like a curse. This had Voldemort written all over it, the manipulation, the cruelty, the patience. He was still out there, still plotting, still waiting for his chance. And he had found a way to strike at Harry from the shadows. "Harry." He looked up. Ron stood before him, his face pale, his expression caught between anger and concern. "Ron, I swear, I didn't." "I know. Ron sat down beside him, his shoulders slumped. I know you didn't put your name in. It took me a minute, but I know. He looked at Harry, and there was something raw in his eyes. I'm sorry I doubted you. Even for a second. I should have known better. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. You're not angry. Angry. Ron laughed bitterly. I'm furious. But not at you. At whoever did this. He punched the stone wall beside him, then Winston shook his hand. Bloody hell, that hurt. But seriously, Harry, someone's trying to kill you. Again. And we're going to find out who. Hermione appeared in the corridor, breathless, her bushy hair even wilder than usual. There you are. I've been looking everywhere. Harry, what happened? What did they say? Harry told them. About the binding magical contract, about being forced to compete, about the suspicion and accusation. Ron's face grew darker with each word. Hermione's eyes filled with tears she refused to let fall. It's Voldemort, Harry said quietly. It has to be. He's behind this somehow. Hermione nodded slowly. It makes sense. The tournament would be the perfect opportunity to get to you. Surrounded by crowds, distracted by the tasks, vulnerable. She bit her lip. But how? How did he get someone to put your name in? The age line. Moody said someone could have used a powerful confundus charm on the goblet, Harry said. To make it forget to check ages. And then just dropped my name in. But who? Ron demanded. Who would do that for you know who? No one had an answer. The days that followed were some of the worst of Harry's life. He couldn't walk through the corridors without whispers following him. Students who had once greeted him with smiles now looked at him with suspicion or outright hostility. The Slytherins, of course, were the worst. They sneered and called him cheat and glory seeker, and Malfoy made sure to mention at every opportunity that Harry was obviously desperate for attention. But it wasn't just Slytherins. Hufflepuffs who had supported Cedric now viewed Harry as a thief, stealing their champion's moment of glory. Even some Gryffindors seemed uncertain, their pride at having two champions warring with their sense of fairness. Only his friends stood by him. Ron and Hermione were constant presences, deflecting whispers with glares and occasionally hexes. Luna appeared at his side during meals, her calm presence a strange comfort. Even Neville, usually so timid, walked with Harry between classes, his round face set in stubborn determination. The tournament doesn't matter, Neville said one day, surprising Harry with his vehemence. What matters is that you're my friend. And friends stick together. Harry couldn't speak for a moment. Thanks, Neville. That means a lot. Neville nodded, his ears reddening. Besides, my gran says anyone who survived you know who as a baby can survive anything. Including a bunch of stupid tasks. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the first in days. The first task arrived faster than anyone expected. On a cold November morning, the champions were summoned to a small tent near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry walked in with the others, his heart pounding, his mind racing through every spell he knew. The ring on his finger was warm, a steady comfort against the cold. Inside the tent, the other champions were already preparing. Krum was sharpening his wand with careful, deliberate strokes. Fleur was pacing, muttering under her breath. Cedric sat quietly, his eyes closed, breathing deeply. Ludo Bagman burst in, his face flushed with excitement. Right then, champions. Time to find out what you're facing. He gestured for them to gather around. The first task is, dragons. Harry's stomach dropped. Dragons. Fleur's voice was high with horror. You cannot be serious. Deadly serious, my dear, Bagman said cheerfully. You'll each face a different breed. Hungarian horntail, Welsh green, Chinese fireball, Swedish short snout. The task is to get past the dragon and retrieve a golden egg. The egg contains the clue for the second task. Harry listened as Bagman explained the details, but his mind was elsewhere. Dragons. He had read about dragons in the Room of Requirement, studied their breeds, their weaknesses, their fire. But reading was one thing. Facing one was another entirely. You'll be given a few minutes to prepare before you're called, Bagman finished. Good luck, champions. You'll need it. He left. The tent fell silent. Harry looked at the others, his competitors, his enemies in this deadly game. For a moment, they were just four scared kids, facing impossible odds. What are you going to use? Cedric asked quietly, surprising Harry. For the dragon. Harry shook his head. I don't know yet. I haven't. He stopped. The ring on his finger burned. And suddenly, he knew. The Hungarian horntail was magnificent and terrible. Harry stood at the edge of the enclosure, watching the dragon guard its golden eggs. It was larger than he'd imagined, its scales black as night, its tail spiked with bronze barbs that lashed the air with deadly precision. Yellow eyes with vertical pupils fixed on him, and a low growl rumbled from its massive chest. The crowd roared in the stands above. Harry barely heard them. He was focused, calm, connected to something deeper than fear. The ring pulsed. The castle whispered, "Fly, cub, fly." Harry raised his wand. Accio firebolt. He hadn't planned it. He didn't even know if it would work. His broom was in the castle, miles away. But the castle was with him. The magic was with him. Seconds later, a streak of mahogany shot over the stands and into the enclosure. His firebolt. The castle had brought it to him. Harry mounted and kicked off. The horntail roared. Fire erupted from its mouth, a jet of flame that would have incinerated him if he hadn't soared higher, faster, riding the currents of air like he'd been borne on a broom. The dragon launched itself into the air, wings beating, jaws snapping at his heels. The crowd screamed. Harry focused. He flew circles around the dragon, drawing it away from its eggs, testing its speed, its turning radius. It was fast for something so large, but not fast enough. Not against a firebolt, not against a seeker who had been flying since he could walk. He dove. The horntail's head snapped toward him, jaws open, fire building in its throat. Harry pulled up at the last second, skimming over its head, reaching down. His fingers closed around the golden egg. He was away before the dragon could react, soaring over the stands, the egg clutched against his chest. The crowd erupted. Harry barely heard them. He was still flying, still riding the adrenaline, still connected to the castle's warmth. He landed in the enclosure and collapsed. The hospital wing was quiet when Harry woke. Madame Pomfrey fussed over him, checking for burns and broken bones, muttering about reckless children and insane tournaments. Harry let her work, too tired to argue. When she finally left, Sirius appeared. He sat in the chair beside Harry's bed, his face pale, his eyes red-rimmed. For a long moment, he didn't speak. Then he reached out and gripped Harry's hand. "Don't ever do that again," he whispered. Harry managed a weak smile. "I had to. The dragon. I know." Sirius's voice cracked. "I know. I watched. I saw you fly, Merlin. Harry, you flew like James. Like your father. I was so proud and so terrified I thought I'd die." Harry squeezed his hand. "I'm okay. I'm here." Sirius nodded, swallowing hard. "You're here. Thank Merlin, you're here." He leaned forward, his gray eyes intense. "But this is only the first task. There are 2 more. And whoever put your name in that goblet isn't finished." Harry knew. The warmth of victory was already fading, replaced by the cold awareness of danger. Someone wanted him in this tournament. Someone wanted him vulnerable. And until he found out who, he wouldn't be safe. The ring on his finger pulsed once, a warning. Somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort was waiting. The days following the first task passed in a haze of pain and potions. Madame Pomfrey kept Harry in the hospital wing for 3 days, insisting on monitoring him for delayed effects of dragon fire exposure. Harry suspected she just wanted to fuss over him, but he didn't complain. The quiet of the hospital wing was a welcome relief from the chaos of the castle. Sirius visited every day, sometimes twice. He brought chocolate from Honeydukes and stories from his own school days, anything to keep Harry's mind off the tournament. But Harry could see the worry in his godfather's eyes, the fear that lurked beneath the forced cheerfulness. "You can't protect me from everything," Harry said one evening, as Sirius sat in the chair beside his bed. Sirius's jaw tightened. "Watch me." Harry smiled tiredly. "You know what I mean. Whoever put my name in that goblet is still out there. Still planning something. We can't stop them by hiding in here." Sirius was silent for a long moment. Then he leaned forward, his gray eyes intense. "I've been doing some digging, talking to people. Remus has too." He lowered his voice. "There's something wrong with Moody." Harry frowned. "Professor Moody. He's been helping me, teaching me things. He's the one who suggested using my broom for the dragon." "I know." Sirius's expression was troubled. "That's what worries me. The Moody I knew, the real Alistair Moody, would never give advice like that. He'd tell you to face the dragon head on, to use brute force, to prove your strength. Not to fly away like a..." He stopped, his face darkening. Like a coward, Harry supplied. Like a clever tactician, Sirius corrected firmly. Your way was smart, but it wasn't Moody's way. And that's not the only thing. He glanced around, making sure they were alone. I've been watching him. His habits, his movements. He's not the man I remember. He limps on the wrong leg. He favors potions he never used to touch. And his magical eye, it doesn't move the way it should. Harry's blood ran cold. What are you saying? Sirius met his eyes. I'm saying that might not be Alistair Moody in that classroom. I'm saying someone could be using Polyjuice potion to impersonate him. I'm saying. The door to the hospital wing creaked open. Moody stumped inside, his wooden leg thumping against the stone floor. His magical eye worked as it took in the room, fixing briefly on Sirius before settling on Harry. Potter. Feeling better. Harry forced himself to nod. Much better, Professor. Thank you. Moody grunted. Good. Because you've got work to do. The second task is in February. That gives you 2 months to figure out the clue in that egg. He stumped closer, his normal eye fixed on Harry while the magical one roamed the room. And you, Black, shouldn't you be somewhere else? Sirius rose slowly, his hand drifting toward his wand. I'm exactly where I need to be. With my godson. Moody's lip curled. Protective. I remember. You were the same way with Potter's father. Always hovering, always watching. And look where that got him. The air in the room froze. Sirius's wand was in his hand before Harry could blink. Say that again. Moody laughed, a harsh, grating sound. Put it away, boy. I'm not your enemy. But you need to face facts. James Potter is dead. Lily Potter is dead. And this boy, he pointed at Harry with his gnarled wand, is carrying a burden you can't protect him from. The sooner you accept that, the better. Sirius took a step forward, but Harry grabbed his arm. Sirius. Don't. For a moment, Sirius's face contorted with rage. Then, slowly, he lowered his wand. His eyes never left Moody's face. I'll be watching you, he said quietly. Every moment, every move. If you hurt him, you'll what? Moody interrupted. Kill me. Send me back to Azkaban. You've got no power here, Black. You're a guest in this castle, nothing more. He turned to Harry. Figure out the egg, Potter. The sooner you solve the clue, the better your chances. He stumped toward the door, then paused. And watch your back. Not everyone who smiles at you is your friend. He left. The silence he left behind was thick with tension. Sirius stood rigid, his wand still clutched in his hand. Harry could see him trembling, with rage, with fear, with 12 years of suppressed grief finally breaking through. Sirius. Harry's voice was soft. Sirius, sit down. Sirius didn't move. He knew. He knew about your father. About the way he stopped, his voice cracking. Harry stood and went to him, wrapping his arms around his godfather. Sirius was taller, broader, but in that moment he felt fragile, breakable. I'm here, Harry whispered. I'm alive. I'm okay. Sirius's arms came up slowly, wrapping around Harry with a gentleness that belied his size. I'm sorry, he mumbled into Harry's hair. I'm sorry. I should have been there. I should have protected them. I should have. You were in Azkaban, Harry said firmly. You were innocent and they put you in hell. None of this is your fault. They stood like that for a long moment, godfather and godson, holding each other against the darkness. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his hospital bed, staring at the ceiling, turning over everything Sirius had said. Moody wasn't right. His habits, his movements, his mannerisms, they were off. And the way he'd spoken about James, about Lily, about the night they died, it was cruel. Calculated. As if he wanted to hurt Sirius, to drive him away. Or to keep him from investigating. Harry sat up abruptly. What if Sirius was right? What if the man calling himself Alistair Moody was actually someone else? Someone working for Voldemort. He needed to find out. Needed to investigate. But how? The ring on his finger pulsed, warm and insistent. Look deeper, cub. The truth is hidden, but not forgotten. Harry touched the ring, feeling the castle's presence flow through him. Of course. The castle knew everything that happened within its walls. If Moody was an imposter, the castle would know. But the castle couldn't tell him directly. It could only guide, only whisper, only show him the way. He climbed out of bed, pulling on his robes over his pajamas. Madame Pomfrey was asleep in her office, her gentle snores drifting through the door. Harry crept past her, out of the hospital wing, and into the darkened corridors. The castle was awake tonight. Torches flared as he passed, lighting his way. Staircases shifted to create the shortest path. Portraits turned to watch him, their painted eyes following his progress with ancient curiosity. He walked for what felt like hours, winding through passages he'd never seen, descending staircases that hadn't existed before. Finally, he reached a door he recognized, the small, unremarkable door that led to the chamber where he'd found the diadem. But the door wasn't unremarkable anymore. It was glowing. Harry pushed it open. The room beyond had changed. No longer empty, no longer circular. It was a study now, lined with bookshelves and filled with comfortable furniture. A fire crackled in the grate. And in the center of the room, sitting in a high-backed chair, was a figure Harry knew. Phineas Nigellus Black. "Took you long enough," the portrait said sourly. "I've been waiting for hours. The castle insisted I make myself available. Something about a crisis." He waved a dismissive hand. "Sit down, boy. You look terrible." Harry sat in the chair opposite, too tired to be surprised. "You know about Moody." Phineas's expression grew serious. "I know that something is wrong. The castle has been whispering for weeks, ever since that man arrived. It doesn't trust him. Neither do I." He leaned forward, his painted eyes sharp. "The real Alistair Moody is an Auror. A paranoid, suspicious, thoroughly unpleasant man, but a good one. This impostor, for that is what he is, has been careless. He doesn't know the little things. The habits that make a man who he is." Sirius noticed, Harry said. "He said Moody limps on the wrong leg. Uses different potions." Phineas nodded. "Exactly. And there's more. I've been watching, listening. The impostor visits the 7th floor at odd hours. He lingers near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. He's looking for something. Or waiting for someone. The 7th floor. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. That was where the entrance to the room of requirement was hidden." Harry's blood ran cold. "He's looking for the room. My room. Indeed." Phineas's voice was grim. "And if he finds it, if he discovers its secrets, your secrets, there's no telling what he might do." Harry's mind raced. The room of requirement held everything: his training grounds, his books, his memories of years spent alone. If the impostor got inside, he could learn everything about Harry's past, his abilities, his weaknesses. "I have to stop him," Harry said. "I have to find out who he really is." Phineas nodded slowly. "Yes. But not alone. You'll need help. Trusted friends. And you'll need to be careful. This man is dangerous. If he's working for the Dark Lord." "Voldemort," Harry interrupted. "Say his name. It's just a name." Phineas raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. "If he's working for Voldemort, then he's here for one reason. To make sure you die in that tournament." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Harry had suspected as much, but hearing it spoken aloud made it real. Terrifyingly real. "Then I'll have to survive," Harry said quietly. "I'll have to win." Phineas studied him for a long moment. "You remind me of your father," he said finally. "That stubbornness. That refusal to give up." He almost smiled. "It might just save your life." Harry left the chamber with more questions than answers. The impostor was looking for the room of requirement. That meant he knew about its existence, its power, its connection to Harry. That meant someone had told him, someone who knew Harry's secrets. But who? He made his way back to the hospital wing, slipping past the still snoring Madame Pomfrey and climbing into his bed. Sleep was impossible now. His mind churned with possibilities, suspicions, fears. The ring pulsed gently on his finger, a reminder that he wasn't alone. But as he stared at the ceiling, waiting for dawn, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that eyes were watching him from the shadows. Eyes that knew his secrets. Eyes that wanted him dead. The next morning, Harry gathered his friends in an empty classroom. Ron, Hermione, and Luna sat in a circle of desks, their faces serious as Harry told them everything. Sirius's suspicions. Phineas's confirmation. The impostor's search for the room of requirement. "So the real Moody is probably locked up somewhere," Ron said slowly. "And this fake is using Polyjuice potion to look like him." Hermione nodded, her brow furrowed. "Polyjuice is complicated to brew. It takes months. And you need a piece of the person you're impersonating, hair, nails, something like that. Whoever's doing this has access to the real Moody. Which means," Which means the real Moody might be dead, Luna finished quietly. The word hung in the air like a curse. Harry shook his head. We can't assume that. We have to find him. Save him if we can. He looked at each of his friends in turn. But first, we need to find out who the imposter really is. What he wants. Who he's working for. How? Ron asked. We can't exactly march up to him and demand he tell us. No, Hermione agreed. But we can watch him. Follow him. See where he goes, who he meets. She pulled out a notebook, already making plans. We'll need shifts. Someone watching at all times. And we'll need to be careful, his magical eye sees everything. Luna tilted her head. The eye is fake too. Like the rest of him. It doesn't see everything, it sees what he wants it to see. If we stay in blind spots, move when he's not looking, we can avoid it. Harry stared at her. How do you know that? Luna smiled her dreamy smile. The Nargles told me. Ron opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. At this point, he'd learned not to question Luna's sources. The watching began that afternoon. Harry took the first shift, positioning himself in an alcove near Moody's classroom. The magical eye was the biggest challenge, it swiveled constantly, scanning in all directions. But Luna was right, there were blind spots, corners where the eye couldn't quite reach. Moments when Moody was distracted by students or other teachers. For 3 days, they watched. Ron followed Moody to meals, noting who he spoke to, who he avoided. Hermione tracked his movements through the castle, mapping his routes, his habits. Luna observed from a distance, her strange ability to notice the unnoticed revealing patterns the others missed. And slowly, the picture began to form. Moody visited the 7th floor every night at exactly the same time. He would walk past the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy 3 times, then pause, as if waiting for something. The room of requirement never opened for him, it only opened for those the castle trusted, but he kept trying, night after night. He also visited the Ollery twice, sending letters by school owls rather than his own. Hermione managed to copy the address on one of the letters before it flew away, a safe house in Nocturne Alley, known to be used by Death Eaters. And once, late at night, Harry saw him meet with someone in the shadows near the boathouse. The figure was hooded, unrecognizable, but the way they moved, the confidence, the cruelty, sent chills down Harry's spine. That's not just a Death Eater, Sirius said later, when Harry described the meeting. That's someone important, someone high up. Who? Harry asked. Sirius shook his head slowly. I don't know, but I intend to find out. The night of the second task, Harry stood at the edge of the Black Lake, staring into its dark depths. The clue from the golden egg had been maddeningly obscure, a song about mermaids, about losing something precious, about searching in the depths. But Hermione had cracked it, as she always did. The second task was about retrieval. Retrieving something the merpeople had taken. Something the champions would miss. Harry looked at his friends, gathered on the shore to support him. Ron, nervous but determined. Hermione, already planning his strategy. Luna, calm and serene, as if she already knew the outcome. And somewhere in the crowd, he knew, the imposter was watching. Waiting for him to fail. Waiting for him to die. Harry touched the ring on his finger. The castle pulsed in response, warm and reassuring. You are not alone, cub. You have never been alone. The signal sounded. Harry dove into the freezing water. The lake was dark and cold, pressing in on him from all sides. Harry swam deeper, following the faint glow of the merpeople's lights. His lungs burned. His limbs grew heavy. But he pushed on, driven by determination and the castle's warmth in his veins. He found them in the merpeople's village, 4 figures tied to the arms of a massive statue. Ron, Hermione, Luna, and someone else. Someone who made Harry's heart stop. Sirius. The imposter had taken Sirius. Had brought him here, to the bottom of the lake, to force Harry's choice. 4 people he loved, only one he could save. The other champions were already there, each facing their own impossible choice. Fleur was sobbing, torn between her sister and a classmate. Krum was already cutting free the girl he loved, ignoring the others. Cedric was hesitating, his face pale with anguish. Harry looked at his friends. At Hermione, who had solved every clue, who had believed him when no one else did. At Ron, who had doubted for only a moment before standing by his side. At Luna, who saw the world differently and made him see it too. And at Sirius, his godfather, his family, the man who had spent 12 years in hell for a crime he didn't commit, who had found him in the forest and loved him without question. Harry couldn't choose. He wouldn't choose. He raised his wand. Accio. It was a desperate move. The Accio charm wasn't designed to work underwater, wasn't designed to summon 4 people at once. But Harry wasn't just using his own magic. He was using the castles. The warmth in his ring blazed, spreading through his body, into his wand, into the water around him. The ropes snapped. 4 bodies shot toward him, pulled by magic so powerful it turned the water to steam. Harry caught them, somehow, impossibly, he caught them all, and kicked for the surface. He broke through gasping, his friends floating around him, coughing and sputtering but alive. The crowd on the shore was screaming, with shock, with joy, with disbelief. Harry had done the impossible. He had saved them all. But as he dragged his friends to shore, as Madame Pomfrey rushed forward with blankets and potions, as the judges argued over the rules and the points, Harry saw him. The imposter, standing at the edge of the crowd, his magical eye fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his blood run cold. And behind that eye, for just a moment, Harry saw something else. A flash of red, a glimpse of scales. Voldemort was watching, and the game was far from over. The hospital wing was chaos. Madame Pomfrey rushed between beds, checking vitals, administering potions, muttering under her breath about reckless children and insane tournaments. Ron lay in one bed, still coughing up lake water. Hermione was in another, her lips blue despite the warming charms. Luna sat calmly on a third bed, apparently unaffected, watching the commotion with dreamy interest. And Sirius was alive. Harry couldn't stop looking at him. His godfather sat on the edge of Harry's bed, a blanket wrapped around his shoulders, his gray eyes still haunted by whatever he'd experienced beneath the lake. But he was alive, breathing. Here. How? Sirius asked quietly. How did you do it? The Accio charm, it shouldn't have worked. Not underwater. Not on 4 people at once. Harry touched the ring on his finger. The castle helped. I don't know how, but it did. I felt it, the magic flowing through me, stronger than anything I've ever felt. Sirius looked at the ring, then at Harry, and something like wonder crossed his face. The bond. It's real. Stronger than I thought. He shook his head slowly. Merlin, Harry, you're something special. Before Harry could respond, the doors to the hospital wing burst open. Dumbledore strode in, his robes billowing, his expression thunderous. Behind him came the other judges, Bagman, Crouch, Madame Maxime, Karkaroff, and bringing up the rear, stumping on his wooden leg, was Moody. Dumbledore. Madame Pomfrey protested. These children need rest. This cannot wait, Poppy. Dumbledore's voice was steel. He stopped at the foot of Harry's bed, his blue eyes blazing. Harry, what you did tonight was extraordinary. Impossible, by any measure. But I must ask you, how? Harry looked at Sirius, then back at Dumbledore. I don't know exactly. I needed to save them. All of them. And the magic answered. Dumbledore's eyes flickered to the ring on Harry's finger. For a moment, something passed across his face, recognition, perhaps, or understanding. Then it was gone. The Accio charm is not designed for underwater use, Moody growled, stumping closer. And it certainly can't summon 4 separate targets simultaneously. That's advanced magic, Potter. Newt level at least. You're telling us you just stumbled into it. Harry met his gaze steadily. The imposter. The fake. He could see it now, the slight hesitation in his movements, the way his magical eye lingered too long on certain details. Sirius was right. This wasn't Moody. I'm telling you I don't know how it happened, Harry said flatly. Maybe the tournament magic helped. Maybe I was just desperate. Maybe, he stopped, an idea forming. Maybe someone else helped. Someone watching. Moody's eye narrowed. What do you mean? Harry shrugged, feigning innocence. Just that magic can come from unexpected places. You taught me that, Professor. Constant vigilance. For a fraction of a second, something flickered in Moody's face. Recognition. Wariness. Then it was gone. Indeed, Moody said slowly. Constant vigilance. Dumbledore watched the exchange with sharp interest. We will discuss this further. For now, rest, Harry. You've earned it. He turned to the others. Everyone out. Let Poppy do her work. The judges filed out, but Moody lingered at the door, his magical eye fixed on Harry until the last possible moment. Then he was gone. Sirius waited until the doors closed, then turned to Harry with wide eyes. "You know. I know." Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "He's not moody. And he knows I know." The next 2 weeks were a study in tension. Harry went to classes, ate meals, talked to friends, but every moment was colored by the knowledge that someone was watching. Waiting. The imposter never approached him directly, never gave any obvious sign, but Harry felt his presence everywhere, in the corridors, in the Great Hall, in the shadows that seemed to gather a little too thickly in every corner. Ron and Hermione helped where they could. They took turns watching Moody's movements, noting his habits, his routines. Luna observed from her unique perspective, noticing things the others missed, the way Moody's eye lingered on certain students, the way he avoided certain corridors, the way he always seemed to be near when Harry was vulnerable. "He's waiting for something," Luna said one evening as they sat in the room of requirement. "The Raxperts are very active around him. They know when something bad is going to happen." "Thanks, Luna," Ron said dryly. "That's really comforting." Harry barely heard them. He was staring at the wall, thinking. The third task was approaching, a maze, according to the rumors. A maze filled with creatures and curses and challenges. The perfect place for an accident. The perfect place for murder. "He's going to try to kill me in the maze," Harry said quietly. "That's what this is all about. Get me into the tournament, make sure I reach the third task, and then you die," Hermione finished, her face pale. "And no one can prove it wasn't an accident." Ron's fists clenched. "Then we stop him. We tell Dumbledore. We have no proof," Harry interrupted. "Just suspicions. Just feelings. Dumbledore can't act on that. Not against a respected Auror." Luna tilted her head. "Then we need proof. Real proof. Something that shows everyone who he really is." Harry looked at her. For a moment, an idea flickered at the edge of his mind. Something about Polyjuice. Something about the real Moody. "Where is he?" Harry whispered. "The real Moody. If this is an imposter, the real one must be somewhere. Alive. Hidden." Hermione's eyes widened. "If we can find him, we can prove everything. The Polyjuice will wear off eventually, the imposter has to keep taking it. If we disrupt his supply, or catch him when he's not himself. Then we need to find where he's keeping the real Moody," Ron finished. "But where? The castle's huge. He could be anywhere," Harry thought. The imposter visited the 7th floor every night. The room of requirement. He was looking for something, the room, or something inside it. But the room wouldn't open for him. It only opened for those the castle trusted. Which meant the real Moody wasn't in the room. But he could be nearby. Somewhere close. Somewhere the imposter could access easily. "The 7th floor," Harry said slowly. "There are other rooms there. Storage rooms, abandoned classrooms. Places no one ever goes." Sirius, who had been listening quietly, spoke up. "Then that's where we search. Tonight." The 7th floor was dark and silent. Harry moved through the corridors. With practiced ease, his footsteps silent on the ancient stone. Behind him came Sirius, Ron, Hermione, and Luna, a small army of determination against the darkness. They searched every door, every alcove, every hidden corner. Most rooms were empty, dusty classrooms, forgotten storage spaces, the detritus of centuries. But one door, at the very end of the corridor, was locked. Not with a simple lock. With magic. Sirius examined it, his face grim. Powerful wards. Dark magic. He looked at Harry. "This is it." Harry raised his wand. The ring on his finger blazed with sudden heat, and the wards dissolved. Not broke, not shattered. Dissolved, as if they recognized him, as if they knew they had no power here. The door swung open. Inside, the room was small and windowless. A single candle burned on a crate, casting long shadows on the walls. And in the corner, slumped against the stone, was a figure. It was Moody. The real Moody. His face was haggard, his clothes torn, his magical eye missing from its socket. But he was alive. Barely. Harry rushed to his side. Professor, can you hear me?" Moody's remaining eye fluttered open. For a moment, it was unfocused, confused. Then it fixed on Harry, and something like recognition flickered there. "Potter," he croaked. "Get out. It's a trap." The door slammed shut behind them. Harry spun. Standing in the doorway, his wand raised, his face twisted with fury, was the impostor. No longer moody, his features were shifting, melting, revealing the face beneath. A face Harry didn't recognize. Young, handsome, with a cruel mouth and eyes that burned with fanatic devotion. Harry Potter, he breathed. Always meddling. Always surviving. He smiled, and it was the smile of a predator. But not tonight. Sirius stepped in front of Harry, his wand out. "Who are you?" The impostor laughed. "I am a servant. A loyal servant. And I have waited years for this moment." His eyes fixed on Harry. "The Dark Lord sends his regards." Green light erupted from his wand. Harry dove, pulling Sirius with him. The killing curse missed by inches, blasting a hole in the wall behind them. Rubble flew everywhere. Hermione screamed. Ron cursed. Luna, impossibly calm, raised her wand and whispered something that made the impostor stumble. "Run," Moody gasped from the corner. "Get out," warned Dumbledore. Harry didn't want to run. He wanted to fight. But the impostor was already recovering, already raising his wand again. They were trapped in a small room with a madman. The ring on Harry's finger blazed. And the castle answered. The floor beneath the impostor split open. Stone cracked, groaned, gave way. He fell, screaming, clawing, desperate, into the darkness below. The floor sealed itself again, smooth as glass, as if it had never opened. Silence. Harry stood trembling, his wand raised, his heart pounding. Around him, his friends stared at the floor where the impostor had vanished. "What," Ron said slowly, "was that?" Harry looked at his ring. It was warm again, content. The castle had protected him. It always would. But as he looked at the sealed floor, at the darkness where the impostor had fallen, he knew this wasn't over. The servant had spoken of his master. The Dark Lord sent his regards. Voldemort was coming, and the final task was only days away. The hospital wing had never felt so crowded. Madame Pomfrey had conjured extra beds, but even they weren't enough to contain the chaos. The real Alistair Moody lay in the corner, propped up on pillows, his remaining eye fixed on the ceiling while magical diagnostics pulsed around him. He was weak, emaciated, but alive, and furious. "Should have known," he growled for the dozenth time. "Should have known the moment I woke up in that box. Polyjuice. Had to be Polyjuice. Kept taking my hair, my eye, kept me alive so he could keep brewing it." His voice cracked with rage. Months in that box, listening to him walk around in my body, pretending to be me. And I couldn't do a bloody thing about it. Dumbledore stood at the foot of his bed, his expression grave. Beside him, Professor McGonagall looked as though she might hex someone at any moment. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, had arrived an hour ago and had been pacing ever since, his face alternating between pale and purple. "This is a disaster," Fudge muttered. "A complete disaster. An impostor in Hogwarts. A Death Eater on the loose. The Dark Lord's servant," he stopped, unable to finish. "The Dark Lord's servant is currently trapped beneath several tons of castle stone," Dumbledore said calmly. "He is not going anywhere. We hope," Fudge shot back. "We don't know what's down there. We don't know if he's alive or dead. We don't know. We know that Harry Potter and his friends rescued Alistair and exposed the conspiracy," McGonagall interrupted sharply. "We know that without them, this impostor would still be walking these halls, poisoning minds and plotting murder. Perhaps instead of panicking, Minister, you might consider thanking them." Fudge opened his mouth, then closed it. He looked at Harry, who sat in a chair beside Sirius, his friends gathered around him like a protective wall. "Thank you, Potter," Fudge said stiffly. "You've done well." Harry didn't bother responding. His mind was elsewhere, focused on the words the impostor had spoken before the castle swallowed him. "The Dark Lord sends his regards." Voldemort knew about the tournament. Knew about Harry. Had planned this from the beginning. The question was, what came next? The interrogation began at dawn. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and a team of Aurors had spent the night excavating the chamber beneath the 7th floor. The castle, cooperative as always, had opened a passage that made the work easier. By morning, they had recovered the impostor, unconscious, bruised, but alive. He was brought to a secure room near the headmaster's office, bound in enchanted ropes, and watched by no fewer than 6 Aurors. Harry wasn't allowed in, but Sirius had ways of getting information. "Barty Crouch Jr., Sirius said later, his voice heavy with disbelief. "That's who it was. Barty Crouch's son. Harry stared at him. The minister's assistant. That Barty Crouch. The same. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, looking shaken. He was supposed to be dead. Died in Azkaban years ago, or so everyone thought. But he didn't die. His mother did. She took his place using polyjuice, and he escaped. Been in hiding ever since, waiting for his master to return. Hermione's eyes were wide. That's terrible. His own mother died for him, Sirius finished grimly. And he thanked her by becoming one of Voldemort's most loyal servants. He's the one who put Harry's name in the goblet. Used a powerful Confundus charm to fool it into accepting a 4th school. Spent the entire year making sure Harry survived to the 3rd task. Ron's face was pale. But why? Why go to all that trouble just to? Because the 3rd task is the key, Harry said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. The maze. The cup. Something's going to happen in that maze. Something he was supposed to make sure happened. Dumbledore entered the room, his expression confirming Harry's fears. Harry is correct. We have extracted a confession from young Mr. Crouch. The Triwizard Cup has been enchanted as a portkey. It was meant to transport the first person who touched it to a destination of the Dark Lord's choosing. The room went cold. Where? Sirius demanded. Where was it supposed to take him? Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. To the graveyard in Little Hangleton. Where the Dark Lord's father is buried. Where he is waiting to be reborn. The next hours passed in a blur of activity. Aurors swept the maze, searching for the cup. It was found exactly where Crouch had placed it, pulsing with dark magic. The enchantment was examined, analyzed, carefully undone. The cup was rendered harmless, then secured in Dumbledore's office under 20 different protective spells. But the damage was done. The plan had been exposed, but its purpose was now clear. Voldemort was ready to return. He had been waiting all year for Harry to be delivered to him. And when that failed, he would find another way. Harry sat in the Gryffindor common room that evening, staring into the fire. Ron and Hermione were nearby, pretending to do homework. Luna had curled up in an armchair with a copy of the Quibbler. Sirius had refused to leave Harry's side. What happens now? Harry asked quietly. Sirius was silent for a long moment. Now we wait. And prepare. Voldemort's plan failed, but he won't give up. He'll try again. He'll find another way. Unless we find him first. Sirius looked at Harry sharply. What do you mean? Harry met his gaze. He's out there, somewhere. Hiding. Weak. If we could find him before he regains his strength. Harry, no. Sirius's voice was firm. You're not going after him. You're 13 years old. You're not. I'm the one he wants. Harry's voice was calm, certain. The prophecy says I'm the one with the power to vanquish him. That means I have to face him eventually. Sooner or later. So let it be later, Sirius said desperately. Let it be years from now, when you're older, stronger, more prepared. Not now. Not yet. Harry looked at his godfather, at the fear in his eyes, the desperate love, the 12 years of lost time that could never be recovered. And he understood. Sirius couldn't lose him. Not after everything. Okay, Harry said softly. Not yet. But when the time comes. When the time comes, we'll face it together. Sirius gripped his shoulder. All of us. You're not alone, Harry. You never were. The fire crackled. The castle hummed. And somewhere in the darkness, Harry knew, red eyes were opening, waiting, planning. But tonight, he was safe. Tonight, he was home. The end-of-term feast was a subdued affair. The Triwizard Tournament had been cancelled, its final task never completed. The champions were awarded prizes for their efforts. Cedric received a special commendation for his bravery, Fleur for her grace under pressure, Crumb for his skill. Harry received something else, the admiration of the school, grudgingly given, and the knowledge that he had stopped a terrible plan from succeeding. But it didn't feel like victory. As he sat in the Great Hall, surrounded by students who would never know how close they'd come to disaster, Harry thought about the graveyard in Little Hangleton. About the ritual Voldemort had planned. About the rebirth that had been prevented. For now, the train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with his friends, watching the countryside roll past, thinking about the summer ahead. Sirius had invited him to stay at Grimmauld Place, the Black family home, newly cleaned and fortified. It would be strange, living in a house full of dark artifacts and family history. But it would be home. What are you thinking about? Hermione asked softly. Harry turned from the window. The future. What comes next? Hermione nodded slowly. It's scary, isn't it? Knowing he's out there. Knowing he'll try again. Yes. Harry's voice was quiet. But I'm not facing it alone. That's what matters. Ron grinned from across the compartment. Too right, mate. Wherever you go, we go. Whatever comes, we face it together. Luna looked up from her magazine. The Raxperts say the future is uncertain. But they also say that uncertain doesn't mean bad. Just, unknown. Harry smiled. I'll take unknown. Unknown I can handle. The train carried on through the afternoon, bringing them closer to London, closer to the summer, closer to whatever waited. Harry didn't know what the next year would bring. He didn't know when Voldemort would return, or what form his return would take. But he knew one thing for certain. He was ready. Grimmauld Place was everything Harry hadn't expected. The house was dark, cramped, and cluttered with generations of Black family history. Portraits of long-dead relatives lined the walls, their painted eyes following visitors with suspicion. Dark artifacts filled every surface. The house elf, creature, muttered insults under his breath as he shuffled through the rooms. But Sirius had made it a home. The kitchen, once dark and gloomy, was now warm and welcoming. Mrs. Weasley had descended on the house with cleaning charms and determination, scrubbing away decades of neglect. The bedrooms had been aired out, the curtains washed, the dust banished. In Harry's room, a small space on the third floor, Sirius had placed photos of James and Lily, reminders of the parents Harry had never known. Harry stood in that room now, looking at the photographs. His parents waved at him from a moving image, frozen in a moment of happiness. His father laughed at something off camera. His mother smiled, her green eyes bright with joy. I miss them, Harry whispered. Even though I never really knew them. Sirius appeared in the doorway. I miss them too. Every day. He came and stood beside Harry, looking at the photos. Your father was the best friend I ever had. Brave, loyal, occasionally an idiot. He smiled softly. Your mother was the one who kept us in line. She had a temper, that one. But she loved deeply. Fiercely. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. Sirius put an arm around his shoulders. They'd be so proud of you, Harry. So incredibly proud. You're everything they hoped you'd be, and more. Harry leaned into his godfather's warmth and let himself feel it. The grief, the love, the hope. Whatever came next, he would face it. But tonight, he was home. The summer at Grimmauld Place settled into an uneasy rhythm. Days passed in a blur of training and tension, of laughter and lurking shadows. Harry woke each morning to the smell of Mrs. Weasley's cooking wafting up from the kitchen, dressed in clothes that actually fit, and spent his hours learning things no 13-year-old should have to know. Sirius was a demanding teacher. He pushed Harry harder than any professor at Hogwarts, drilling him in defensive spells, offensive curses, and the fine art of staying alive when everything went wrong. They practiced in the drawing room, a large space cleared of furniture and fortified with protective charms. Harry learned to cast a Patronus without hesitation, to shield against multiple attackers, to fight blindfolded and disoriented. Why? Harry asked one afternoon, after a particularly brutal session that left him bruised and exhausted. Why do I need to learn all this now? Sirius sat on the floor beside him, his face grim. Because Voldemort won't wait until you're ready. He'll come when you least expect it, when you're weakest, when you're alone. And when he does, I need to know you can survive. Harry looked at his hands, scarred from years of accidental magic, calloused from wand work, trembling slightly from exhaustion. Will it be enough? Sirius was quiet for a long moment. I don't know, he admitted finally. But it's better than nothing. Better than what I had. Harry thought of Sirius in Azkaban, alone with his guilt and grief, with nothing but memories to sustain him. He thought of his parents in Godric's Hollow, caught by surprise, with no chance to fight back. He thought of all the people Voldemort had killed over the years, the strong and the weak, the prepared and the unprepared. I won't let him win, Harry said quietly. Whatever it takes. I won't let him take anyone else. Sirius pulled him into a rough hug. That's my godson. The Order of the Phoenix met at Grimmauld Place every few nights. Harry wasn't supposed to attend the meetings. He was too young, too vulnerable, too close to the heart of the prophecy, but he found ways to listen. The old house had its secrets, and Harry had learned a few. A hidden passage behind the kitchen led to a small alcove near the drawing room, close enough to hear every word. He heard about Death Eater activity across the country. Attacks on Muggle villages, disappearances of prominent wizarding families, signs that Voldemort was gathering strength. He heard about the Ministry's refusal to believe the truth, about Fudge's determination to pretend everything was normal. He heard about the search for Voldemort's hiding place, the desperate hunt for any clue that might lead to his destruction. And he heard about the prophecy. It's real, Moody growled one night, his magical eye spinning in its socket. The prophecy about Potter and the Dark Lord. I heard it myself, years ago, before the original fell. It's stored in the Department of Mysteries, in the Hall of Prophecy. Dumbledore's voice was calm, measured. The prophecy is real, Alistair. And it concerns Harry directly. But he is not ready to hear it. Not yet. When will he be ready? Sirius demanded. When Voldemort's at the door. When it's too late. When he is old enough to understand, Dumbledore said firmly. When he has the maturity to bear its weight. The prophecy is not a weapon, Sirius. It is a burden. And Harry already carries enough. Harry pressed closer to the wall, his heart pounding. The prophecy. The words that had sealed his fate before he was born. He had to know. Had to understand. But the meeting moved on, and the moment passed. August brought rain and restlessness. Harry spent hours in his room, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the prophecy. What did it say? Why couldn't he hear it? What was Dumbledore so afraid of? Luna visited one afternoon, accompanied by her father, who had business with the Order. While the adults talked, she sat with Harry in his room, her radish earrings swinging as she examined his collection of photos. You're thinking about the prophecy, she said. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded. I need to know what it says. It's about me. About my life. I have a right to know. Luna tilted her head, considering. The Raxperts say you're right. But they also say that knowing isn't always the same as understanding. She looked at him with those pale, knowing eyes. Sometimes the truth hurts more than ignorance. I don't care if it hurts. Harry's voice was fierce. I need to know. Luna nodded slowly. Then you'll find out. When the time is right. The castle will help you, it always does. Harry touched the ring on his finger. Warm, steady, waiting. The night before Harry's return to Hogwarts, Sirius came to his room. They sat together in the darkness, watching the rain streak down the windowpane. Neither spoke for a long time. There was too much to say, and no words to say it. Finally, Sirius broke the silence. I'm scared, Harry. Harry looked at him, surprised by the admission. Sirius was always so strong, so confident. To hear him admit fear was unsettling. Of what? Harry asked. Sirius's gray eyes were distant. Of losing you. Of failing you like I failed your parents. Of not being enough. He turned to face Harry, and there were tears in his eyes. You're the only family I have left. The only reason I kept going in Azkaban. The thought of you, alive, growing, becoming the person you are, it kept me sane when everything else was darkness. Harry's throat tightened. Sirius. Let me finish. Sirius's voice was rough. I know I'm not your father. I know I can't replace him. But I love you, Harry. I love you like you were my own. And I need you to know that. Whatever happens this year, whatever dangers you face, know that I am here. I will always be here. And I will never stop fighting for you. Harry couldn't speak. He threw his arms around Sirius and held on tight, feeling the warmth of his godfather's embrace, the strength of his love. I know, he whispered. I know. They stayed like that for a long time, father and son in all but blood, holding each other against the darkness. King's Cross was chaos as always. Harry found Ron and Hermione easily, their familiar faces a comfort after the long summer. Luna appeared beside them, her radish earrings swinging. Together, they boarded the train and found an empty compartment near the back. The journey north was filled with conversation, about the summer, about the Order, about what the new year might bring. Ron had heard rumors of changes at Hogwarts, new security measures, increased vigilance. Hermione had researched defensive spells and shared her findings. Luna had brought a copy of the Quibbler with an article about Crumplehorn Snurkax that no one else believed in. But beneath the chatter, beneath the laughter, there was an undercurrent of tension. Voldemort was out there, gathering strength. The prophecy hung over Harry's head like a sword. And this year, more than any other, felt like the calm before the storm. Harry looked out the window as the countryside gave way to hills, then mountains. The castle would appear soon, rising from the landscape like a dream made stone. His home, his heart, the ring on his finger pulsed with warmth. "Welcome back, cub. I have missed you." Harry smiled. Whatever came, he was ready. The train rounded a bend, and Hogwarts appeared on the horizon. The start of term feast was a muted affair compared to previous years. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, picking at his food, watching the enchanted ceiling reflect a sky heavy with clouds. The usual excitement of returning to Hogwarts was tempered by the knowledge that Voldemort was out there, waiting, planning. The whispers that followed him through the corridors were different now, not suspicion, but something closer to fear. He was the boy who lived, the one who had survived when others hadn't, the one the Dark Lord wanted dead. It made people uncomfortable. Harry understood. He was uncomfortable too. Beside him, Ron was engaged in a heated debate with Hermione about the relative merits of different Quidditch teams. Luna was reading the Quibbler upside down, occasionally murmuring observations about the mood of the Nargles and the Chandeliers. It was almost normal, almost peaceful, but Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The ring on his finger pulsed, not with warmth, but with something else. A warning, a whisper. The castle was trying to tell him something. He looked up at the staff table. Dumbledore sat in his usual place, his eyes twinkling as he watched the students. But there was a tension in his shoulders that hadn't been there before. McGonagall kept glancing toward the doors. Snape's eyes swept the hall with a vigilance that bordered on paranoia. Something was coming. Harry could feel it in his bones. The first week of term passed in a blur of classes and tension. Harry threw himself into his studies with a focus that surprised even Hermione. Defense against the dark arts was now taught by a succession of substitute professors. No one wanted the position permanently, not with the danger that lurked beyond the castle walls. The lessons were adequate but uninspired, leaving Harry hungry for more. He spent his evenings in the room of requirement, training alone. The castle provided everything he needed: dummies that fought back, obstacle courses that shifted and changed, books that opened to exactly the right page. He practiced until his wand arm ached, until the spells came without thought, until he could cast a Patronus in his sleep. But it wasn't enough. It never felt like enough. One night, after a particularly grueling session, Harry collapsed onto a couch that appeared just in time to catch him. The room was quiet, lit only by the soft glow of floating candles. He closed his eyes and let his mind drift. The ring pulsed. "Come to me, cub." Harry's eyes snapped open. The voice was different, not the castle's usual whisper, but something deeper. Older. More urgent. He stood, his wand in his hand, and followed the pull of the ring. The room shifted around him, walls moving, passages forming, leading him deeper into the castle's heart than he had ever gone before. He walked for what felt like hours. The corridors grew older, the stone darker, the air colder. Torches flickered with flames that seemed to have no source. Portraits watched him pass, their painted eyes following with ancient curiosity. Finally, he reached a door. It was massive, made of black stone carved with runes that glowed faintly in the darkness. The ring on Harry's finger burned hot, and the runes flared in response. The door swung open. Beyond lay a chamber unlike anything Harry had ever seen. It was vast, larger than the Great Hall, larger than the Room of Requirement in its grandest form. Pillars of crystal rose to a ceiling lost in shadow. The floor was polished obsidian, reflecting the light of 1,000 floating candles. And in the center of the chamber, on a raised dais of pure white marble, stood a single object. A book. It was ancient, bound in dragon hide, its pages edged with gold. It lay open on a lectern, waiting. Harry approached slowly, his heart pounding. The ring on his finger was so hot it almost hurt, but he didn't dare remove it. He reached the dais and looked down at the book. The pages were blank, but as he watched, words began to appear, written in silver ink that seemed to flow from the parchment itself. "Welcome, heir of Hogwarts. You have been brought here because the time has come for you to know the truth." Harry's breath caught. What truth? The words shifted, reformed. The truth of the prophecy. The truth of your birth. The truth of the darkness that awaits. Harry's hands trembled. This was it, the answers he had been seeking. The prophecy that Dumbledore refused to share. The words that had sealed his fate. "Show me," he whispered. The book blazed with silver light. Images flooded Harry's mind. He saw a room he didn't recognize, filled with shelves of glass orbs. The Hall of Prophecy, he realized, the place Moody had mentioned. He saw a figure approach one of the orbs, a young woman with wild eyes and a voice that cracked with power. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. The words echoed in his skull, burning themselves into his memory. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The vision faded. Harry stood in the chamber, gasping, his face wet with tears he hadn't noticed falling. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. That was him. Either must die at the hand of the other. One of them had to kill the other. There was no other way. He looked at the book. More words had appeared. You understand now. The prophecy binds you both. You cannot escape it. You cannot hide from it. You can only face it, when the time comes. When? Harry's voice was raw. When will it come? Soon. The Dark Lord grows stronger. His servants gather. He will return before the year is out, and when he does, he will come for you. Harry gripped the edge of the lectern, fighting to stay upright. It was too much. Too much weight for a 13-year-old to carry. You are not alone. The words appeared gently, as if the book understood his pain. The castle is with you. Your friends are with you. Your family is with you. And when the time comes, you will find strength you never knew you had. Harry looked up at the vast chamber, at the crystal pillars, at the shadows that hid the ceiling. What is this place? He asked. Why did you bring me here? The book's pages turned on their own, revealing a new section, illustrations this time, moving images that showed the castle being built. He saw the four founders, younger than any portrait had ever shown them, laying the first stones. He saw them pour their magic into the foundations, creating something that would last forever. And he saw something else. Something hidden beneath the castle, deep in the earth, pulsing with a light that seemed to come from the very heart of magic. The Chamber of the Founders, the book explained. The source of the castle's power. The heart of Hogwarts itself. It has waited for you, Harry Potter. It has waited for its heir. Harry stared at the image, transfixed. A chamber of crystal and light, filled with 4 thrones, each bearing the symbol of a founder. And at the center, a pool of liquid silver that seemed to hold the stars themselves. What do I have to do? Harry asked. When the time comes, you will know. When the darkness is greatest, when all hope seems lost, you will find your way here. And the castle will give you what you need. The book's pages began to glow brighter, the silver ink flaring with light. Go now, heir of Hogwarts. Rest. Prepare. The storm is coming, but you are not alone. You have never been alone. The light swelled, and Harry closed his eyes against its brilliance. When he opened them again, he was back in the room of requirement, lying on the couch where he had started. The ring on his finger was warm, steady, comforting. He sat up slowly, his mind still reeling from what he had seen. The prophecy. The chamber. The weight of it all pressed down on him like a physical thing. But beneath the weight, beneath the fear, there was something else. Determination. Purpose. He knew what he had to do now. Not how, not when, but what. Survive. Prepare. And when the time came, face the darkness with everything he had. The castle hummed around him, warm and reassuring. Sleep, cub. Tomorrow is another day. Harry lay back on the couch and closed his eyes. For the first time in weeks, sleep came easily. And in his dreams, he saw the Chamber of the Founders, waiting for him beneath the castle, its silver pool reflecting the stars. Waiting for the moment when it would be needed most. The weeks following Harry's discovery in the Founders' Chamber passed in a haze of ordinary life and extraordinary tension. Classes continued as they always had. McGonagall pushed them harder in Transfiguration, preparing them for their OWLs even though they were still years away. Flitwick had them practicing charms until their wrists ached. Snape, to everyone's surprise, was almost civil, his sneers were fewer, his comments less cutting, as if even he understood that there were more important things than house rivalries. But beneath the surface of normalcy, something was shifting. Harry felt it everywhere, in the way the castle hummed with anticipation, in the way the portraits watched the corridors with anxious eyes, in the way the ghosts gathered in quiet corners to whisper among themselves. The ring on his finger pulsed constantly now, a steady heartbeat that connected him to the stones beneath his feet. Something was coming. Everyone could feel it. October brought rain and wind, lashing against the castle windows like desperate hands seeking entry. Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room one evening, watching the storm rage over the Black Lake. Behind him, the fire crackled and students laughed and life went on as if nothing were wrong. But everything was wrong. Ron appeared at his side, holding 2 butterbeers. "Thought you might need this." Harry took it gratefully. "Thanks." They stood in silence for a while, watching the rain. Ron had grown over the summer, taller, broader, his face losing its childish roundness. He looked almost like a man now, though his expression when he caught Hermione's eye across the room was still that of a lovesick schoolboy. "You're thinking about it again," Ron said quietly. "The prophecy." Harry nodded. "I can't stop. It's always there, in the back of my mind. Either must die at the hand of the other. One of us has to kill the other. There's no other way." Ron was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "My mum always told me that prophecies are tricky things. They show you a path, but they don't show you all the forks in the road. Maybe there's a way out you haven't seen yet." Harry looked at him. "You believe that?" Ron shrugged. "I believe that you're the cleverest person I know, and if anyone can find a way to beat a prophecy, it's you." He grinned suddenly. "Besides, you know who's been wrong before. He thought you'd die as a baby. Look how that turned out." Harry couldn't help but smile. "Thanks, Ron. Anytime, mate." That night, Harry dreamed of the graveyard. He stood among the headstones, the cold mist curling around his ankles. The moon was full and silver, casting long shadows across the dead grass. In the distance, a figure waited, tall, cloaked, with eyes that burned like embers. "Voldemort. You cannot hide forever, Harry Potter." The voice slithered through the darkness, wrapping around him like a snake. "The prophecy binds us. You know that now. One of us must die at the hand of the other. There is no escape." Harry's wand was in his hand, but he didn't raise it. "I'm not hiding." "No." Voldemort laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "Then why do you cower in that castle, surrounded by friends and teachers and ancient magic? Why do you not come to me?" "Because I'm not ready." Harry's voice was steady. "And neither are you. You're still weak. Still hiding. Still waiting." Voldemort's eyes flared. "You dare." "I dare because it's true." Harry stepped forward, closer to the figure in the mist. "You're afraid of me. You've always been afraid of me. That's why you tried to kill me as a baby. That's why you've spent 13 years trying to find a way to come back. You know that in the end, I'll be the one to destroy you." For a moment, something flickered in Voldemort's eyes. Fear. Doubt. Then it was gone, replaced by rage. "Then let us end it now." Green light erupted from his wand. Harry woke screaming. Sirius was there within minutes, bursting through the door of Harry's dormitory with his wand drawn and his eyes wild. Ron was already awake, hovering near Harry's bed with a look of helpless terror. Other boys were stirring, confused and frightened. "Harry." Sirius dropped to his knees beside the bed, gripping Harry's shoulders. "Harry, look at me. You're safe. You're at Hogwarts. It was just a dream." Harry gasped for air, his heart pounding so hard he thought it might burst. He was there. In the graveyard. He said. "It was a dream," Sirius repeated firmly. "Just a dream." But Harry knew better. It hadn't been just a dream. It had been a connection, a bridge between his mind and Voldemort's. The Dark Lord was reaching out, testing him, probing his defenses. "He's getting stronger," Harry whispered. "The dreams are getting worse. He's trying to find me." Sirius's face went pale. "We need to tell Dumbledore." Dumbledore's office was warm and familiar, but Harry couldn't relax. He sat in the same armchair he'd occupied so many times before, staring at the sleeping portraits on the walls, waiting for the headmaster to speak. Dumbledore had listened in silence as Harry described the dream, the graveyard, the mist, Voldemort's words. Now he sat behind his desk, his fingers steepled, his expression unreadable. "The connection is growing stronger," Dumbledore said finally. "As Voldemort regains his power, the bond between you intensifies. The scar on your forehead is not merely a mark of survival, it is a link. A bridge between your mind and his." Harry's hand flew to his scar. It tingled faintly, a sensation he'd grown so used to he barely noticed it anymore. "Can you break it?" he asked. "Can you sever the connection?" Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I do not know if it can be broken. The magic that created it is ancient and powerful, a combination of dark arts and the deepest protective magic. But we can teach you to shield your mind. To keep him out. Harry thought of Snape, of the occlumency lessons that had been promised years ago and never materialized. Professor Snape, he can teach me. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. Severus is a skilled occlumens. He has spent years hiding his thoughts from the Dark Lord. If anyone can teach you to protect your mind, it is he. Harry's stomach turned at the thought of spending hours alone with Snape, but he nodded. When do we start? Tomorrow, Dumbledore said. There is no time to waste. The occlumency lessons were every bit as terrible as Harry had imagined. Snape's classroom was cold and dim, lit only by flickering candles that cast long shadows on the walls. They sat facing each other across a desk, their wands raised, their eyes locked. Occlumency is the art of closing the mind, Snape began, his voice a monotone. It requires discipline, control, and the ability to suppress emotion. All things you lack, Potter. Harry bit back a retort. Just tell me what to do. Snape's lip curled. Clear your mind. Empty it of all thought, all feeling, all memory. Let there be nothing for me to find. Harry closed his eyes and tried. He thought of emptiness, of blank walls, of the space between thoughts. But images kept creeping in, his mother's face, the graveyard, the green light. Legilimens. The world shattered. Harry was drowning in memories that weren't his own. He saw a thin boy with a hooked nose, cowering in a corner while a man roared. He saw a girl with red hair, laughing, reaching out, then turning away. He saw darkness, and pain, and a choice that haunted him still. Then it stopped. Harry gasped, falling forward onto the desk. His head pounded. His scar burned. Snape sat across from him, pale and shaken. Again, Snape said. The lessons continued for weeks. Each session was worse than the last. Snape forced his way into Harry's mind again and again, dredging up memories Harry had forgotten, emotions he'd buried, fears he'd never acknowledged. Harry learned to fight back, to push Snape out, to build walls in his mind, but it was slow, painful work. Your emotions are your enemy, Snape said one evening, after a particularly brutal session. Every time you feel fear, anger, love, you create a door for him to enter. You must learn to feel nothing. Harry wiped blood from his nose. That's not possible. Then you will die. Snape's voice was flat, matter of fact. The Dark Lord will find the cracks in your defenses, and he will exploit them. He will use your love for your friends against you. He will use your grief for your parents against you. He will tear you apart from the inside. Harry stared at him. Is that what happened to you? Is that why you're so good at this? For a moment, something flickered in Snape's eyes. Pain, loss, regret. Then it was gone, replaced by the usual mask of cold indifference. Again, Snape said. November brought the first snow. Harry stood at the window of the room of requirement, watching the flakes drift past. The castle was quiet, most students asleep in their beds. But sleep was a luxury Harry couldn't afford. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the graveyard. Heard Voldemort's voice. Felt the cold embrace of death. The door opened behind him. Luna slipped in, her radish earrings catching the light. You're thinking about him again, she said. The Dark One. Harry nodded. I can't stop. He's always there, in the back of my mind. Waiting. Luna came to stand beside him at the window. The Raxperts say you're fighting too hard. You're trying to push him out, but pushing creates resistance. You need to let him in, but only a little. Just enough to see what he's planning. Harry looked at her. Let him in. That's the opposite of what Snape says. Snape is afraid, Luna said simply. He's been afraid for a long time. Fear makes you build walls. But walls can be broken. What you need is a door. Something you control. Something that lets you choose what he sees. Harry thought about this. It made a strange kind of sense, Luna's kind of sense, which usually turned out to be right. How do I do that? Luna smiled. You already know. You've been doing it your whole life. You just didn't realize. That night, Harry dreamed again. He was in the graveyard, the mist curling around his ankles. Voldemort stood before him, his red eyes burning with malice. You cannot keep me out forever, Voldemort hissed. Your mind is weak, your defense is crumbling. Soon I will know all your secrets. Soon I will find the way to destroy you. Harry didn't run, didn't raise his wand. He stood still, facing the darkness, and he remembered Luna's words. A door. Something you control. He thought of the castle. Of the warm stones beneath his feet, the whispering corridors, the beating heart of Hogwarts. He thought of the ring on his finger, pulsing with ancient magic. He thought of his friends, Ron and Hermione and Luna, their faces bright with love and loyalty. And he opened the door. Not all the way. Just a crack. Just enough to let Voldemort see what he wanted him to see. Images flowed through the opening, the castle, strong and unbroken. His friends, happy and safe. Dumbledore, wise and powerful. And at the center, Harry himself, calm and unafraid. You cannot touch me here, Harry thought. This is my home, my heart. You have no power in this place. Voldemort screamed. The dream shattered. Harry woke in his bed, gasping, but smiling. For the first time, he had controlled the connection. He had chosen what Voldemort saw. He had won. The ring on his finger pulsed with warmth and pride. Well done, cub. Well done. December arrived with a cold that seeped into the bones of the castle. Harry continued his lessons with Snape, but something had shifted. He was learning faster now, building walls that held, creating doors he controlled. Snape noticed, though he said nothing. The dreams continued, but they were different now. Harry could choose what to show, what to hide. He saw fragments of Voldemort's plans, meetings with Death Eaters, searches for ancient artifacts, a growing obsession with something hidden in the Department of Mysteries. He filed the information away, sharing it with Dumbledore, building a picture of the enemy's movements. But one night, a dream came that Harry couldn't control. He stood in a room he didn't recognize, circular, filled with shelves of glass orbs. The Hall of Prophecy. He walked through the aisles, drawn by something he couldn't name, until he reached a particular shelf. An orb glowed there, faintly, waiting. Harry reached for it. A hand gripped his wrist. Not yet, Potter. He woke to find Dumbledore standing over his bed, his expression grave. Harry, we need to talk. Something has happened. Something that changes everything. Harry sat up, his heart pounding. What is it? Dumbledore's eyes were filled with a sorrow Harry had never seen before. The prophecy orb has been stolen from the Department of Mysteries. Voldemort has it now. He knows everything. The world tilted. He knows, Harry whispered. He knows what the prophecy says. Dumbledore nodded slowly. And now he will stop at nothing to ensure it comes true, on his terms. The final confrontation is coming, Harry. Sooner than we hoped. Harry looked at the ring on his finger. It pulsed once, steady and warm. I am here, cub. I will always be here. He looked up at Dumbledore, and for the first time, there was no fear in his eyes. Only determination. Then let him come, Harry said quietly. I'll be ready. Christmas at Hogwarts was always beautiful, but this year the decorations felt hollow. Harry walked through the Great Hall on Christmas morning, past the towering fir trees and the enchanted icicles, past the tables laden with festive food, past students laughing and exchanging gifts. He smiled when spoken to, ate when food was placed before him, went through all the motions of celebration. But his mind was elsewhere. The prophecy orb was in Voldemort's hands. The Dark Lord knew everything now, knew the words that bound them, knew that one of them must die at the hand of the other. And he would act. Soon. Sirius had arrived at the castle the day before, despite Dumbledore's protests. He sat now at the Gryffindor table, watching Harry with worried eyes. You need to eat, Sirius said quietly. You'll need your strength. Harry pushed food around his plate. I'm not hungry. Sirius sighed. I know. But force yourself anyway. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Dumbledore's called an order meeting for tonight. Something's happened. Harry looked up sharply. What? I don't know yet. But Moody's been in the headmaster's office all morning. Something's wrong. The meeting was held in a secured room off the Great Hall, heavily warded against eavesdroppers. Harry wasn't supposed to be there, but Sirius had insisted, and Dumbledore had reluctantly agreed. The room was crowded with familiar faces. Moody, Lupin, Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and others Harry had seen at Grimmauld Place. They sat around a long table, their expressions grim. Dumbledore stood at the head. I have called you here because the situation has changed. The Dark Lord now possesses the prophecy. He knows what he must do to ensure his victory. Moody's magical eye spun wildly. Then we're out of time. He'll move soon. He will, Dumbledore agreed. But not in the way you think. The prophecy does not merely predict the outcome of a battle, it creates a magical bond between Harry and the Dark Lord. Neither can truly live while the other survives. This is not just a prediction. It is a magical truth. Harry's blood ran cold. So one of us has to die. Dumbledore met his eyes. Yes. But death is not always the end, Harry. There are things beyond death that even the Dark Lord does not understand. Before anyone could respond, a Patronus burst through the wall, a shimmering silver weasel that spoke in Mrs. Weasley's terrified voice. Albus, they're attacking, the burrow, Death Eaters, help. The room erupted. Apparition was a blur of color and pressure. Harry landed hard on his feet, stumbling, his wand already raised. The burrow was burning. Flames leapt from the roof, casting orange light across the snow-covered garden. Figures in black robes swarmed the yard, casting curses at the defenders. Mrs. Weasley stood on the front step, her wand a blur of motion, shielding Ginny and the younger children behind her. Mr. Weasley was dueling two Death Eaters at once, his face twisted with fury. And above it all, a dark shape hovered, a figure on a broom, laughing. Harry's blood turned to ice. Voldemort. Sirius, Harry started, but Sirius was already running toward the house, his wand raised. Protect the children, Sirius roared. Harry didn't hesitate. He ran toward the burning house, toward the battle, toward the darkness that awaited. Curses flew past him, green, red, purple. He dodged, deflected, fought back. A stunner caught one Death Eater in the chest. A shield charm deflected another's killing curse. He was moving on instinct, training taking over, the castle's warmth blazing in his veins. He reached the front step, where Mrs. Weasley was still fighting. Harry, get inside, protect Ginny. He didn't argue. He pushed through the door, into the burning house. Ginny was in the kitchen, her wand out, her face pale but determined. Behind her, the younger Weasleys huddled together, terrified. Harry, Ginny started. Stay behind me. Harry positioned himself in front of them, his wand raised. Through the window, he could see the battle raging outside. Sirius dueling two Death Eaters at once. Lupin protecting Tonks. Moody cursing anyone who came near. And Voldemort, descending. The Dark Lord landed in the garden, his red eyes fixed on the house. On Harry. Harry Potter. His voice carried through the chaos, cold and clear. Come out. Face me. Let us end this. Harry's heart pounded. This was it. The moment the prophecy had foretold. Harry, don't, Ginny whispered. He's trying to draw you out. I know. Harry's voice was steady. But if I don't go, he'll burn this house down with all of you inside. He stepped toward the door. No. Ginny grabbed his arm. You can't. Harry turned to her. In her eyes, he saw fear. Love. Desperation. The same look his mother must have had, standing between him and Voldemort all those years ago. I have to, he said softly. It's the only way. He pulled free and walked out the door. The garden was chaos and silence. Death Eaters had fallen back, forming a circle around their master. The Order members stood opposite, wounded and exhausted but unbroken. Between them, in the no-man's land of trampled snow and dying flames, Harry faced Voldemort. Brave, Voldemort hissed. Foolish, but brave. You come out to face me, knowing you cannot win. Harry raised his wand. I've faced you before. I survived. Survived, Voldemort repeated, savoring the word. Yes. Because of your mother's sacrifice. Because of love, that most pathetic of emotions. His red eyes gleamed. But love will not save you now, Harry Potter. Now, there is only the prophecy. Only destiny. Only death. He raised his wand. The world slowed. Harry saw everything, the flames behind him, the snow beneath his feet, the faces of his friends frozen in horror. He saw Sirius trying to run toward him, held back by Lupin's strong arms. He saw Mrs. Weasley pull Ginny inside. He saw Dumbledore apparate into the garden, his wand raised too late. And he saw Voldemort's lips form the words. Avada Kedavra. Green light erupted. But Harry was ready. He didn't dodge. He didn't shield. He did something no one expected. He ran forward. The killing curse missed by inches, blasting a crater in the ground where he had stood. Harry kept running, straight at Voldemort, his wand raised, his mind clear. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag burst from his wand, not to shield, but to attack. It charged Voldemort, forcing him to deflect, to stumble, to lose his focus. Harry was on him in seconds. They fought, wand to wand, face to face, the prophecy binding them together in a dance of death. Harry had never fought like this, never moved so fast, never thought so clearly. Every spell, every lesson, every moment of training flowed through him. He was not just fighting, he was becoming. Voldemort's eyes widened. You are stronger than I thought. I'm stronger than you'll ever be. Harry's voice was calm. Because I have something you don't. And what is that? Voldemort sneered. Harry smiled. People who love me. He didn't cast a curse. He didn't need to. At that moment, the Order attacked. They came from all sides: Sirius, Lupin, Moody, Kingsley, Tonks, Dumbledore, a wave of magic and fury that overwhelmed the Death Eaters and drove them back. Voldemort screamed in rage, in frustration, in disbelief. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. He was supposed to win. The prophecy said one of them must die, and he was the Dark Lord, the most powerful wizard in the world. How could a boy defeat him? But Harry wasn't just a boy. He was the castle's heir. He was his parents' son. He was loved. And love, as his mother had proven, was the most powerful magic of all. Retreat! Voldemort screamed. Retreat! The Death Eaters dissipated one by one, until only Voldemort remained. He stood in the garden, surrounded by enemies, his red eyes fixed on Harry with a hatred so pure it burned. This is not over, Harry Potter. His voice was ice. The prophecy will be fulfilled. One of us will die at the hand of the other. And it will not be me. He vanished. Silence fell. Harry stood in the trampled snow, his wand still raised, his heart pounding. Around him, his friends and family stared in disbelief. He had faced Voldemort and survived. Again, Sirius reached him first, pulling him into an embrace so tight Harry couldn't breathe. Don't ever do that again, Sirius whispered, his voice breaking. Don't you ever. I had to, Harry said quietly. It was the only way. Sirius pulled back, his gray eyes wet with tears. You're so like your father. Brave, reckless, terrifying. Harry managed a weak smile. Thanks, I think. Dumbledore appeared beside them, his expression a mixture of relief and wonder. Harry, what you did tonight, facing him alone, drawing him out, giving us time to attack, that was extraordinary. I didn't plan it, Harry admitted. I just reacted. That is what makes it extraordinary. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, though there was sorrow there too. You acted on instinct, on love, on courage. These are things the Dark Lord cannot understand. And that is why you will defeat him in the end. Harry looked at the burning house behind him, at the exhausted defenders, at the faces of those he loved. The battle was over. But the war was just beginning. When will he come again? Harry asked. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. I do not know. But when he does, we will be ready. The ring on Harry's finger pulsed once, warm, steady, certain. I will be with you, cub. Always. Harry touched it gently and looked toward the east, where Hogwarts waited. His home. His heart. Whatever came, he would face it. He was ready. The burrow smoldered through the night. Harry sat on a fallen log at the edge of the garden, watching the flames die. The Order had managed to save most of the structure, but the upper floors were gutted. Blackened shells against the starry sky. Mrs. Weasley had cried when she saw it, not for the house, but for the memories, the photographs, the years of life that had gone up in smoke. But everyone was alive. That was what mattered. Sirius sat beside Harry, a blanket draped over his shoulders, his face drawn with exhaustion. Neither of them had spoken for hours. There was too much to say, and no words to say it. He'll come again, Harry said finally. Soon. Sirius nodded slowly. I know. The prophecy, he has it now. He knows what he has to do. He knew before. Sirius's voice was rough. He's always known. The prophecy just confirmed it. Harry looked at his godfather. What do I do? How do I fight someone who can't be killed? Sirius turned to him, his gray eyes filled with a pain that had nothing to do with the battle. I don't know, Harry. I wish I did. But I know one thing, you don't have to figure it out alone. He gripped Harry's shoulder. We're with you. All of us. To the end. Harry wanted to believe him. Wanted to believe that friendship and love could triumph over darkness. But Voldemort had nearly won tonight. If Harry hadn't run forward, if the Order hadn't attacked, if 100 different things had gone differently. But they hadn't. They had survived. And survival, Harry was learning, was its own kind of victory. Dawn broke gray and cold over the ruined garden. Harry hadn't slept. He'd spent the night walking the perimeter of the property, watching for signs of returning Death Eaters, feeling the ring on his finger pulse with steady warmth. The castle was with him, even here, miles away. Its magic stretched through the bond, connecting him to home. Around mid-morning, Dumbledore appeared at the edge of the property. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him, tired, worn, the weight of centuries pressing down on his shoulders. "Harry." He approached slowly, his blue eyes searching. "You should rest." "I can't." Harry's voice was flat. "Every time I close my eyes, I see him. I hear his voice. I feel the curse passing by." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "That is the cost of facing darkness. It leaves marks that cannot be seen." He paused, then said, "I have something to show you. Something that may help." Harry looked at him. "What?" "The castle has been calling to you. I have felt it, the magic reaching out, trying to bring you home. There is something you need to see. Something the founders left for their heir." Harry's hand went to his ring. "The chamber. The one beneath the castle." Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. "You know of it." "I've seen it. In a vision. The book showed me." Harry's voice was quiet. "But I don't know how to get there." "I do." Dumbledore extended his hand. "Come, let us go home." They apparated to Hogsmeade and walked the rest of the way to the castle. Hogwarts rose before them, magnificent and terrible in the winter light. Its towers pierced the clouds, its windows glittered with frost, its walls hummed with ancient power. Harry felt the pull immediately, stronger than ever before, a physical force drawing him toward the entrance. The castle knew he was coming. It had been waiting. They walked through the empty corridors in silence. Students were still away for the holidays, leaving the castle to the ghosts and the portraits and the magic that lived in the stones. Harry followed Dumbledore through passages he'd never seen, down staircases that hadn't existed before, deeper and deeper into the heart of Hogwarts. Finally, they reached a door Harry recognized. The black stone door, carved with runes, pulsing with light. Dumbledore stopped. "I cannot go further. The chamber will only open for its heir." He looked at Harry with something like wonder. "This is your path now, Harry. Yours. Alone." Harry nodded. He placed his hand on the door. The runes blazed. The door swung open. The chamber was exactly as the vision had shown. Crystal pillars rose to a ceiling lost in shadow. The floor was polished obsidian, reflecting the light of 1,000 floating candles. And at the center, on a raised dais of white marble, sat 4 thrones. Each throne bore the symbol of a founder. The lion of Gryffindor, the serpent of Slytherin, the eagle of Ravenclaw, the badger of Hufflepuff. They were ancient, worn by centuries, but still magnificent. And before them, in a pool of liquid silver, the stars themselves seemed to float. Harry approached slowly, his heart pounding. The ring on his finger blazed with heat, but it didn't burn. It welcomed, it guided, it loved. "You have come, cub." The voice was the castle's, but deeper now. Older. The voice of the founders themselves. "You have faced darkness and survived. You have carried the weight of prophecy and not broken. You are ready." Harry stood at the edge of the silver pool. Ready for what? To receive what is yours. The legacy of the founders. The power of Hogwarts itself. The pool began to glow. Light rose from its depths, silver and gold and every color between. It swirled around Harry, lifting him, filling him with warmth and power and love. He felt the castle in his bones, in his blood, in his very soul. He felt the founders, Godric's courage, Salazar's cunning, Rowena's wisdom, Helga's loyalty, flowing through him, becoming part of him. And he understood. The castle had not just chosen him. It had made him its own. Its magic was his magic. Its heart was his heart. He was Hogwarts, and Hogwarts was him. The light faded. Harry stood in the chamber, changed. He couldn't say how. He looked the same, felt the same, but something was different. Deeper. He touched the ring on his finger, and it pulsed with a warmth that seemed to say, "I am you, and you are me." He looked at the silver pool. In its depths, he saw reflections, not of himself, but of others. Sirius, smiling. Ron and Hermione, laughing. Luna, dreamy and wise. And behind them, figures he didn't recognize, people he would meet, friends he would make, allies in the battles to come. "The future is not fixed," the castle whispered. "But some things are certain. You will face the Dark Lord again. You will triumph or you will fall. But you will not face him alone." Harry looked at the thrones, at the symbols of the 4 houses that had shaped this place. Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff. They had been divided for centuries, their differences pulling them apart. But now, in him, they were united. He was the heir of all of them. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you for everything." The castle's warmth enveloped him, a final embrace. "Go now, cub. The world waits. And you have much to do." Harry turned and walked out of the chamber, leaving the silver pool and the crystal pillars and the thrones of the founders behind. He emerged into the castle corridors, into the light of day, into the future that awaited. Dumbledore was waiting where he'd left him. When he saw Harry, his eyes widened. "You've changed," Dumbledore said softly. "I can feel it." Harry nodded. "I understand now. What I am. What I have to do." Dumbledore smiled, a real smile, full of hope. "And what is that?" Harry looked toward the doors, toward the world beyond, toward the darkness that waited. "Fight," he said simply. "With everything I have. With everyone I love. And never give up." He walked past Dumbledore, toward the entrance hall, toward the future. Behind him, the castle hummed with pride. The days after Harry's transformation in the Founders' Chamber passed in a strange haze. He moved through the castle like a ghost, feeling everything, the pulse of magic in the stones, the whispers of portraits, the faint hum of ancient wards that protected every corner of Hogwarts. The ring on his finger no longer just pulsed with warmth, it sang. A constant, quiet melody that connected him to the heart of the castle. Students returned from the holidays, filling the corridors with their usual chaos. Harry watched them with new eyes. They were so unaware of the danger gathering beyond the walls, of the prophecy that hung over everything, of the war that was coming. He envied their ignorance even as he was grateful for it. Ron noticed the change first. "You're different," he said one evening in the common room, studying Harry with a frown. "I can't explain it. You just feel different." Harry looked at his friend, his first real friend, the one who had stayed when others doubted. "Something happened. At the castle. Dumbledore showed me something." Ron leaned forward. "What?" Harry hesitated. The Founders' Chamber, the silver pool, the transformation, it was so much, so strange. Would Ron believe him? Would anyone? But Ron was Ron. He'd believed in Harry when the whole school thought he was a cheat. He'd followed him into the Forbidden Forest, into the Shrieking Shack, into the arms of death itself. If anyone deserved the truth, it was him. "I'm connected to the castle," Harry said quietly. "More than just the bond I've always had. I am the castle now, in a way. Its magic flows through me. Its heart beats in my chest." Ron stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, a grin spread across his face. "That's bloody brilliant," he said. "Absolutely bloody brilliant." He punched Harry's arm. "So does that mean you can make the stairs move where you want?" "Because I'm sick of walking to the charms classroom." Harry laughed, a real laugh, the first in days. "I don't think it works like that." "Pity." Ron leaned back in his chair, still grinning. "But seriously, mate, this is huge. You've got the whole castle on your side. How can you know who compete with that?" Harry thought of Voldemort's red eyes, his cold laugh, his utter lack of understanding when it came to love and loyalty and magic that came from the heart. Maybe he can't. Maybe that's the point. Hermione's reaction was characteristically thorough. She pulled out a notebook and began listing questions before Harry had finished explaining. "So the Founders' Chamber is real. And you've been there. And you absorbed some of their magic. How does that work exactly? Is it permanent? Can you access it at will? Are there side effects?" Harry held up his hands. "I don't know. I don't know any of it. I just know that I feel different. Stronger. More connected." Hermione nodded, scribbling furiously. "We need to research this. There must be records, ancient texts, accounts of previous heirs. If we can understand the full scope of your powers, we can use them more effectively." Luna, who had been listening quietly from her usual corner, spoke up. "The Raxperts say you shouldn't overthink it. The magic knows what it's doing. It chose Harry for a reason. It will show him what he needs when he needs it." Hermione looked skeptical but didn't argue. She'd learned that Luna's strange insights often proved accurate. Ron nodded sagely. "Sounds reasonable. So, Harry, what does the magic say about dinner?" "I'm starving." The first test of Harry's new power came sooner than expected. A week after his return from the Founders' Chamber, Harry was walking through a corridor on the 3rd floor when he felt it, a disturbance in the castle's magic. A wrongness, like a stone in a shoe. Something was there that shouldn't be. He followed the feeling to a disused classroom. The door was locked, but the ring on his finger pulsed once, and it swung open. Inside, a figure crouched. In the shadows. Small, trembling, radiating fear. A house elf. Harry recognized him immediately. Creature. The elf looked up, his huge eyes widening with terror. Master Harry. Creature was not expecting, Creature was just. What are you doing here? Harry stepped closer, his voice gentle. Creature had always been hostile, loyal only to the Black family's darker traditions. But here, in this abandoned classroom, he seemed different. Broken. Creature's lip wobbled. Creature was following orders. Old orders. From Master Regulus. Tears spilled down his wrinkled face. Creature has failed. Creature has failed for decades. The locket is still out there. Harry's blood ran cold. What locket? Creature's story tumbled out in fragments, a tale of dark magic and sacrifice, of a young Death Eater who had second thoughts, of a locket that was more than it seemed. Regulus Black had stolen something from Voldemort. Something important. Something the Dark Lord had hidden in a cave, protected by terrible magic. Regulus had taken it, given it to Creature for safekeeping, and then he had died. Harry listened in growing horror. A Horcrux. Regulus had discovered that Voldemort had created Horcruxes, objects containing pieces of his soul, ensuring his immortality. And he had stolen one, hoping to destroy it, to make the Dark Lord mortal again. But he had died before he could finish the job. And the locket, the Horcrux, had been lost. The locket, Harry said slowly. Where is it now? Creature shook his head miserably. Creature does not know. Creature tried to destroy it, but nothing worked. Creature hid it, but then Mundungus Fletcher stole it. Creature has been searching ever since, but it is gone. Gone. Harry knelt before the elf, meeting his eyes. Creature, listen to me. This is important. If we find that locket, we can hurt Voldemort. We can make him mortal. Do you understand? Creature's eyes widened. Master Harry wants to destroy the Dark Lord. I want to stop him. Permanently. Harry's voice was steady. And I need your help to do it. For a long moment, Creature stared at him. Then, slowly, something shifted in the elf's expression. Loyalty, perhaps. Or hope. Creature will help, he whispered. Creature will help Master Harry. For Master Regulus. For the family. Harry nodded. Then we start now. The room of requirement became their command center. Harry gathered his friends, Ron, Hermione, Luna, and now Creature, and laid out everything he knew about Horcruxes. Hermione contributed books from the library, ancient texts on dark magic that made her wince to read. Ron provided strategic insight and moral support. Luna offered her unique perspective, noticing patterns the others missed. And Creature, once hostile and bitter, became their most valuable asset. He knew Voldemort's secrets, the places he had hidden, the magic he had used. He had served the Dark Lord's followers, had been present at rituals and meetings. His knowledge was invaluable. There are more, Creature said one evening, his voice trembling. The Dark Lord made more than one. Master Regulus believed there were several. Hidden in places important to him. Magical places. Hermione's face was pale. Several Horcruxes. That's insane. Splitting the soul once is dark enough. Multiple times, she shuddered. He must be barely human anymore. He isn't, Harry said quietly. That's the point. He sacrificed his humanity for power. And now we have to undo it. Ron looked at him. How? We don't even know where they are. No, Harry agreed. But we know someone who might. Dumbledore listened in silence as Harry explained. The headmaster's office was warm and familiar, filled with the gentle hum of silver instruments and the soft snores of sleeping portraits. But Dumbledore's face, as Harry spoke, grew graver with each word. Horcruxes, Dumbledore repeated slowly. You are certain? Creature confirmed it. Regulus Black stole one, a locket, and tried to destroy it. He died trying. Harry's voice was steady. Voldemort made more than one. We have to find them all. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I suspected as much. The Dark Lord's survival after Godric's Hollow, it was too complete, too certain. He had prepared for death in ways we did not understand. He looked at Harry with something like pride. You have uncovered a truth that has eluded the Order for years. Well done. Harry shook his head. It wasn't me. It was Creature and Regulus. They're the ones who deserve credit. Dumbledore smiled gently. You gave them a voice, Harry. You listened when others would have dismissed. That is its own kind of magic. He stood, moving to the window. We must find the Horcruxes. All of them. And we must destroy them before Voldemort can be defeated. How? Harry asked. Creature tried everything. He couldn't destroy the locket. Horcruxes require specific methods, Dumbledore explained. Basilisk venom, fiendfire, certain rituals of great power. The sword of Gryffindor, he paused, looking at Harry sharply. The sword. It absorbed basilisk venom years ago, when you killed the serpent in the Chamber of Secrets. It may be powerful enough to destroy a Horcrux. Harry's mind raced. The sword of Gryffindor. The blade that had belonged to the founder, that now rested somewhere in the castle, waiting for its heir. I know where it is, Harry said quietly. The founder's chamber. The sword is there. Dumbledore's eyes widened. You have seen it. I've seen everything. Harry touched the ring on his finger. The castle shows me what I need to know. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled, a real smile, full of wonder and hope. You are extraordinary, Harry Potter. The castle chose well. That night, Harry dreamed of the locket. He saw it in a dusty shop window, surrounded by junk and forgotten treasures. A pawn shop, somewhere in London. Mundungus Fletcher's face appeared in the glass, grinning nervously. Then the vision shifted, the locket in new hands, passed from dealer to dealer, moving always toward darkness. He woke with a start, the image burned into his mind. Dolohov, he whispered. The locket is going to Dolohov. He didn't know how he knew. But the castle had shown him, and the castle was never wrong. The order mobilized quickly. Within days, they had tracked the locket to a Death Eater safe house in Knockturn Alley. A raid was planned, carefully, precisely, with every contingency considered. Harry wanted to go, but Dumbledore refused. You are too valuable, Dumbledore said. If something goes wrong, I need to be there. Harry's voice was firm. The locket is connected to me now. I can feel it. If I'm close, I can help. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Very well. But you stay behind the others. You do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Harry agreed. He would have agreed to anything to be there when the locket was found. The raid was chaos and terror and triumph all at once. Harry followed the Order members through the dark streets of Knockturn Alley, his wand ready, the ring on his finger blazing with light. They reached the safe house, a nondescript door between an apothecary and a junk shop, and breached it with overwhelming force. Death Eaters were waiting. Spells flew. Curses shattered walls. Harry stayed behind Moody, deflecting what he could, watching for the locket. He felt its pull like a physical force, drawing him toward a back room. There, he shouted. The locket is in there. Moody nodded, and blasted the door open. Inside, Dolohov stood over a table, the locket in his hands. His eyes widened when he saw them, then narrowed with rage. Potter. He raised his wand. Avada. Harry was faster. Expelliarmus. Dolohov's wand flew from his hand. The locket clattered to the floor. Moody stunned the Death Eater before he could move, and Harry dove for the Horcrux. His fingers closed around it. The world exploded into darkness. Harry stood in a place that was not a place. Blackness stretched in every direction, infinite and empty. But it was not truly empty, something moved in the shadows. Something that watched. Something that waited. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. The darkness congealed into a shape, a figure in robes, with red eyes and a cruel smile. You have found my locket. Clever boy. But do you know what it contains? Do you understand what you hold? Harry's hand tightened on the locket. A piece of your soul. A Horcrux. Yes. Voldemort's smile widened. A piece of me. And pieces can be dangerous. They can bite. The locket burned in Harry's hand. He looked down and saw it open, saw the darkness inside, reaching for him, pulling him in. Join me, Voldemort whispered. Join me, and the pain will stop. Join me, and you will never be alone again. Harry felt the pull, the temptation. To give in, to stop fighting, to let the darkness take him. But then he felt something else. Warmth. The ring on his finger, blazing with light. The castle, reaching across the miles, filling him with love. You are not alone, cub. You never were. Harry looked up at Voldemort's image and smiled. I already have someone, he said. I have everyone. He raised the locket and crushed it. The darkness shattered. Harry woke on the floor of the safe house, the locket in pieces around him. Ron was kneeling beside him, his face pale with terror. Hermione was casting diagnostic charms. Luna was smiling softly. You did it, Ron breathed. You actually did it. Harry sat up slowly, his head pounding. The locket was destroyed, he could feel it, the piece of Voldemort's soul dissipated into nothing. One down, he said quietly. How many more to go? No one had an answer. But as Harry looked at his friends, at the Order members securing the room, at the light beginning to dawn outside the grimy windows, he felt something he hadn't felt in weeks. Hope. The destruction of Slytherin's locket sent ripples through the magical world. Harry felt it first, a shift in the darkness, a crack in the armor Voldemort had built around himself. The ring on his finger pulsed with approval, and the castle hummed with something that felt like satisfaction. One piece of the Dark Lord's soul was gone. One step closer to making him mortal. But the cost was high. Dolohov had escaped during the chaos of Harry's collapse, dissipating before anyone could stop him. He would report to Voldemort, tell him what had happened, warn him that his Horcruxes were no longer safe. The element of surprise was gone. From now on, the hunt would be a race. Harry sat in the room of requirement, surrounded by his friends. The locket lay in pieces on the table before them, its dark magic dissipated, its evil vanquished. But no one was celebrating. He knows now, Hermione said quietly. Voldemort knows we're hunting his Horcruxes. He'll move them, hide them better, protect them with even stronger magic. Then we move faster, Ron said firmly. We find the others before he can hide them. Luna tilted her head, studying the broken locket. The Raxperts say there are more. 3 more, I think. Maybe 4. She looked at Harry. Do you feel them too? Harry closed his eyes. The connection to the castle, to the magic that bound him to Hogwarts, had grown stronger since. The Founder's Chamber. He could feel things now, traces of dark magic, echoes of Voldemort's presence, the faint pull of the remaining Horcruxes. There's something, he said slowly. West of here. Old magic. Dark magic. He opened his eyes. A place Voldemort visited when he was young. Before he became what he is. Hermione's eyes widened. You mean, you can sense them? The Horcruxes. I can sense the magic around them. Harry touched his ring. The castle helps. It shows me what I need to see. Ron leaned forward. So where do we start? The village of Little Hangleton was exactly as Harry had imagined it. Nestled in a valley surrounded by hills, it was the kind of place time forgot. Quaint cottages, a tiny church, a pub with a sign creaking in the wind. But Harry felt the darkness the moment they arrived. It clung to the air like fog, seeping into his bones. Dumbledore had insisted on coming, despite the risk. He walked beside Harry now, his blue eyes scanning the village with the vigilance of a man who had faced darkness before and knew its tricks. The Riddle House is on the hill, Dumbledore said quietly. But that is not our destination. The Horcrux is hidden elsewhere. In a place connected to Voldemort's family. Harry nodded. He could feel it, a pull toward the edge of the village, toward a shack that had long since fallen into ruin. The Gaunt Shack. They found it at the end of a overgrown path, hidden by trees that had grown wild over the decades. The shack was small, dilapidated, its roof half collapsed, its windows dark and empty. But the darkness that clung to it was unmistakable. He was here, Harry whispered. I can feel him. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The Gaunts were his mother's family. Pure-blood fanatics, reduced to poverty and madness. This is where Merope Gaunt lived, where she fell in love with Tom Riddle Sr., where she used magic to ensnare him. His voice was heavy with sorrow. It is a place of great pain. Great darkness. They approached the shack cautiously, wands raised. The door hung from its hinges, rotten with age. Inside, the remnants of a miserable existence, a broken chair, a rusted stove, a pile of rags that might once have been a bed. But Harry wasn't looking at any of that. He was looking at the floor. There, beneath a layer of dust and debris, a trapdoor. He knelt and pulled it open. Stone steps led down into darkness. The Horcrux is down there, Harry said. Dumbledore placed a hand on his shoulder. Be careful, Harry. The Dark Lord does not leave his treasures unguarded. Harry nodded and descended. The cellar was small and cold, its walls dripping with moisture. In the center, on a crude pedestal of stone, sat a ring. It was gold, set with a black stone carved with a symbol Harry didn't recognize. The Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows, though Harry didn't know it yet. All he felt was the darkness radiating from it, the piece of Voldemort's soul pulsing within. He reached for it. Harry, wait. Dumbledore's voice echoed from above. There may be traps. But Harry couldn't wait. The ring called to him, pulled at him, demanded his touch. His fingers closed around it. The world exploded into darkness. He stood in a graveyard. Not the one from his dreams, this was older, more neglected, headstones leaning at crazy angles and grass grown wild. A figure stood before him, tall and handsome, with dark hair and eyes that held no warmth. Tom Riddle. Not Voldemort, the boy he had been before the transformations, before the Horcruxes, before the darkness consumed him completely. Harry Potter. Riddle's voice was soft, almost pleasant. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Harry's wand was in his hand, but he didn't raise it. You're a memory. A piece of him. A piece of his soul. Preserved in this ring. Riddle smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. I am what he was before he became, what he is. Young. Ambitious. Hungry for power. He circled Harry slowly. I know why you're here. You want to destroy me. Destroy this Horcrux. Yes. Riddle laughed. You think it will be that easy. You think you can simply crush me like the locket. He shook his head. I am not the locket. I am stronger. More cunning. I have waited decades for someone to find me, someone I could. He paused, his eyes narrowing. You're different. I can feel it. There's something in you. Something old. Powerful. Harry touched the ring on his finger. The castle. Hogwarts. It's part of me now. Riddle's eyes widened. The Founders, magic. You've bonded with the castle itself. For a moment, something like fear flickered in his handsome face. Then it was gone, replaced by cold determination. Then I must destroy you. Before you can destroy me. He raised his wand. But Harry was faster. He didn't cast a curse. He didn't need to. He reached inside himself, to the warmth that lived there, to the castle's heart beating in his chest, to the love of his friends and family that filled him with light. And he let it out. The light blazed from him, golden and pure, filling the graveyard, touching every headstone, every shadow, every corner of Riddle's dark domain. The memory screamed, a high, terrible sound, as the light touched him, dissolved him, erased him from existence. The graveyard vanished. Harry stood in the cellar, the ring in his hand. It was cold now, lifeless. The piece of Voldemort's soul was gone. He climbed the stairs to find Dumbledore waiting, his face pale with worry. Harry, are you all right? I felt the magic, it was extraordinary. Harry held up the ring. It's done. The Horcrux is destroyed. Dumbledore stared at the ring, then at Harry, wonder in his ancient eyes. You did it. You destroyed a Horcrux alone. Not alone. Harry touched his chest, where the castle's warmth still glowed. I had help. They returned to Hogwarts in silence, each lost in thought. Harry couldn't shake the image of young Tom Riddle, handsome, charming, utterly devoid of humanity. That was what Voldemort had been, once. A boy with potential, corrupted by power and fear and the choices he made. Could Harry have become the same, if things had been different? If he hadn't found the castle, hadn't made friends, hadn't been loved? The thought haunted him. That night, he dreamed of the remaining Horcruxes. He saw them clearly now, a cup, a diadem, a snake, and something else. Something hidden so deeply even the castle couldn't quite see it. But he would find them. All of them. The ring on his finger pulsed with determination. We will find them together, cub. All of them. Harry closed his eyes and let the warmth of the castle carry him into sleep. The hunt was far from over. Spring arrived at Hogwarts with a fury of color and life. The grounds burst into bloom, flowers Harry couldn't name, trees heavy with new leaves, the lake sparkling under a sun that finally remembered its warmth. Students shed their winter layers and flocked outside, laughing and playing as if the world weren't teetering on the edge of darkness. Harry watched them from the window of the room of requirement, his mind elsewhere. 2 Horcruxes destroyed, 2 pieces of Voldemort's soul vanquished. But the vision had shown more, a cup, a diadem, a snake, and something else. Something hidden so deeply even the castle struggled to see it. The cup was Hufflepuff's. Harry knew that now, had seen it in fragments, connected to a goblin in a vault and a betrayal. The diadem was Ravenclaw's, lost for centuries, waiting to be found. The snake was Nagini, Voldemort's constant companion, the creature he trusted above all others. And the something else, Harry didn't know, couldn't see, but he felt it, a presence in the darkness, watching, waiting. Harry. He turned. Luna stood in the doorway, her radish earrings catching the light. Behind her, Ron and Hermione crowded into the room, their faces grave. Creature's back, Ron said. He's found something. Creature stood in the center of the room, trembling with excitement and fear. His huge eyes were fixed on Harry, and in his hands, he clutched a small, tarnished object. A tiara. The diadem, Hermione breathed. That's the lost diadem of Ravenclaw. Creature nodded frantically. Creature found it where the bad men hide. In the room of hidden things. The same room Master Harry uses. He held it out, his hands shaking. It calls to the darkness. Creature can feel it. Harry approached slowly. The diadem was beautiful, ancient silver set with sapphires, delicate and graceful. But beneath its beauty, he felt it. The darkness. The piece of Voldemort's soul pulsing within. It's a Horcrux, Harry said quietly. He hid it here, in Hogwarts. All this time, it's been here. Ron's face went pale. In the castle. While we've been sleeping, eating, living, right under our noses. Hermione's voice was tight with anger. He must have hidden it when he was still a student. Tom Riddle. The brilliant, charming boy who fooled everyone. Harry remembered the vision in the Gaunt Shack. Young Tom Riddle, handsome and cold, already planning his ascent to darkness. Of course he would hide a piece of his soul in the place that had shaped him. Of course he would want it close. We have to destroy it, Harry said. Now, before he realizes we've found it. Luna stepped forward, her dreamy eyes fixed on the diadem. The Raxperts say it's dangerous. More dangerous than the others. It's been here longer. It's had more time to grow. Harry nodded. He could feel it. The diadem's darkness was deeper, more patient, more cunning than the locket or the ring. It had waited decades in the room of hidden things, feeding on the secrets and sorrows of generations of students. Then we destroy it together, Harry said. All of us. The room of hidden things was vast and shadowy, filled with centuries of forgotten objects. Harry had explored it many times as a child, but now it felt different, hostile, watchful, aware of their purpose. The diadem sat on a pedestal in the center of the room, glowing faintly in the darkness. It seemed to pulse with a life of its own, drawing them forward, inviting them closer. Don't look at it directly, Hermione warned. Horcruxes can affect your mind. Cloud your judgment. Harry kept his eyes on the pedestal's base, but he felt the diadem's pull. It whispered to him, promises of power, of knowledge, of everything he'd ever wanted. Take me, it seemed to say. Wear me. I can help you defeat him. He ignored it. We need to destroy it, Harry said. The sword won't work here, Luna interrupted softly. The diadem is protected differently. It needs something else. Harry looked at her. What? Luna's eyes were distant, seeing something beyond the room. Fire. Old fire. The kind that doesn't forget. Fiend fire. Cursed fire, uncontrollable, deadly. The kind of magic that had destroyed the locket when nothing else could. Absolutely not, Hermione said firmly. Fiend fire is too dangerous. We could burn down the whole castle. The castle won't burn, Harry said quietly. He touched the ring on his finger, feeling its warmth. It will protect itself. And us. Ron stepped forward. Then let's do it. Before I lose my nerve. Harry raised his wand. He had never cast fiendfire, never attempted magic so dark and dangerous. But the castle's warmth flowed through him, steady and sure. Incendio. He whispered. Incendio Maxima. The fire that erupted from his wand was unlike anything he'd ever seen. It roared to life, taking the form of great beasts, lions and serpents and eagles, that charged toward the diadem with furious purpose. The diadem screamed. Not a sound, but something deeper, a psychic shriek that tore through their minds and left them gasping. The fire consumed it, wrapped around it, devoured it. The darkness within fought back, lashing out with tendrils of shadow that tried to escape, to hide, to survive. But the fire was relentless. It burned and burned, feeding on the Horcrux's magic, until nothing remained but ash. The beasts faded. The fire died. The room fell silent. Harry stood trembling, his wand still raised, his heart pounding. The diadem was gone. Another piece of Voldemort's soul destroyed. But the cost. He looked at his friends. They were all there, alive, unharmed. The castle had protected them. The fire had obeyed. We did it, Ron whispered. We actually did it. Hermione sank to her knees, her face pale. That was, I can't believe. Luna smiled her dreamy smile. The Raxperts are gone. The diadem's darkness is gone. He's weaker now. Harry nodded slowly. 3 Horcruxes destroyed. The cup, the snake, and the unknown remained. They were getting closer. But so was Voldemort. That night, Harry dreamed of the snake. Nagini coiled in the shadows of a great hall, her scales gleaming like oil on water. Her eyes, yellow, slit-pupilled, ancient, watched him with intelligence that was almost human. You cannot destroy me, Harry Potter. I am his closest, his most trusted. I carry more of him than the others. Harry raised his wand. Then I'll destroy you too. Nagini laughed, a hissing, horrible sound. Perhaps. But not tonight. Tonight, he comes for you. The dream shifted. Harry stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts, but it was wrong. The walls were cracked, the floor bloodied, the air thick with smoke. Figures lay motionless in the shadows. Friends. Family. And at the center, Voldemort waited. The prophecy will be fulfilled, he hissed. One of us must die. Tonight, it will be you. Harry woke screaming. The attack came at dawn. Harry felt it before the alarms sounded, a disturbance in the castle's magic, a wrongness that set his teeth on edge. He was out of bed before his eyes fully opened, his wand in his hand, the ring blazing with warning. Get up, he shouted, shaking Ron awake. They're coming. Ron stumbled out of bed, groggy but alert. Who? Death Eaters. Voldemort. Harry's voice was steady despite the terror coursing through him. He's here. They ran. The corridors were chaos, students screaming, teachers shouting, portraits fleeing their frames. Through the windows, Harry saw them, figures in black robes, streaming toward the castle like a tide of darkness. Death Eaters. Dozens of them. And at their head, a figure on a towering horse, his red eyes fixed on the castle. Voldemort had come. Harry reached the entrance hall just as the doors exploded inward. Death Eaters poured through, spells flying, and the battle began. He fought without thought, without hesitation, years of training taking over, the castle's magic flowing through him like a second heartbeat. Stunners, shields, curses that would have made Moody proud. He moved through the chaos, protecting students, deflecting attacks, searching for one face. Voldemort. He found him in the Great Hall. The Dark Lord stood alone at the center of the room, his red eyes sweeping the battle with cold satisfaction. When he saw Harry, he smiled. Harry Potter. At last. Harry raised his wand. Around them, the battle raged. Death Eaters against Order members, students fighting alongside teachers, the castle itself joining the fray with shifting stairs and animated suits of armor. But Harry saw none of it. Only Voldemort. The prophecy, Harry said. It ends tonight. Voldemort laughed. Yes, it does. They raised their wands. And the final battle began. The Great Hall had become a battlefield. Harry stood facing Voldemort, the space between them charged with magic so thick it crackled in the air. Around them, the battle raged. Death Eaters against Order members, students against dark forces, the castle itself joining the fight with shifting stones and animated suits of armor. But Harry heard none of it. Saw none of it. There was only Voldemort. Brave, Voldemort hissed, his red eyes gleaming with malice. Foolish, but brave. You come to face me alone, knowing you cannot win. I'm not alone. Harry's voice was steady, though his heart pounded. I have never been alone. Voldemort laughed, a cold, terrible sound. Your friends, your teachers, they are nothing. They will die like all the others, and you will watch, and then you will join them. He raised his wand. Harry raised his. The duel began. It was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Spells flew so fast they were almost invisible. Green death, red stunners, purple curses that Niuku the air. Harry dodged, deflected, countered. The castle's magic flowed through him, guiding his movements, strengthening his shields. He was faster than he'd ever been, stronger, more precise. But Voldemort was faster still. For every spell Harry cast, Voldemort cast 3. For every shield Harry raised, Voldemort shattered 2. The Dark Lord had decades of experience, centuries of dark magic, and a hatred so pure it burned like fire. You cannot win, Voldemort taunted, pressing his attack. The prophecy binds us, yes, but it does not guarantee your victory. Only that one of us will die. And it will not be me. Harry stumbled back, barely deflecting a killing curse. He was tiring. The castle's magic could only do so much. He needed something more. Something Voldemort couldn't counter. He thought of his mother. Of her sacrifice, her love, her final act of defiance. He thought of Sirius, who had waited 12 years in hell for the chance to be a father. He thought of Ron and Hermione, who had followed him into darkness without hesitation. He thought of Luna, who saw the world differently and loved it anyway. He thought of the castle, his home, his heart, the place that had raised him and loved him and made him who he was. And he understood. The prophecy didn't mean he had to kill Voldemort. It meant he had to be willing to die. Willing to sacrifice everything for the people he loved. Just as his mother had done. He stopped fighting. Voldemort's eyes widened. What are you doing? Harry lowered his wand. What you never could. What you'll never understand. He spread his arms, open, vulnerable. I'm giving you what you want. Me. My life. Take it. Voldemort stared at him, suspicion warring with triumph. You think this is a trick? No trick. Harry's voice was calm. Just truth. The prophecy says one of us must die. Let it be me. Let my friends live. Let them be free. For a moment, just a moment, something flickered in Voldemort's eyes. Confusion. Doubt. Then it was gone, replaced by cold satisfaction. So be it. He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. Green light erupted. But it never reached Harry. Because at that moment, the castle moved. The stones beneath Voldemort's feet shifted, not violently, but precisely. He stumbled, his aim thrown off. The killing curse went wide, blasting a crater in the wall behind Harry. And then the castle attacked. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't gentle. The stones rose up, wrapping around Voldemort's legs, his arms, his chest. They pinned him to the floor, held him fast, trapped him in the heart of the place he had tried to corrupt. What is this? Voldemort screamed, struggling against his bonds. What magic is this? Harry walked toward him slowly, his wand still at his side. This is Hogwarts. This is the magic of the Founders. This is love, for this place, for the people in it, for everything you tried to destroy. He stopped before the trapped Dark Lord, looking down at him without hatred. Without fear. Without anything but pity. You could have been great, Harry said quietly. You had talent, intelligence, everything you needed. But you chose fear over love. Power over connection. Darkness over light. And in the end, that choice destroyed you. Voldemort's red eyes blazed. I am not destroyed. I am immortal. I have Horcruxes. 3 of them are gone, Harry interrupted. The locket, the ring, the diadem, destroyed. And the others, he touched his chest, where the warmth of the castle blazed. The others will follow. Piece by piece, we will tear you apart until nothing remains. Voldemort's face contorted with rage and fear, real fear, for the first time. You cannot. I am. You are a man. Harry's voice was gentle. Just a man, who made terrible choices and hurt countless people. And now it's time to face the consequences. He raised his wand, but he didn't cast a curse. Instead, he spoke words that came not from him, but from the castle itself, ancient words, founders' words, magic so old it predated wands and spells and the very concept of dark and light. By the power of the founders, by the heart of this place, by the love that binds us all, I release you. Not to death, but to what comes after. May you find there what you could not find here. Voldemort screamed. The stones glowed. The air shimmered. And the Dark Lord, the terror of generations, the most powerful dark wizard in history, dissolved into light. Not green light. Not dark light. Just light. Pure and golden and warm. And then he was gone. Silence fell. Harry stood in the center of the great hall, his wand at his side, his eyes wet with tears he hadn't noticed falling. Around him, the battle had stopped. Death Eaters stared in disbelief, then disapparated one by one, fleeing into the night. Order members lowered their wands, exhaustion and wonder on their faces. And then Ron was there, pulling him into a hug so tight it hurt. You did it, Ron whispered. You actually did it. Hermione joined them, tears streaming down her face. Luna appeared, her dreamy smile somehow exactly right. Sirius burst through the crowd and wrapped his arms around all of them, laughing and crying at once. Harry, Harry, my boy, my brave, stupid, wonderful boy. Harry held onto them, let their love wash over him, let himself feel it all, the relief, the grief, the joy, the sorrow. Voldemort was gone, really gone. The prophecy was fulfilled. And he was alive. The castle hummed around him, warm and proud. Well done, cub. Well done. The days that followed were a blur of healing and mourning and celebration. Funerals were held for those who had fallen, brave men and women who had given their lives to protect the castle and its students. Harry stood at each one, silent and respectful, honoring their sacrifice. But there was joy too. The war was over. Voldemort was truly gone. Families reunited, friends embraced, the future opened before them like a door finally unlocked. Harry spent hours in the room of requirement, alone with his thoughts. The castle kept him company, its warmth a constant presence, its love unconditional. "You saved us," he whispered one evening, touching the stones. "You saved everyone. You saved yourself," the castle replied. "I only helped." Harry smiled. "We helped each other. That's what family does." The castle hummed agreement. Graduation came in June, though Harry had long since stopped counting years. He stood with his friends, Ron, Hermione, Luna, Neville, Ginny, and received his diploma with a smile that reached his eyes. Dumbledore presided over the ceremony, his eyes twinkling with a pride that needed no words. McGonagall actually smiled, twice. Even Snape nodded once, a gesture that from him was practically a standing ovation. Afterward, they gathered on the grounds, watching the sun set over the Black Lake. Sirius was there, healthy and whole, his arm around Harry's shoulders. Remus stood nearby, smiling softly. The Weasleys surrounded them, a wall of red hair and laughter. "What now?" Ron asked, munching on a pasty. "I mean, we're graduates. We're supposed to have plans." "I have plans," Hermione said. "I'm going to continue my research on magical theory. There's so much we still don't understand about the foundations of magic." Ron groaned. "Of course you do." Luna smiled dreamily. "I'm going to travel. Look for crumple-horned snurcax. My father says there's a colony in Sweden." "And you, Harry?" Sirius asked quietly. "What will you do?" Harry looked at the castle, his home, his heart, the place that had raised him and loved him and made him who he was. It rose against the darkening sky, towers gleaming, windows glowing with golden light. "I'll stay," he said softly. "The castle needs me. And I need it." Sirius nodded, understanding in his eyes. "You'll always have a home here. But you'll also have a home with me. With us." He gestured at the crowd of friends and family. "You're never alone, Harry. You never were." Harry looked at them, at the faces that had become his world, at the love that had saved him again and again, at the family he had built from nothing. "I know," he whispered. "I know." That night, Harry walked through the empty corridors one last time. He visited the room of requirement, now quiet and peaceful, waiting for its next occupant. He visited the founder's chamber, the silver pool still and reflective, the throne silent and majestic. He visited the tower where he'd first seen the Grey Lady, the corridor where he'd met Luna, the classroom where his mother's ghost had appeared. And finally, he visited the place where it all began, the small, hidden room where the castle had first whispered to a lonely 6-year-old boy. He knelt and touched the stones. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything. For raising me. For loving me. For making me who I am." The stones warmed beneath his hand. The castle hummed with a love so deep it brought tears to his eyes. "You are my cub. You are my heir. You are my heart. Go now, and live. But know that I am always here. Waiting. Always waiting." Harry pressed his forehead to the stones and let himself cry, for the child he had been, the man he had become, the love that had carried him through. When he finally stood, the sun was rising over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink. He walked out of the castle, into the light, into the future. Behind him, Hogwarts stood watch, eternal and unchanging, its heart beating in time with his own. He was Harry Potter. He was the castle's heir. He was loved. And he was home. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what-if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.